Yo! Welcome to Gringotts Hub. Got an absolute banger for you today. What if Goblin blood test revealed Harry was lord of 18 ancient houses and Dumbledore had hidden them all since birth? Like, subscribe, comment below. Let's go. Chapter 1, The Weight of Blood. The letter arrived on a Tuesday. Harry Potter had been watching for it, not because he expected anything good, but because watching for things was how you survived the Dursleys. You watched Uncle Vernon's jaw to know when silence was safer than speaking. You watched Dudley's friends to know which direction to run. You watched the post every morning because Aunt Petunia sorted it before anyone else could touch it, and if there was ever anything addressed to Harry, it disappeared into her cardigan pocket before he could blink. So he was watching on the morning of July 31st, crouched at the top of the stairs in the grey pre-dawn with his knees tucked under him, when the post slot snapped open and a single envelope fell onto the doormat. Even from the landing he could see it was different. The paper was thick and cream-colored, almost warm-looking, and it didn't fall flat the way normal letters did. It sort of drifted, like it weighed something more than paper had any right to weigh. He was down the stairs and had it in his hands before Aunt Petunia's alarm clock went off. Mr. H. Potter, the smallest bedroom, 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. The wax seal on the back was purple, stamped with a coat of arms, a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake surrounding a large letter H. He turned it over twice. Broke the seal. Read the letter inside 3 times, standing in the hallway in his oversized pajamas, while the morning light crept under the front door and somewhere upstairs Dudley started snoring at a different pitch. It was an invitation to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. And here was the thing about Harry Potter, the thing that the Dursleys had tried very hard to beat out of him through years of careful indifference and deliberate smallness. He wasn't particularly surprised. He'd always known, in the bone-deep way that you know things you've never been told, that the world was larger than Privet Drive. Strange things happened around him. They'd always happened. He'd once turned a teacher's wig blue without touching it. He'd appeared on the school roof after Dudley's gang had cornered him in the playground. He'd talked to a snake at the zoo last summer and the snake had been interesting, actually, in a thoughtful sort of way. So no. Not surprised. But standing there in the hallway reading words like first-year student and term begins September 1st and please note that all students must be equipped with one standard-size 2 pewter cauldron, Harry felt something shift in his chest, the specific click of a door that has been locked for a very long time finally finding its key. He tucked the letter into his sock before Aunt Petunia came downstairs. 3 days later, there was a knock at the door, and the man on the other side of it was enormous. Hagrid, Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, took up the entire doorframe and then some. His hair was a wild dark tangle, his beard swallowed the lower half of his face, and when he smiled down at Harry there was something so genuinely delighted about it that Harry found himself smiling back before he'd consciously decided to. Harry Potter, Hagrid said, like the name was a good thing. Like saying it was a pleasure. Last time I saw ya, you were just a baby. You're the spittin' image of your dad, but you've got your mum's eyes. Harry didn't say anything to that. He was still processing the idea that someone had seen him as a baby. That someone remembered his parents as real people, not just tragic footnotes. Dudley tried to get the letter. Uncle Vernon tried to throw Hagrid out. Hagrid gave Dudley a pig's tail, which was the funniest thing Harry had ever witnessed, and by the time they were sitting in a small cafe on the outskirts of London the next morning, Harry felt, for the first time in his memory, something approaching comfortable. He asked questions. Hagrid answered them, not all of them, not always clearly, and once or twice he said things like, shouldn't have said that, and moved on quickly, but he answered enough that the shape of Harry's new world began to assemble itself in his mind like a jigsaw whose pieces he hadn't known were missing. The Wizarding World. Voldemort, though Hagrid went pale when Harry said the name aloud, which Harry filed away. His parents, dead, murdered, for real this time, not in a car accident, not because they were drunk, because they had been deliberately killed. And Harry had survived. Harry, as a baby. Harry, who barely reached Hagrid's elbow and who owned exactly one pair of trousers that fit properly. "Hagrid," Harry said, somewhere between the second cup of tea and the arrival of a stack of pancakes that were taller than his arm was long, "you said they left me money." "My parents." "Left ya comfortable, yeah." Hagrid stirred his tea with a spoon that looked like a toothpick in his fist. "Kept in Gringotts. That's the Wizarding Bank. We'll go today, Diagon Alley, the whole lot. You're gonna love it." "How much is comfortable?" Hagrid looked at him over the rim of his mug. "Enough. Don't worry about money, Harry." Harry nodded, because that was clearly the end of that, and went back to his pancakes. But he filed that away too. Diagon Alley was exactly what it should have been: impossible, vivid, loud, crammed with color and magic and the smell of something sweet from a shop 3 doors down that he never quite identified. Harry walked through it with wide eyes and a faster heartbeat and the feeling of a person coming home to a country they'd been told didn't exist. Hagrid was a wonderful guide. He pointed out shops and explained things with the enthusiasm of someone who loved this world enormously, and Harry liked him immediately and genuinely. But even as he was looking at owls and wands and robes and stacks of textbooks that moved on their own, some part of his mind was still on the number. The comfortable amount. The vault. Gringotts was white marble and towering, and the goblins behind the long counters were exactly as described: small, clever-faced, dressed in red and gold, watching everything with the alert patience of creatures who had learned that humans underestimated them and had decided to find this useful rather than offensive. Hagrid presented a small golden key at the counter. A goblin named Griphook took them down in a cart that moved fast enough to make Harry's stomach do interesting things, and when they opened Vault 687, Harry looked at the piles of gold and silver and bronze inside and thought, "My parents left me this." It was more than the Dursleys had probably ever had. He took what he needed for school supplies and didn't let himself think too hard about the rest. On the way back up, the cart rattled past other vaults, older ones, deeper ones, their doors blackened with age and sealed with things that hummed against Harry's teeth. He noticed, because he noticed things, that one set of vaults went in a direction the cart didn't take. Deeper down, where the light changed color. "What's down there?" he asked Griphook. The goblin didn't look at him. "Older vaults. Legacy holdings." "Whose?" "Old families." Harry waited, because sometimes silence pulled answers out better than questions. But Griphook only clicked the cart handle and they shot back upward, and Harry let it go. For now. He had 3 weeks in the leaky cauldron before September 1st, Tom the landlord gave him a room at the top of the stairs, small and cozy, with a window that looked over the alley, and Harry quickly discovered that he could simply walk downstairs and into Diagon Alley without anyone to supervise him, and this was one of the greatest things that had ever happened. He read his textbooks cover to cover in the first 4 days. Not because he was anxious about school, he wasn't, particularly, but because the information inside them was genuinely fascinating, and because reading had always been the closest thing he had to freedom at Privet Drive. A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot was dense and occasionally dull but contained things that made him stop and read the same passage 3 times. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1 was simpler but the theory in the introduction was interesting. He read everything, even the textbooks that weren't required until later years, borrowing from Flourish and Blots on a quiet afternoon when the shop girl was distracted. And he kept going back to Gringotts. Not because he needed money. He'd taken enough in the first trip. He went back because something about the place wouldn't leave him alone, the same way a word you half heard in a dream stays with you through the morning. He sat in the waiting area the second time, watching the goblins work, and one of them watched him back. An older goblin, seated at the far left counter, with a face like a geological formation and eyes that were the color of very old amber. The goblin didn't look away. Harry didn't either. On the 3rd day Harry went back, the old goblin summoned him over with a single crooked finger. "Potter," the goblin said. "Not a question." "Yes." "Sit." He gestured at the chair on Harry's side of the counter, and Harry sat. The goblin studied him with the particular focus of someone doing a calculation. My name is Ironclaw. I have been the account manager for the House of Potter for 31 years. Harry thought, 31 years. Since before I was born. Then you knew my parents? I knew their accounts. I knew them enough to greet them by name. Your father was punctual and your mother asked better questions than any wizard I have encountered in 4 decades. Something in Ironclaw's expression shifted, very slightly. I was not informed of your visits to the bank. I was not given the opportunity to speak with you on your first visit. Harry looked at him steadily. Should you have been? It is customary, Ironclaw said, when the heir of an account visits for the first time, for the account manager to conduct a briefing. A review of holdings. An explanation of the account structure. His amber eyes were very level. This did not happen. I have been asking myself why. Harry sat very still, because when adults started asking themselves why about things involving him, it usually meant something was wrong, and he had learned to be careful around wrong things until he understood their shape. Is something missing from my account? I don't know, Ironclaw said, which was honest enough to be alarming. To determine that, I would need to conduct a full-blood inheritance test. It is a standard Gringotts service. It tells us, and you, the complete picture of your magical lineage, your lordship claims, your vault entitlements, and any active magical instruments applied to your person or your financial holdings. Active magical instruments, Harry repeated slowly. You mean spells cast on me? Among other things. And the test would show if someone had interfered with any of those things. Ironclaw said nothing. But he held Harry's gaze, and Harry was 11 years old and not stupid. How long does it take? Harry asked. An hour. Perhaps less. What does it cost? For the rightful heir of a Gringotts account, conducting a standard inheritance review? Ironclaw's expression was very nearly something. Nothing. It is a service long overdue. Harry looked at the old goblin for another moment, measuring. Then he nodded. All right. Let's do it. They went deeper into the bank than Harry had been before. Past the counters, through a door inlaid with something that wasn't quite silver, down a corridor carved from dark stone where the torches burned a steady, smokeless gold. Ironclaw moved without hurrying, hands clasped behind his back, and Harry walked beside him and didn't fill the silence with nervous chatter because silence had never particularly bothered him. The room they ended up in was small and round, with a stone table in the center. On the table sat a shallow basin made from something pale, not silver, not stone, something between the two, and beside it, a small silver knife, and a piece of parchment so thick it was almost cloth, rolled and waiting. The test requires 3 drops of blood, Ironclaw explained, settling into the chair on his side of the table. The blood enters the basin. The basin's enchantment reads your magical lineage, your current holdings, all active magical constraints or instruments on your person, and your inheritance claims both claimed and unclaimed. The results appear on the parchment. And then what? Then we read them together. And then, Ironclaw said, you make decisions. Harry picked up the silver knife. It was lighter than it looked. He pressed the edge to his left index finger and drew it across quickly. He'd had enough cuts and scrapes in his life that the sting was nothing interesting, and let 3 drops fall into the basin. The liquid in the basin, he hadn't noticed any liquid, but there was liquid now, clear as water, turned the deep red of the blood and then began to move. Not splash. Move, with direction and purpose, spreading toward the edges of the basin in patterns that were almost but not quite letters, almost but not quite runes. The warmth in the room shifted. Something pressed against Harry's ears, gentle but insistent, like the moment before a storm breaks. The parchment began to write itself. Harry watched. Ironclaw watched. Neither of them spoke. It took 11 minutes. Harry counted. When the writing stopped, the parchment was filled on both sides with cramped, dense script in the deep red of drying blood, and the room felt smaller, heavier, full of a silence that had texture to it. Ironclaw reached for the parchment with both hands, the gesture oddly formal. He read the first side without expression. Read the second. Set it down. Picked it up and read the second side again. Then he looked at Harry. "Mr. Potter," Ironclaw said, and his voice was very carefully level, "I must tell you that in 46 years of conducting inheritance tests at this institution, I have never seen a result like this." Harry's hands were still on the edge of the table. He hadn't moved. "Tell me." Ironclaw laid the parchment flat between them and began. Harry was, by blood and by law and by the ancient charters of the wizarding world, lord of 18 houses. Heir to 18 sets of vaults, 18 seats of hereditary power, 18 collections of ancestral lands, knowledge, and magic that had accumulated across centuries. The list was long. House Potter, his father's house, which he had known. House Black, through a blood adoption performed by his grandmother before Harry's birth, of which Harry had never been informed. House Peveril, through direct patrilineal descent, 5 generations back, from a line thought extinct. House Gryffindor, through a collateral descent from Godric Gryffindor's younger sister, whose descendants had married into the Potter line 400 years ago. House Slytherin, through his mother, Lily Evans Potter, whose own blood inheritance had never been tested, whose Muggle parentage had caused everyone to stop looking. Through Lily, who no one had looked at carefully enough, who descended from a magical line so old it had gone dark and anonymous centuries ago and produced, eventually, a girl in Cokeworth who everyone assumed was Muggle-born. Lily Potter had not been Muggle-born. She had been the last scion of a very old, very hidden line. And through her, Harry could claim not only Slytherin but Gaunt, and through Gaunt something that made even Ironclaw's expression shift for just a moment, a distant, collateral connection to a line that had gone another direction entirely, toward a boy named Tom Riddle, which meant that the magical inheritance that had fractured when Voldemort destroyed his own soul had begun, very slowly and very obscurely, to revert to its nearest living heir. Harry read that paragraph twice. He felt something cold move through him that wasn't fear. It was something colder and more interesting than fear. The other houses were a mix of extinction and dormancy and deliberate concealment. House Ravenclaw. House Hufflepuff. The founders' 4 lines, and Harry held 3 of them outright and the 4th through Slytherin. House Flamel, through a bequest made by Nicholas Flamel himself to his last surviving student, who had married a Potter 2 centuries ago. House Emrys, which was a name Harry didn't know yet but Ironclaw went very quiet when they reached it. House Merlin, dormant for 8 centuries, reactivated by blood proximity. House Pendragon. House Ollivander, through an obscure maternal branch. And 6 more, Selwyn, Knott, Greengrass, Bones, Longbottom Partial, and one simply listed as the house without name, which the parchment described only as the eldest line, predating the Hogwarts charter by not less than 3 centuries. Harry read all of it. He didn't rush. When he was done, he set the parchment down and looked at Ironclaw. "The part about active magical instruments," he said. "Applied to my person." Ironclaw turned the parchment over. On the second side, below the list of houses and the inheritance claims, was a second column. Shorter. Neater. Somehow worse. 7 separate magical instruments were listed. 3 were suppression charms, layered, interlocking, applied in the days and weeks immediately following Harry's placement at 4, Privet Drive, designed to limit the natural development of his magical core. Not block it entirely. Suppress it, like a hand pressed over a candle flame to starve it of air. Without those charms, Ironclaw said, Harry's magical output would have been, and he paused, searching for the word, consequential, from a very young age. The charms made him appear normal. Unremarkable. The charms made him appear, to a casual diagnostic, like the average magical child. 2 were loyalty constructs. Passive things, not quite compulsions, subtler than that. Designed to predispose Harry toward trusting certain people and certain institutions. The name attached to both of them, in the binding authorization that every magical contract required, was the same. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. One was a financial redirection, a small but consistent trickle from the Potter Vault, rerouted through a series of dummy accounts to a fund controlled by the Hogwarts Board of Governors, of which Dumbledore was a permanent senior member. The redirection had been active for 10 years. Harry had lost, conservatively, 15,000 galleons. And the seventh instrument was a memory suppression. A single spell, applied once, 7 years ago, when Harry had been 4 years old. The suppression targeted a specific category of memory, any recollection of magic that Harry performed, which was, and here the parchment used a technical term that Ironclaw translated as, lordship resonant. Any time young Harry had done something that echoed the deep, instinctive magic of his inherited lines, particularly Peveril, particularly Emery's, the memory of it had been gently, precisely erased. Not all his magic. Just the particular magic that would have told him he was more than he'd been told he was. Harry sat with that for a moment. Just sat with it. He thought about the snake at the zoo. Had that been lordship resonant? Slytherin's gift, speaking through a 4-year-old boy who didn't know what Slytherin was. He thought about the school roof, the instinctive leap that had carried him 20 feet upward without a wand, without training, without any understanding of what he'd done. He thought about the teacher's blue wig and the time he'd accidentally shattered every window in a car that was blocking the pavement and frightened himself so badly he hadn't left the house for a week. He thought about all the things he'd half remembered and then somehow forgotten. The name on all 7 instruments, Harry said. Dumbledore. Yes. He's the headmaster of Hogwarts. He is also the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. The chief warlock of the Wizengamot. And the magical guardian assigned to you by the Ministry of Magic following your parents' deaths. Ironclaw's voice was entirely neutral. He has, in each of those capacities, significant power to act on your behalf. He appears to have used that power extensively. Harry looked at the parchment. At the 7 entries on the second side. At the name repeated 7 times in ink the color of old blood. Then he looked at Ironclaw. Can the instruments be removed? Today. If you consent. Do it. Ironclaw didn't hesitate. He stood, moved to a cabinet on the far wall, and returned with 3 small tools. Harry couldn't have described them precisely, they were angular and made of something dark, and they had the look of things that were very old and had been made to do exactly this. The process took 40 minutes. Each removal felt different, the suppression charms lifted with a sensation like a band of tight fabric releasing, one after another, and with each one the air in Harry's lungs tasted slightly different, slightly more like something. The loyalty constructs came off with a brief warmth, then nothing, like wax cooling. The financial redirection was severed with a sound like a very quiet bell. The memory suppression was last, and that one was strange. Harry sat still while Ironclaw worked, and for 10 minutes nothing happened, and then things did, not in sequence, not in order, but all at once, a cascade of half-images and feelings and sounds. A garden he'd never been in, warm and green, with someone laughing behind him. A room full of light. His own hands, smaller, reaching for something that had come to him without being thrown. Words in a language that wasn't quite English, that he hadn't known he knew, that were in his mouth now like they'd never left. The snake at the zoo had said thank you, actually, when he'd opened the glass. He'd forgotten that. He'd forgotten thank you. He came back to the stone room and Ironclaw was watching him. Are you all right? The goblin asked. Yes, Harry said. And then, because it was true, better. Ironclaw returned to his side of the table. For a moment neither of them spoke, and the silence was the kind that comes after something large has happened and both parties are deciding what to do next. What do I do, Harry said, about the houses? You claim them. Formally. Each house has a ring, stored in the respective vault. The rings must be presented to a recognized authority. Gringotts has that authority, as the primary financial institution of the wizarding world, and claimed in a binding ritual. Once claimed, you are the lord of record for each house in perpetuity. How long does that take? The claiming itself, for each ring? Minutes. Locating the vaults, retrieving the rings, completing the paperwork. Ironclaw almost smiled. A day, perhaps. 2. And once I've claimed them, the Wisengamot seats. The political seats that come with the houses. How does that work? Ironclaw looked at him for a long moment. You've been reading, the Goblin said, not accusingly. I've been reading, Harry confirmed. The Wisengamot seats are automatically activated upon formal claim of lordship. With 18 houses, though several have been dormant long enough that there may be procedural challenges from the existing members, you would hold, conservatively, 17 seats. Some houses carry double votes by charter. And Dumbledore is the chief warlock. Yes. He'd try to block it. Almost certainly. Harry picked up the inheritance parchment. Folded it carefully. Put it inside his robes. What's your opinion, he said, of Albus Dumbledore? As a goblin. Ironclaw's amber eyes were steady. As a goblin, I have an institutional obligation to maintain neutrality regarding individual wizards. He paused precisely long enough. Speaking as your account manager, I would say that anyone who has applied 7 separate magical instruments to an 11-year-old child without that child's consent, and redirected that child's financial inheritance, and suppressed that child's memory, has prioritized their own judgment over that child's rights in a manner that Gringotts finds professionally objectionable. Good, Harry said quietly. That's what I think too. He looked at the room, the stone walls, the gold torches, the table with its basin and its knife. He thought about the school in Surrey where he'd gone for 6 years and been ordinary and invisible and smaller than he was meant to be. He thought about the cupboard under the stairs, which he could not currently afford to think about too directly without something in him going sharp and hot. He thought about Hagrid saying you're a wizard, Harry, like it was a gift, which it was, but which was also apparently only a fraction of the truth. He was 11 years old. He didn't have a wand yet. He didn't know how to cast a spell, not formally. He'd done things, instinctive things, uncontrolled things, but not real spells with real intent. He didn't know the wizarding world, its politics, its power structures, its history beyond what he'd read in 2 weeks of textbooks. He was also, as of approximately 45 minutes ago, lord of 18 houses, stripped of 7 years of deliberate suppression, heir to magic that Ironclaw had described as consequential in the tone of someone being careful with a word, and in possession of a piece of parchment that could reshape the political landscape of wizarding Britain if deployed correctly. He had 2 months before school started. Ironclaw, he said. I need a solicitor. A wizarding solicitor, one with no ties to Dumbledore. Do you know of one? Ironclaw reached into his desk and produced a card without any apparent hesitation whatsoever. Madame Fairweather, of Fairweather and Associates. She has never worked with Dumbledore or Hogwarts. She specializes in inheritance law and has won 4 cases against the Ministry of Magic in the last decade. Harry took the card. I need to understand how the Wisengamot works. Everything about it, the history, the procedures, the current political alliances. I can have documents prepared by tomorrow morning. I need to know about Sirius Black. Ironclaw went very still for just a moment. That is, a complicated subject. Then complicated is what we'll discuss tomorrow. Harry stood, tucking Madame Fairweather's card into his robes beside the parchment. I also need to understand the suppression charms. They've been removed now. What does that mean for my magic going forward? Ironclaw folded his hands on the table. It means that the core you have been developing for 11 years with a hand pressing down on it will now develop without restraint. There will be an adjustment period. You will find magic comes more easily than you expect, and at times more powerfully than you intend. He paused. I would recommend a wand sooner rather than later. A wand will give you a channel. Without one, the output may be unpredictable. I was going to Ollivander's today anyway. Ollivander's. Something moved through Ironclaw's face. Yes. That should be interesting. Harry looked at him. Why? Because House Ollivander is one of your 18, Ironclaw said simply. And Garrick Ollivander has been expecting the heir of his house since the vault was sealed 60 years ago. Harry absorbed that. Nodded once. I'll see you tomorrow morning, he said. 8 o'clock. I will have the documents ready, Ironclaw said. He stood as Harry moved toward the door, a small but unmistakable gesture of respect. Mr. Potter. There are people who will not be pleased by what you've learned today. Powerful people. People with a great deal to lose. Harry paused in the doorway. The gold torches threw his shadow long and strange across the stone floor. He looked back at the old goblin, and his face was very calm. I know, Harry said. Let them be displeased. He walked back up through the corridors of Gringotts, through the marble lobby with its tall ceilings and its smell of old stone and older money, out through the great bronze doors and into the blazing afternoon light of Diagon Alley. The alley moved around him, witches and wizards and familiars and children with ice cream cones and shopkeepers in the doorways, all of it vivid and warm and busy with its own affairs, none of them yet aware that anything had changed. Harry walked through it with his hands in his pockets and the parchment against his heart, and 7 years of suppression lifted from his shoulders like a coat he hadn't known he was wearing. Ollivander's was at the far end of the alley, its window dusty and dim in the afternoon sun. The bell above the door chimed when he pushed it open, and the shop was full of the particular silence of a place that is waiting for something. A man appeared from between the shelves, old, slight, with silver eyes that caught the light in a way Harry wasn't sure eyes were supposed to do. Garrick Ollivander looked at him. And then, very slowly, Garrick Ollivander did something Harry had not expected. He bowed. My lord, Ollivander said quietly, and his voice carried the weight of 60 years. Harry stood in the doorway of the wand shop that was, apparently, his, and looked at the old wand maker, and felt the day settle around him like armor being fitted for the first time. I need a wand, Harry said. Ollivander smiled. No. You need the wand. He turned back into the shelves. I've been keeping it for you. Chapter 2, 18 seats. The wand was 11 inches, holly and phoenix feather, and when Harry closed his fingers around it the air in Ollivander's shop moved like something inhaling. Not an explosion. Not sparks and light and theatrical display. Something quieter and more absolute, a pressure shift, like the moment a key turns in a lock that has been frozen shut for years. The holly warmed under his palm. The feather at its core, Harry couldn't see it, but he could feel it the way you feel a sound that's too low to hear, resonated with something in his chest that the suppression charms had been sitting on for 7 years. Ollivander watched with his hands clasped and his silver eyes very bright. Well, the old wand maker said, and he sounded like a man finishing a very long calculation. There it is. Harry turned the wand over in his fingers. It felt right in the way almost nothing in his life had ever felt right, fitted to him, specific, like the difference between shoes that sort of fit and shoes made for your feet exactly. You said you'd been keeping it. Since 1981. Ollivander moved back between his shelves, running his fingertips along the stacked boxes without looking at them, navigating by memory or instinct or both. The phoenix who gave the tail feather, Fawkes, Dumbledore's bird, gave 2 feathers. 2 wands. I made them both. The second I sold in the normal way, in 1981, to a boy who grew up to need it. He paused. This one I was asked to hold. Asked by who? Your mother. Lily came to me in the autumn of 1981. She knew something was coming. She didn't tell me what. She asked me to hold a wand for her son, and she described the wand precisely before it existed, which told me things about her that I suspect she didn't intend. He turned back with a small box in his hands, though Harry already held the wand. I made it to her specifications. She said, holly, for protection. Phoenix feather, for fire that survives its own burning. 11 inches, because he'll be steady when it counts. Then she paid me and she left, and 6 weeks later she was dead. He was quiet for a moment. I kept it. What else would I do? Harry held the wand and thought about his mother describing it. Thought about Lily Potter standing in this shop, knowing what was coming, doing what she could. He'd had 2 months of memories returned to him today, and he was starting to understand that grief was not something you processed in order. It arrived sideways, at the wrong moments, when you weren't braced for it. He pressed it down. Not because it wasn't appropriate, but because there was too much to do and grief was patient. It would find him later. The house, Harry said. House Ollivander. What does that mean for you, practically? Ollivander looked at him with his silver eyes. It means that the debts of the house are yours. The assets of the house are yours. The knowledge of the house, he gestured at the shelves, at the decades of boxes and the craft behind them, is available to you, should you wish to learn it. And it means that Garrick Ollivander, as the last practitioner of the house, owes you his service and his loyalty. He said it simply. Not resentfully. Not with the performance of a man being noble. Like a fact that had been waiting to be stated. The house has been heirless since my son left for France 40 years ago. It was dying. I was waiting for it to die. Something in his face shifted. I am glad it hasn't. Harry nodded slowly. I'm not going to demand anything of you. That's not, he stopped, trying to find the right words. I didn't earn the houses. I was born into them. That doesn't make me better than you or entitled to your, my lord, Ollivander said, gently but firmly. You'll find the weight of 18 houses much easier to carry if you don't apologize for having them. The houses chose you. They chose your bloodline, through centuries of marriages and births and the particular mathematics of magical inheritance. It isn't arrogance to accept what is yours. He tilted his head. Your mother understood that. It's why she named you as she did. Harry looked at him. What do you mean? Harry. It derives from Heinrich. It means ruler of the home. Ollivander almost smiled. Lily was not an accident about anything. Harry was quiet for a moment. Then he paid for the wand. Ollivander tried to refuse payment and Harry insisted, because he had enough money and he wasn't going to begin his lordship by taking things without exchange, and tucked it into his robes with the parchment and Madame Fairweather's card, which meant that his robes were now carrying the most consequential collection of objects he'd ever owned. Outside, the alley had shifted from afternoon into early evening, the light going golden and soft, the crowd thinning as shops began to close. Harry stood for a moment with the wand in his robes and the day's weight settling around him and thought, tomorrow. He would need to think hard, and plan carefully, and tomorrow Ironclaw would have documents. Tonight, he had reading to do. He went back to the leaky cauldron and read until 2 in the morning. Ironclaw had been thorough. The documents waiting on the table when Harry arrived at 8 o'clock the next morning were 3 inches thick, bound in dark leather, and divided into sections with tabs that Ironclaw had labeled in a clear, small hand. Wiesengemot structure. Historical precedent for lordship claims. Current political alignments. Financial summaries for each of the 18 houses. And a separate, thinner document at the bottom of the stack whose tab said, simply, Black, Sirius Orion. Harry read the Sirius file first. It was worse than he'd been expecting, which was saying something because he hadn't been expecting anything good. Sirius Black had been arrested on November 1, 1981, the day after Harry's parents died, accused of betraying the Potters to Voldemort and murdering 13 Muggles and a wizard named Peter Pettigrew in the subsequent confrontation. He had been sentenced to Azkaban within the week. Without a trial. Harry read that twice. Then he set the document down and looked at Ironclaw, who was sitting across the table with his hands folded. There was no trial. No. He's been in Azkaban for 10 years. Without a trial. The ministry operated under emergency powers following the war. Dumbledore, as chief warlock of the Wizengamot, had the authority to ratify the sentence without full tribunal proceedings. Ironclaw's voice was entirely level. He did so. Harry thought about Dumbledore's signature. 7 times on the parchment against his heart. 7 instruments. And here, in this file, another one, the convenient absence of a trial for the man who was, as Harry could see on the page in front of him, listed in the Potter family charter as Sirius Orain Black, godfather to Harry James Potter, primary magical guardian in the event of James and Lily Potter's deaths. If Sirius had gone free, he would have had a legal, binding claim to Harry. He would have taken Harry from the Dursleys before the week was out. Dumbledore had known that. The cold, clear thing that had moved through Harry yesterday when he'd read about the instruments on his person moved through him again now, and it felt less like anger and more like understanding. Understanding, Harry found, was sharper than anger and much more useful. "Can I get him a trial?" Harry asked. "Now. What does it take?" Formally requesting a tribunal review requires the petition of a Wizengamot member of sufficient standing or a solicitor filing on behalf of new evidence. Ironclaw paused. "Once your lordship claims are formally registered, you will hold 17 Wizengamot seats. Your standing will be considerable. Then we claim the houses first." Harry pulled the main document stack toward him. "Walk me through the process." The process, as Ironclaw explained it, was layered but navigable. Each house had a vault in Gringotts, most of them in the deep section Harry had noticed on his first visit. Each vault contained, among other things, the Lord's ring for that house. The ring was the physical anchor of the lordship, the legal and magical instrument that, when taken and worn by the blood heir, activated the claim in the Gringotts registry, which was the primary record of house status in the wizarding world. The ministry maintained its own registry, but the Gringotts records predated the ministry by 6 centuries and were legally superior in inheritance matters, a point that had been established in 4 separate wizarding court cases, which Ironclaw cited from memory with the quiet satisfaction of someone who'd been waiting to cite them. The rings didn't all have to be worn simultaneously. They would resize and configure for the same hand, ancient magic, built into the rings at their making. A lord of multiple houses wore one ring, it would carry the seals of all claimed houses in rotating display. "How many can I claim today?" Harry asked. "All 18, if you have the time and the patience. The claiming ritual is brief. The paperwork," Ironclaw almost smiled, "is less brief. But I have prepared it in advance. You were confident I'd come back." "I was confident," Ironclaw said, "that you were your mother's son. Lily Potter did not leave things half-finished. They started at 9 o'clock. Ironclaw took him down in the cart, a different cart this time, on a different track, going the direction Harry had noticed on his first visit. Deeper. The light did change color down here, going from the warm gold of the upper tunnels to something cooler and older, a blue-white that made the stone walls look like they'd been cut from the inside of a glacier. The vaults down here didn't have numbers. They had names. House Potter, Harry had already been here. The key Hagrid had brought was for the public vault, the trust account set up for school expenses. The actual Potter family vault was a different door, taller, with a crest carved above it. Inside was more than Harry could inventory in a day: tapestries, portraits, books, weapons, several chests he'd need to examine later, and in a locked box on a stand at the center, a ring. Gold, square set, with a griffin in profile on the face. When Harry put it on, it was cold for one moment and then warm, and something settled, like a joint clicking into place. House Peveril. The ring here was old enough that the gold had gone a darker shade, the metal dense and heavy. The seal on it was the Deathly Hallows symbol, the triangle and circle and line, which Harry didn't recognize yet but found interesting. The vault behind the door was enormous and cold and full of things that hummed. He took the ring and didn't touch anything else. House Black. The vault smelled like old paper and something expensive. The ring was silver black, a 5-pointed star on the seal, and it was the only ring that pushed back slightly when Harry reached for it, as if testing him. He held it and after 3 seconds it stopped, and went on to his finger with the others. House Gryffindor. The ring was scarlet-veined gold, a lion rampant, and the vault was warmer than the corridor outside, noticeably, physically warmer, like a room with a fire in it. Harry took the ring and stood in the warmth for a moment and felt unreasonably steadied by it. House Slytherin. He paused outside this vault. Not because he was afraid, he wasn't, but because this one was complex in a way the others weren't. He was claiming it through his mother, who hadn't known she had it to claim. He was claiming the house of the man whose followers had killed her. He was claiming it, incidentally, at the same moment as the other man who claimed Slytherin blood was presumably somewhere, bodiless and furious, and would not be pleased. Harry opened the vault and went in. The ring was green-black, the serpent seal intricate enough that it moved slightly in certain lights. The vault was cold and smelled like stone and deep water and something that might have been old magic or might have been old time. He took the ring. The 13 rings that followed, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, Gaunt, Flamel, Emrys, Merlin, Pendragon, Ollivander, Selwyn, Knot, Greengrass, Bones Collateral, and the House Without Name, blurred together in Harry's memory afterward, not because they weren't significant but because by the 5th hour he was running on determination and the particular clarity that comes when you've made a decision and committed to it fully and there is nothing left to do but continue. Each ring had its own weight, its own temperature, its own small resistance or welcome. Some of the vaults were treasure rooms. Some were libraries. One, he thought it was Emrys, contained a single object, a mirror, standing free in the center of the vault, reflecting nothing, waiting. He didn't touch it. Not today. By 2 in the afternoon, all 18 claims were registered. The ring on his right index finger cycled through the seals slowly: Griffin, Star, Serpent, Lion, Raven, Badger, a wheel of old symbols that most of the wizarding world hadn't seen in centuries. He sat in Ironclaw's office eating a sandwich the Goblin had sourced from somewhere and looked at the ring on his hand and thought, with a kind of bone-deep practicality, what next? Madame Evangeline Fairweather arrived at Gringotts at 3 o'clock and looked exactly like her voice had sounded on the fireplace call that morning, compact, precise, gray-streaked hair pinned with the efficiency of someone who considered hairpins a professional tool, eyes that moved across a room cataloging everything before she'd finished crossing it. She shook Harry's hand with a firm grip, sat across from him and Ironclaw, and opened a leather case that contained more parchment and 3 quick quills she clearly intended to use simultaneously. "Show me the blood test results," she said, "before anything else." Harry produced the parchment. She read it in silence, both sides. Her expression didn't change dramatically, but the 3 quills all started moving at different speeds at different points, which Harry interpreted as significant. "The suppression charms," she said. "They've been removed. Yesterday afternoon." "Good. If they were still active, the claim registration could have been contested on the grounds that your magical core wasn't operating freely. With them removed, your claim is solid." She set the parchment down. "The financial redirection is straightforward: we file a recovery claim, Gringotts confirms the records, and the money comes back with interest. That's paperwork, not combat." She looked at him over her reading glasses. "The rest is combat." "I know. Dumbledore will challenge the lordship claims. He'll argue procedural grounds first, that the dormant houses can't be activated by a minor, that the Gringotts registry isn't sufficient without ministry confirmation, that there are missing documents somewhere." She clicked one of her quills against the table. "He'll be wrong about all of it, but wrong arguments still take time to defeat." "What's the fastest path to Sirius Black's trial?" Harry asked. Fairweather looked at him with the expression of a woman recalibrating slightly. "You know about Black. He's my godfather. He's been in Azkaban for 10 years without a trial. I want him out. The petition for tribunal review requires, as your account manager has presumably told you, a Wisengamot member of sufficient standing." She glanced at the ring on Harry's hand. You now have more than sufficient standing. But you're 11, and there will be a challenge to your capacity to petition as a minor lord. Can we counter that? Ancient and noble houses have charter rights that predate the Underage Magic Restriction Act. A lord of a chartered house, and you hold multiple chartered houses, has the right to exercise that lordship from the point of formal claim regardless of age. I can build that argument and win it. She pulled a sheet of parchment toward her. It'll take 3 weeks to prepare properly. Maybe 4. 3, Harry said. She looked at him again. Considered. 3, she agreed. But you'll need to give me everything, the blood test results, the suppression records, the financial redirection documentation. All of it. I'm not going in with half a case. You'll have it. Harry looked at Ironclaw. Can Gringotts provide certified copies of all relevant documents? By tomorrow morning, Ironclaw said. Fairweather made several notes. There's one more thing. She set her quill down and looked at Harry directly. When this becomes public, and it will become public, you cannot file a Wizengamot petition without it becoming public. Dumbledore will know within the hour. He is not a man who responds passively to being challenged. You need to be prepared for what he does next. Harry thought about 7 instruments. About Sirius in Azkaban. About his mother, described in a blood test as the last heir of an ancient magical line, treated her whole life as an exception and a curiosity and a muggle-born whose gifts were remarkable and whose origins didn't bear examination. He thought about all of it, and the cold clarity in him didn't waver. I'm prepared, he said. Fairweather studied him for another moment. Then she picked up her quill. Right, she said briskly. Let's get to work. Hermione Granger was at Flourish and Blots the next morning, and Harry almost walked past her before he stopped. He'd seen her before. She'd been in the shop when he'd borrowed textbooks 2 weeks ago, a brown-haired girl with her arms full of books and the absorbed expression of someone who found shopping for reading material actively pleasurable. She'd been there 3 times since. So had he. They'd nodded at each other in the way of people who don't know each other but recognize each other enough to acknowledge it. This morning she was in the back section, in a corner Harry hadn't explored yet, pulling a book off a high shelf with the careful reverence of someone handling something precious. He looked at the spine. Wizarding Constitutional Law, The Wizengamot and Its Charter Rights, 3rd edition. One of the books on the list Fairweather had given him. He stopped in the aisle. Are you at Hogwarts? He asked. She turned, startled. Sorry. In September. Hogwarts. Oh. She recovered quickly, tucking the book under her arm. Yes. First year. You. Yes. He nodded at the book. I need that one. When you're done. She looked at the book. Looked at him. Her eyes, he noticed, moved fast and catalogued things the same way Fairweather's did, which he found immediately interesting. Why do you need a book on Wizengamot constitutional law? It's not on the first-year list. It's on my list. She opened her mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. What kind of list? He considered, briefly, how much to say. He hadn't told anyone yet, not Hagrid, not Tom at the Leaky Cauldron, not anyone. Fairweather and Ironclaw knew, and that was the complete universe of people who knew. He wasn't sure why he was considering telling a girl he'd never spoken to, except that she was holding a book on Wizengamot law and she'd clearly come looking for it specifically, which meant she had reasons of her own. Do you want to get tea? He said. She blinked. It's 9 in the morning. Hot chocolate, then. There's a place 2 doors down that opens early. She looked at him. At the book. At him. I'm buying this first, she said. So am I, he said, and reached past her to take the other copy from the shelf. She watched him do it with an expression he'd come to learn was her version of impressed, which looked remarkably similar to her version of annoyed but with less tension in the jaw. They bought their books and went 2 doors down to a small cafe that smelled of baking and coffee and was populated entirely by wizards reading the Morning Prophet over their porridge. Harry got hot chocolate. Hermione got tea with milk. They sat across from each other and she waited, and he appreciated that she waited. He told her. Not everything, not the emotional weight of it, not the raw parts, not what it had felt like when the memory suppression lifted and he remembered the snake saying thank you. But the facts. The blood test. The 18 houses. The 7 instruments. Dumbledore's name on all of them. Fairweather and the plan. She listened without interrupting, which was the first genuinely impressive thing she did. When he finished, she was quiet for a moment, looking at her tea. That's illegal, she said. The suppression charms. The financial redirection. The memory suppression on a child, that's a criminal violation of the Underage Magical Protection Act, Section 12. And applying loyalty constructs without the subject's consent is classified as a class A magical assault under the 1974 Magical Persons Protection Act. She looked up. I read everything before I came here. I didn't know any of it would be relevant, I just read it. I know, Harry said. That's why I need the Wizengamot book. You're going to go after him. Legally. I'm going to get my godfather out of Azkaban first, Harry said. And then yes. She was quiet again. She turned her teacup in its saucer. Can I help? Harry looked at her. She was meeting his eyes without flinching, which he appreciated, because some people had started doing a strange thing where they looked at his scar and then looked away quickly and seemed to lose the thread of the conversation. You just got here. You don't know me. I know what you told me. And I know what the law says about what was done to you. And I know, she paused, choosing her next words with visible precision, that if this is real, if Dumbledore really did all of that, then it isn't just about you. It's about whether the most powerful man in the wizarding world is accountable to anyone. She looked at her teacup. That matters. To everyone. Even people it hasn't happened to. Harry thought about that. You're going to be a Gryffindor, he said. She frowned. I haven't been sorted yet. No, he agreed. But you walked into a bookshop looking for a book on constitutional law at 9 in the morning on a Tuesday because you thought it might be important. That's Gryffindor. She blinked. Something shifted in her face, not quite a smile, but the architecture of one, suppressed out of dignity. My parents think I'll be Ravenclaw. Your parents aren't wrong, he said. But I think you're both. The next 3 weeks were a different kind of education than Harry had expected to receive before September. Fairweather filed the preliminary documents. The Gringotts Registry published the lordship claims, a quiet publication, a line in the financial records that most people would never see, but that anyone who knew where to look would find immediately. Ironclaw confirmed, 48 hours after the filing, that the notification had reached the ministry. The first sign that Dumbledore knew came on a Wednesday, in the form of an owl. It was a beautiful owl, tawny, large, clearly well-fed and well-trained, and it arrived at the Leaky Cauldron while Harry was eating breakfast. The letter it carried was written in a flowing, purple-inked hand that Harry didn't need to identify because the name was signed at the bottom. My dear Harry, I have become aware through the usual channels that you recently visited Gringotts for what I understand was a routine financial review. I'm delighted that you've had the chance to explore your inheritance. Your parents left you very well provided for, and it pleases me to know you're settling in before the term begins. I wonder if you might like to meet for tea. I find that the beginning of one's magical education can be overwhelming, and I would very much enjoy the chance to speak with you properly before September. There is much I would love to share about your parents, about your history, and about Hogwarts. I remain, as ever, your most loyal supporter and friend. Albus Dumbledore. Harry read it twice. Set it on the table. Poured himself more tea. Read it once more, this time looking specifically at what wasn't said, no mention of the lordship claims, no mention of the blood test, no mention of the 7 instruments removed from his person, no mention of the 31 Wiesengemot seats he now controlled. Just warmth and grandfatherliness and the word routine used about something that had been anything but. He picked up a quill and wrote back on the back of the envelope. Professor Dumbledore, thank you for your letter. I look forward to seeing you at Hogwarts in September. My schedule this summer is quite full. Best regards, Harry Potter, Lord of the ancient and noble houses of Potter, Black, Peverell, Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, Gaunt, Flamel, Emrys, Merlin, Pendragon, Ollivander, Selwyn, Knot, Greengrass, Bones, and the House Without Name. He sent it with the tawny owl and went back to his breakfast. Hermione arrived at 10 and read the exchange over his shoulder and said, "That's going to make him very unhappy," in the tone of someone confirming a calculation. "Yes," Harry said. "Good," Hermione said, which was the most Gryffindor thing she'd said yet. The second contact from the establishment came on Friday, this one from the Ministry. A letter on official stationery from the Office of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, requesting that Harry attend a preliminary meeting regarding his recently filed inheritance claims, which require additional documentation for ministry registration. Signed by an undersecretary whose name Harry didn't recognize. Fairweather appeared within an hour of Harry forwarding it to her, in a swirl of flue smoke that deposited her in the leaky cauldron's back room with a look on her face like a chess player who has just watched the opponent make the move she'd been hoping for. "They're going to try the documentation angle," she said. "Good. I have 17 precedents on that alone." She sat, opened her case, spread parchment. "We don't attend that meeting." "We don't." "No. We file our counter-documentation first, which puts them in a reactive position. Then we request the tribunal." She was already writing. "The timing is important. If we request the tribunal before they can manufacture a procedural blockage, they'll have to respond to our motion rather than the other way around." She glanced up. "How do you feel about appearing before the Wiesengemot?" Harry thought about it. He'd never appeared anywhere official in his life. He'd been invisible for 11 years by design. "Fine," he said. She looked at him with the same recalibrating expression as the first day. "Most adults would find that terrifying." "Most adults haven't had everything stripped from them and hidden since they were a baby," Harry said. "The Wiesengemot can't do anything to me that hasn't already been done." Fairweather held his gaze for a moment. Then she went back to writing. "The hearing will be in 2 weeks. I'll need you in formal robes." "I'll have them made," Harry said. 2 weeks later, on a morning in mid-August, Harry Potter walked into the Wiesengemot chamber in formal black robes with the ring of 18 houses on his right hand and Fairweather at his left shoulder and Ironclaw, present as Gringotts' official representative, at his right. The chamber was circular, tiered, lit from above by high windows that threw long bars of gold across the stone. The seats were arranged in a horseshoe, perhaps 150 of them, and roughly half were filled, a midsummer session, not a full sitting, but enough that the room had the specific weight of concentrated authority. At the top of the horseshoe, in the highest seat, Albus Dumbledore sat in deep purple robes with his long white beard and his half-moon spectacles and his hands folded in his lap and an expression of such gentle, patient warmth that a person who didn't know better might have thought him entirely unconcerned. Harry had read enough about Dumbledore in the past 3 weeks, his history, his politics, his publicly stated positions and the decisions that contradicted them, to know that the gentler he looked, the harder he was thinking. Their eyes met across the chamber. Dumbledore looked at Harry with something that was not quite sorrow and not quite admiration and not quite warning, a look that contained all three and was probably intended to be destabilizing. Harry held it for one moment and then looked away, not because he was intimidated, but because he had other things to look at. The Wiesengemot members who were present ran the range, old families in expensive robes, ministry officials with badges, a handful who looked up from their parchments when Harry entered and immediately started talking to each other in low voices. He recognized Lucius Malfoy from the photos in Ironclaw's documents, pale, silver blonde, his House Malfoy ring on display, his expression the particular combination of contempt and calculation that Harry was coming to recognize as the default setting of men who'd had power so long they'd stopped being interesting with it. Malfoy looked at Harry's ring. The contempt shifted, almost imperceptibly. The calculation increased. Fairweather stepped forward and presented the petition. Her voice filled the chamber without effort. She'd clearly spoken here before and knew the acoustics. The petition was formal and precise and devastating in the way that precisely applied legal language can be devastating. It named the violations, cited the precedents, requested the tribunal review for Sirius Black, and appended, as a supplementary exhibit, a certified copy of Harry's blood inheritance test and the list of 7 magical instruments removed from his person. That last part created the sound that Harry would remember afterward, not an uproar, not a gasp, but a kind of collective stillness that spread through the seated members like a wave moving backward, silence spreading outward from the center as each person read the copy of the exhibit that Fairweather's assistants were distributing. Dumbledore said nothing. Malfoy looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked at the petition. For one moment, just one, the careful warmth in Dumbledore's face went somewhere else, replaced by something older and sharper, and then it came back, and he was the benign headmaster again. But Harry had seen it. The chair, Fairweather said clearly, requests an immediate scheduling of the tribunal for Sirius Black, currently held in Azkaban without trial, in violation of the Wisingamot Charter of Rights, Article 14, Sections 1 through 7. She paused. My client additionally places on record his formal protest of the magical instruments applied to his person without consent, and reserves the right to bring formal charges under the Magical Persons Protection Act at the appropriate time. At the appropriate time was Fairweather's way of saying, not today, but don't for a moment think we're not coming. Dumbledore leaned forward slightly in his chair. If I may speak to the petition, the chair requires a formal response in writing within 10 business days, Fairweather said pleasantly. Per the Wisingamot Charter, Article 6. The slight pause before Dumbledore's nod was the most honest thing he'd done all morning. Harry stood in the chamber, with the ring cycling through its 18 seals on his hand, and the sun coming through the high windows, and Fairweather beside him immovable as a wall, and he thought, this is the beginning. Not the end. Not the resolution. Not the moment when everything was fixed and safe and accounted for. The beginning, of the work, the fight, the long and complicated dismantling of everything that had been built on top of who he actually was. He was ready for it. He was, he realized, more ready for it than he'd ever been for anything, because this, unlike surviving the Dursleys, unlike being invisible at school, unlike existing in the space other people had made for him, this was something he was choosing. Standing here, in formal robes, with his mother's inheritance on his hand and her instinct for unfinished business beating in his chest, Harry Potter was choosing this. Nobody had planned on that. Chapter 3, The Boy Azkaban Forgot the Prophet ran the story on a Thursday. Harry was eating breakfast in the leaky cauldron when Tom set the paper on the table beside his porridge with the careful neutrality of a man who has decided not to have an opinion about anything he's seen in the last week. The headline was large enough to read from across the room. Boy who lived claims 18 ancient houses, Gringotts confirms Lordship Registry. Dumbledore named in explosive blood inheritance findings, ministry sources, unavailable for comment. Below the headline was a photograph of Harry walking out of Gringotts 2 weeks ago. He hadn't noticed the photographer, which bothered him slightly, and below that, 3 columns of text that represented the most thorough piece of journalism the prophet had apparently managed in years. The byline was Rita Skeeter, which gave Harry a complicated feeling he couldn't quite name yet. He read the whole thing. Skeeter had gotten the broad strokes right and the details slightly wrong in the way that suggested she had a good source and a tendency to embroider. The 7 instruments were described accurately enough, though she'd called the loyalty constructs dark compulsion charms, which was technically an overstatement. The financial redirection she'd reported as triple the actual amount, which Harry made a note to correct because he wasn't interested in winning on exaggeration. The list of 18 houses was printed in full, which was accurate, and under each house name she'd written a brief description, some correct, some romantic nonsense, and the entry for House Emery simply read, origins unknown, significance unclear, believed by some scholars to represent the oldest continuous magical lineage in Britain. He was halfway through a second read when Hermione appeared at his elbow, her own copy of the Prophet rolled under her arm, slightly out of breath in the way she was when she'd been walking fast. "Have you read it?" she said, sitting down across from him. "Just finishing. She got the financial figures wrong." "I know. And calling the loyalty constructs dark compulsion charms is legally inaccurate. It could actually undermine Fairweather's case if the ministry tries to argue that the charges are inflated." "I know. I'm sending a correction to the editorial desk this morning." Hermione opened her mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. "You're very calm." "I'm annoyed," Harry said honestly. "But being loudly annoyed doesn't help Sirius Black, so." He pushed his porridge aside. "Have you looked at the Wisengamot's response timeline? Fairweather got the 10-day window, they have until Monday." "I've been reading the charter." She produced a smaller, denser book from her bag, Wisengamot Charter and Standing Orders, annotated edition, with 3 bookmarks already installed. Article 14 is unambiguous. No wizard may be held without trial for longer than 30 days. Black has been held for 10 years. The only question is whether the emergency powers ratification in 1981 is still legally defensible, and I found 2 cases from the 1960s that suggest, Hermione. She stopped. "That's exactly the argument Fairweather is making. Send her your case citations." Something lit up in her face that she immediately tried to make look professional. "I'll write to her today." Harry looked at the paper again. At the photograph of himself walking out of Gringotts, small, in his too large second-hand robes, though he'd since bought proper ones, his face unreadable. He looked like a boy carrying something heavy who had decided the weight was manageable. He supposed that was accurate. His breakfast had gone cold. He ate it anyway, because the Dursleys had taught him, at least, not to waste food. The owls started arriving at 10. Not from Dumbledore, not directly. From everyone else. The Leaky Cauldron's common room filled with birds between 10 and 11 o'clock in a way that Tom found professionally alarming and Harry found progressively informative. 3 letters from Wisengamot members he didn't know, each carefully worded in the way of politicians testing water temperature. One from someone named Augusta Longbottom, who identified herself as the acting head of House Longbottom and wrote in handwriting that looked like it could have cut stone, "I have been aware of certain irregularities in the management of the Black case for some time. I am pleased someone has finally acted. You have my support in this matter. Do not waste it." One from someone named Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, whose letter was 4 lines long and entirely without diplomatic softening, Lord Potter. "I have reviewed your petition and the appended exhibits. I intend to speak with you before the hearing. Please advise your schedule." One from Lucius Malfoy, which was the longest of all and the most carefully constructed, 2 pages of elegant, measured prose that managed simultaneously to express absolute neutrality, mild admiration, cautious interest, and the specific kind of threat that never states itself openly enough to be actionable. Harry read it 3 times, admiring the craftsmanship of it the way you could admire a very well-made trap, and then set it aside to think about later. And one, at the bottom of the pile, that had clearly been traveling for longer than the others. The parchment was older, thicker, the kind that held up to long distances, and it was sealed not with wax but with a pressed thumbprint in what Harry recognized from the inheritance documents as the ink of a wizarding oath. The return address said, S. Black, via Gringotts International Routing. Harry's hands went very still. He looked at the envelope for a long moment in the clearing crowd of his breakfast table. Tom had retreated behind the bar. Hermione had gone back to her book but he was aware of her watching him over the top of it. He broke the seal and read. The letter was short. The handwriting was erratic in places and then abruptly precise, the way of a person who had learned to write again after a long time without practice, or perhaps a person who was writing through something and composing themselves and writing again. Harry, they told me a solicitor had filed for my trial. I didn't believe it at first. I've stopped believing things that seem good, in here. But Gringotts confirmed the routing and confirmed who filed, and I'm writing this with my hands shaking. I knew your parents. I loved your parents. I loved you, when you were small, before everything. You won't remember me. I hope you don't remember those nights. I was told you were safe and cared for. I held on to that. I don't know what you know about what happened. I don't know what you've been told. I need you to know that I did not betray your parents. I need you to know that before anything else, before the trial and the hearing and whatever comes next. I did not betray James and Lily. I have been here for 10 years and I have never stopped knowing that, even when I couldn't remember much else. Whatever you're doing, whatever you've started, I'm with you. If I get out of here. When I get out. Serious P.S. Your father would be spectacularly, insufferably proud of you. I mean that as the highest possible compliment. Harry read it twice. Folded it. Put it in his inside pocket with the inheritance parchment, which was becoming a pocket of important things. Good news? Hermione asked carefully, from behind her book. He's alive, Harry said. And coherent. He looked at the window. That's more than I was sure of. She lowered the book. The Dementors, they affect memory. Happiness, specifically. But coherence, he's been holding on to knowing he was innocent, Harry said. For 10 years. He looked at her. That's what's kept him. Knowing he didn't do it. Hermione was quiet for a moment. She closed her book. We need to get him out faster. Working on it. Harry stood. I have a meeting with Amelia Bones at 2. Come with me. She blinked. She wrote to you, not to me. She wrote to me about a legal proceeding I need help with. You're helping me with the legal proceeding. Come with me. He picked up his robes from the back of the chair. And bring the charter book. The annotated one. Amelia Bones had an office in the Ministry of Magic that looked exactly like the office of a person who worked continuously and considered interior decoration an unnecessary luxury. The desk was enormous and entirely covered in organized stacks of parchment that an outside observer might have called chaotic and that Harry, within 3 minutes of being in the room, understood were sorted by a system of perfect internal logic. The woman herself was square-jawed and sharp-eyed behind a monocle, and when she stood to greet them she had the particular quality of someone who has spent decades making decisions in rooms full of people who underestimated her and had stopped being patient about it. She looked at Harry. Looked at Hermione, one beat of assessment. Looked back at Harry. Who's this? Not rudely. Directly. Hermione Granger. She's been helping me with the legal research. She found 2 precedents from the 1960s that support the Article 14 argument. Bones looked at Hermione again. How old are you? 11, Hermione said, with the dignity of someone who has been asked this question in tones of doubt many times and has decided to treat it as a statement of fact rather than a challenge. Which cases? Bones asked. Parkinson versus the Ministry, 1962, and the Selwyn-Eyre case, 1967, Hermione said. Both confirmed that emergency wartime powers cannot be retroactively applied to justify extended detention past the Charter's 30-day provision. The 1967 case specifically, I know the 1967 case, Bones said. Sit down, both of you. They sat. Bones sat. She folded her hands on the one clear space on her desk, which Harry suspected she kept clear specifically for folding her hands during important conversations. I've been head of the DMLE for 3 years, she said. The black file has been on my desk for 18 months. I requested a review of the 1981 sentencing procedure 14 months ago. I was told that the records were satisfactory. She looked at Harry steadily. They are not satisfactory. There are no trial records because there was no trial. There is a 1-page ministry document authorized by the chief warlock ratifying the sentence. That document should not legally exist, and if I had found it before someone above me had the chance to move it, I would have acted sooner. Someone moved it? Harry asked. The file I reviewed 18 months ago was incomplete. The document I've since located through other means tells a different story. She paused. I'm telling you this because what I'm about to say requires you to understand that I am not acting out of political interest. I am acting because a man is in Azkaban who should not be there, and the person responsible for putting him there is the most respected figure in this country, and that combination has made everyone around me suddenly very interested in doing nothing. Harry looked at her. What can you do? My department can file for emergency tribunal review independent of the Wisengamot petition. If both filings go in simultaneously, it creates procedural pressure that is much harder to slow down. It's coming from two directions at once. She looked at him directly. I need to know, do you have anything, beyond the inheritance test and the sentencing records, that speaks to Black's actual innocence? Not yet, Harry said. But I know where to look. Where? Harry thought about the letters in the vaults he hadn't opened. About the Potter family vault, and the library inside it, and the things his parents might have left behind, not money, not objects, but records. His mother, who Ollivander said had asked better questions than any wizard he'd known. His father, who Sirius had written about in the present tense, like someone you were still missing rather than someone you'd filed away. My parents left behind a collection of documents. I haven't fully reviewed them. If Sirius was their secret keeper, or if he wasn't, and someone else was, my parents would have known. They might have written about it. Bones absorbed that. Nodded once. How long to review? I can go today. Then go today. She uncapped a quill. I'll begin the filing on my end. How quickly can your solicitor, Fairweather, Harry said. The corner of Bones' mouth moved. Good choice. How quickly can Fairweather coordinate? She's expecting my signal. I'll contact her from Gringotts. He stood. Hermione stood beside him, the annotated charter under her arm. Harry paused. Madam Bones. Why are you doing this? Dumbledore is the most powerful man in Britain and he has never been properly questioned about anything in his entire career, Bones said flatly. That should concern everyone in this country, regardless of how much they respect him. Including me. She met Harry's eyes. And I spent 15 years in the DMLE watching the law applied selectively to people with insufficient political protection. Sirius Black had every legal right to a trial. He was denied it. That is not complicated, Lord Potter. That's just wrong. She picked up her quill and began writing. Harry and Hermione left. The Potter family vault was warmer in the afternoon light, and Harry moved through it differently this time, not with the speed of someone claiming things quickly, but with the careful attention of someone looking for something specific. The library section was in the back, behind the tapestries and the weapons cases. The books were old, some of them, but interspersed with newer editions, books his father had added, or his mother, the spines less worn, the titles sometimes handwritten on the covers rather than engraved. Harry ran his fingers along them the way Ollivander ran his fingers along wand boxes. Looking. He found his mother's journals in a locked box that opened at his touch, the blood of the house, responding to the Lord's presence, tucked behind a collection of advanced transfiguration texts and a stack of notes in handwriting he recognized immediately as the same flowing script from the wand shop receipt he'd found in Ollivander's back records. Lily's handwriting. She'd written the way she'd apparently done everything, precisely, completely, with a directness that made Harry feel, reading it, like she was in the room. The journals went back to her 6th year at Hogwarts. He didn't read them in order, there wasn't time, and some things in there were private in a way that even her son being the lord of her house didn't override. But he read the last 6 months of the last journal, the one that ended in October 1981, and what he found there was enough. Lily had known about the secret keeper plan. She'd written about it in careful, coded language that wasn't particularly coded. She'd been a brilliant woman writing for herself, not for security. James wants to use Sirius. I understand why. S is the obvious choice, the one everyone would expect. But that's the problem, everyone would expect it, which means he would expect it. James doesn't see it that way. I've asked James to consider P instead. P is safer because P is overlooked. Because no one looks at Peter. I don't know if that's enough reason. I keep thinking it isn't. But James says S agrees, and I trust James. Then, 3 weeks later, the switch happened. We didn't tell anyone, not even S. S doesn't know he's not our secret keeper anymore. It has to stay that way or the whole point is lost. James made the right call, I think. I hope. S would die for us, which is exactly why. Harry sat on the stone floor of the vault with his mother's journal and read it 3 times. Sirius hadn't been the secret keeper. Peter Pettigrew had been the secret keeper. Sirius had taken the blame, had apparently confessed to something in public, in front of witnesses, which Fairweather had explained was legally meaningless without a formal trial proceeding but which had been treated as sufficient. And the real traitor had apparently died in the explosion that Sirius was accused of causing. Except. Harry looked at the journal entry again. P is safer because P is overlooked. Because no one looks at Peter. He thought about the explosion. About the way the official record described it, 13 Muggles dead, Peter Pettigrew dead, identified by a finger, the rest of him vaporized. He thought about the fact that Sirius, who had apparently stood in the middle of this explosion, had survived it entirely unharmed. He thought about the particular shape of this, the way it didn't fit together the way an accident would fit together. He took the journal. He took 3 others that seemed relevant, one from 1980 that referenced the war and Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix, one from her 7th year that had pages about her own bloodline written in a way that suggested she'd been asking questions about it, one that was mostly a record of spells she'd been developing and which Harry set aside because the spellwork itself looked genuinely extraordinary and he wanted to read it properly later. He stood. Hermione, he said to the figure standing respectfully at the vault entrance, she'd refused to come in without explicit invitation, which Harry had appreciated. I found what we need. She came in and he showed her the entries. She read them with the focused speed of someone who processes written information quickly and has trained herself not to skip anything. When she finished, she looked up. Peter Pettigrew, she said. He faked his own death. It's the only explanation that makes the explosion work, Harry said. Sirius was an Auror-trained wizard who survived a blast that killed 13 Muggles. But Peter Pettigrew, who by all accounts was a minor wizard, nothing remarkable, supposedly died in the same blast. He looked at her. Unless Peter caused the blast himself. And then escaped in the confusion. What's his animagus form? Hermione said immediately. Harry blinked. How do you know he was an animagus? Your parents' file that Ironclaw showed us said James Potter's informal circle were all unregistered animagi. Your father was a stag. Black was a dog. If Pettigrew was part of that group, a rat, Harry said slowly. You can identify a human from a finger. You can't identify a rat. He looked at her. He's been hiding. For 10 years. As a rat. Hermione was very still for a moment. We need to tell Bones. We will. Harry tucked the journals carefully into his robes alongside everything else that was living there now. The pocket was getting crowded. But first Fairweather needs to file. The journal entries are evidence, written by the secret keeper's own wife, in her own hand, before she died. Combined with the logical argument about the explosion, it's enough to establish reasonable doubt. Enough for a trial. A trial isn't the same as an acquittal. A trial is a starting point, Harry said. Sirius has been in Azkaban for 10 years. I'll take a starting point. He walked out of the vault, up through the deep tunnels, and straight to Ironclaw's office, where he picked up the Fluke connection and contacted Fairweather. She listened to everything he said without interrupting. When he finished, she was quiet for 4 seconds. "Send me the journals by secure Goblin post tonight," she said. "I'll file first thing tomorrow." With Bones filing simultaneously, another pause, "I think we can have a hearing date within 3 weeks. 2, Harry said. Fairweather made a sound that might have been a laugh. "I'll try," she said, which Harry had learned meant yes. The Wisengamot session was scheduled for the first Tuesday of September, which was, as Harry noted with a grim appreciation for the timing, 3 days after the Hogwarts Express was due to depart. He and Fairweather argued, successfully, for a date before September 1st. The hearing was set for August 28th. It fell on a Wednesday that came in bright and cool, the tail end of summer turning towards something sharper, and Harry stood in the corridor outside the Wisengamot chamber in his formal robes with Fairweather on one side and Hermione, brought officially as a legal research assistant, a classification Fairweather had created specifically for this purpose, on the other, and felt the day settle into its purpose like a key finding its lock. Inside, the chamber was full. Not the half attendance of the petition day, a full session, every seat occupied, because the prophet had run 3 more stories in the intervening 2 weeks and half the wizarding world had an opinion and the other half was pretending not to. Harry scanned the room as he entered. Augusta Longbottom, in the back row, with a hat that appeared to have an entire stuffed vulture on it and an expression of absolute readiness for confrontation. Amelia Bones, in the DMLE section, her monocle catching the light. Lucius Malfoy, in the front row of the assembled lords, his face arranged in careful impassivity that told Harry he'd already decided which way the wind was going and was positioning accordingly. And Dumbledore, in the chief warlock's chair, in robes so deep blue they were nearly black, his half-moon glasses catching the light in a way that made his eyes unreadable from a distance. Harry walked to his seat, the Lord Petitioner's chair, directly in the center of the horseshoe's open end, and sat, and looked at the room, and waited. Fairweather opened the case with 30 minutes of tight, documented argument. She cited every precedent, every charter article, every piece of documentation. She entered Lily's journals into evidence as certified Goblin-authenticated documents. She presented Bones' independent DMLE filing alongside her own, which created the procedural simultaneity she described, 2 separate legal authorities reaching the same conclusion from different directions. She was, Harry thought, extraordinary. She argued the way his mother apparently asked questions, without gaps, without softness, without the subtle self-diminishment he'd seen women perform sometimes in the hope that being smaller would make powerful men more cooperative. When she sat, the chamber was very quiet. Dumbledore rose. He spoke for 40 minutes, and Harry listened to every word, because listening carefully to powerful men was how you understood what they were actually trying to do versus what they were saying. Dumbledore spoke about the exceptional circumstances of the war. About the impossible decisions required in impossible times. About Sirius Black's public confession, and Harry noted he didn't read the confession aloud, which suggested it might not hold up well read aloud. About the stability of the wizarding world and the importance of not destabilizing justice proceedings that had been conducted in good faith. He said the words, good faith, 11 times. Harry counted. What he didn't say was, the man is innocent. He didn't say, I had no evidence. He didn't say, a proper investigation was conducted. He said, in beautiful, measured, grandfatherly prose, that the existing records were adequate, and that they should trust the process, and that extraordinary claims required extraordinary evidence, which was almost funny, Harry thought, given that Fairweather had just presented extraordinary evidence, and what Dumbledore was asking them to do was ignore it. When Dumbledore sat, the chamber went to the vote. Harry had done the count. He knew the numbers, 17 seats under his control, Augusta Longbottom's solid vote, Bones' DMLE block which wasn't technically a Wisengamot vote but whose recommendation carried weight, several of the uncommitted members who had written to him in the first week. Even with Malfoy sitting neutral, he had the votes. The result was 63 to 41 in favor of granting emergency tribunal review. The trial was scheduled for September 3rd. In Azkaban, at that moment, Harry didn't know this, wouldn't know it until later, until Sirius told him in a voice still rough from 10 years of salt air and screaming, a Patronus messenger carrying the news arrived in a cell on the north side of the island. The Dementors couldn't touch a Patronus. They backed away from it, hovering in the corridor, while a silver shape delivered the message and dissolved. Sirius Black sat on the floor of his cell and cried for the first time in years. Not because he was weak, because something that he had kept himself together around for 10 years, the hard bright certainty that he hadn't done it, had just been answered. He hadn't been forgotten. He wasn't going to be left there. Harry wouldn't know any of that for weeks. But sitting in the chamber afterward, with the vote recorded and Fairweather shaking his hand and Hermione trying very hard not to look as thrilled as she was, he felt something move through him that was partly satisfaction and partly grief and partly something he didn't have a word for yet, the specific sensation of changing a thing that seemed unchangeable. Outside in the corridor, Dumbledore found him. Harry had expected it. He stopped and waited, because walking away would have been dramatic and he wasn't interested in drama. Dumbledore looked at him for a moment without speaking. Up close, his eyes were an unusual color, blue, but deep and still, like water over a long drop. They were the eyes of a very intelligent person who had made peace with making large decisions about other people's lives. Harry recognized the look. He'd seen it in smaller ways on smaller people, teachers who decided he was not worth investing in, Aunt Petunia choosing what to tell him and what to omit, every person who'd looked at him and seen a problem to be managed rather than a person to be asked. Harry, Dumbledore said, and the warmth in his voice was real. That was the complicated part, it was real. I want you to know that everything I have ever done has been done with your well-being at its center. Harry held his gaze. I know you believe that, he said. Dumbledore absorbed that. Something shifted behind his eyes, not guilt, not quite. Something more like pain. You are very like your mother, he said softly. I'm going to take that as the compliment it should be, Harry said. She was apparently remarkable. I'm learning more about her every day. He paused. Sirius's trial is the 3rd. I'm going to need to defer my Hogwarts start, I'll arrive by the 2nd week of September. Dumbledore looked at him. The warmth didn't leave his face, but it was doing different work now, containing something. Hogwarts begins on the 1st. I would strongly encourage, I'll be there by the 10th, Harry said pleasantly. I trust Professors McGonagall and Flitwick to help me catch up on any introductory material. I've read the first-year texts already. He paused. All of them. Including the supplementary lists. A beat. I see, Dumbledore said. I imagine you do. Harry held his gaze for one more moment. Professor. I don't intend to be your enemy. I want to be clear about that. But I also won't be your instrument. Not anymore. I think it would be better for both of us if we understood that now rather than later. He walked away. He didn't run. He didn't look back. Behind him, Albus Dumbledore stood in the corridor of the Wizengamot with his hands folded and his expression still and his mind moving at speed through something Harry couldn't see. Not anger. Not defeat. The expression of a man resetting, recalculating, moving pieces on a board that had just become considerably more interesting. Harry went back to Hermione, who was arguing the finer points of the emergency tribunal process with Fairweather in a way that was making Fairweather look genuinely engaged, and they walked out of the ministry together into the August afternoon. 3 days, Hermione said, as they emerged into the London street outside the phone booth entrance. Until the trial. 3 days, Harry agreed. What do we do in 3 days? Harry thought about it. About Sirius's letter, tucked in his pocket alongside all the other important things. About the handwriting going erratic and then steady. About 10 years on an island in the North Sea, holding on to one true thing. About Peter Pettigrew, wherever he was, as a rat in someone's home, entirely certain he'd gotten away with it. We prepare, Harry said. And then we go get my godfather back. She nodded once, sharp and certain. Above them, London moved and breathed around two 11-year-old children who had just made the most powerful man in the wizarding world rethink his position, and didn't consider this particularly remarkable. It had simply needed to be done. So they did it. The trial came on a Tuesday, and it was over by noon. The evidence was, as Fairweather had told Harry weeks ago it would need to be, overwhelming. Lily's journals. The logical reconstruction of the explosion. The absence of a single documented piece of investigative procedure from 1981. The one-page ratification document, presented on record for the first time and greeted with the specific silence of a room looking at something it cannot believe exists. And then there was Veritaserum. Bones had managed to get the Wizengamot to approve its use, a difficult argument, made easier by the absence of any prior trial record that would have addressed the question of guilt in the first place. Sirius was brought from Azkaban under heavy guard. Harry's first sight of him in person was a man who looked 10 years older than his age, who walked with the careful deliberateness of someone relearning the sensation of solid ground under his feet, whose face was hollow and whose eyes were very, very awake. He sat in the chair in the center of the chamber. He looked up through the tiers of seated Wizengamot members. His eyes found Harry and stopped there, and he looked at him for a long moment, at the ring on his hand, at the formal robes, at the boy he'd held as a baby and hadn't seen since, and something moved through his face that was too large and too private for this room. Harry nodded at him. One small, certain nod. Sirius straightened in his chair. Under Veritaserum, the truth was simple and absolute and required no interpretation. He was not the secret keeper. Peter Pettigrew was the secret keeper. He had not told Voldemort where the Potters were. He had gone to confront Peter after the Potters died, his best friends, dead, because of the man he'd joked with and trusted and never looked at carefully enough. He'd found Peter first. Peter had cast the explosion, screaming that Sirius had betrayed the Potters, and then transformed and disappeared into the sewer while Sirius stood in the smoking street surrounded by the dead. He'd laughed. When the Aurors arrived, he'd been laughing, not from cruelty, not from madness, not from guilt, but from the specific horror of a man who has understood something too late and too completely and cannot process it any other way. The Aurors had taken the laughing as confession. The Wizengamot voted to acquit. 102 to nothing. Even Dumbledore voted to acquit, which was the only vote he could have cast without destroying himself completely, and he cast it without expression. Sirius Black walked out of the Wizengamot chamber a free man at 11:43 in the morning on September 3rd, and the first thing he did was sit down on a bench in the corridor and put his face in his hands for 30 seconds. The second thing he did was look up at Harry, who was standing in front of him, and say, in a voice that was hoarse and cracked and entirely himself, "You look just like James." "People keep telling me that," Harry said. "It's deeply unfair to everyone who ever argued with James Potter and thought they were done with it." Sirius looked at him, really looked, the long assessing look of someone who has been thinking about a moment for years and is now checking the reality against the version they'd held in their mind. "You also have your mother's posture. She stood exactly like that when she was planning something." "I'm always planning something," Harry said. Sirius laughed, and it was startling, because it was genuinely funny, because after 10 years the laugh still had warmth in it, had color in it, hadn't been starved all the way down. "Oh, we're going to get along extraordinarily well," he said. He stood. He was taller than Harry had expected, even with the weight he'd lost. He looked at the ring on Harry's hand with an expression that moved through surprise and arrived somewhere complicated. 18, he said quietly. 18. Dumbledore knew you had them. Not a question. Since before I was born, apparently. Harry looked at his godfather. We have a lot to talk about. We do. Sirius looked at the ministry corridor around him, the mundane governmental architecture of it, the memos flying overhead, the witches and wizards passing with their faces set to the business of their day. He breathed in, slow and deep, like a man tasting something. "But first," he said, "I want to see Sky." Actual sky, not through bars. He looked at Harry. Walk with me. Harry walked with him. Chapter 4, Letters in Old Blood. The sky over London was the pale, washed-out blue of early September, the kind of sky that couldn't decide whether summer was finished with it yet, and Sirius Black stood on the pavement outside the ministry entrance and looked up at it for a long time without speaking. Harry stood beside him and let him look. Hermione had stayed inside with Fairweather to handle the post-acquittal documentation. There was a great deal of it, Fairweather had explained with the controlled satisfaction of someone who had won comprehensively and was now going to make sure the record reflected every detail. Augusta Longbottom had clapped Harry on the shoulder on her way out with a grip that suggested her hand was mostly composed of iron. Amelia Bones had caught his eye across the corridor and given him a single nod that carried the weight of an entire paragraph. Dumbledore had left without speaking to anyone. Now there was just London, black cabs and red buses and people moving past on the pavement with their coats and their coffees, not a single one of them aware that the man standing at Harry's shoulder had just walked out of 10 years of wrongful imprisonment into the first free morning of his adult life. "It's louder than I remembered," Sirius said finally. "Cities usually are. I had sounds in Azkaban. Wind. Water. The Dementors, they make a sound, did you know that? Like breathing, but from something that doesn't breathe." He paused. "This is better." A taxi honked at a cyclist. A woman dropped her coffee cup and swore creatively. Somewhere above them a pigeon was engaged in what sounded like a territorial dispute. "Much better," Sirius agreed with himself, and something in his face cracked open, not broke, cracked open, the difference being that one suggests damage and the other suggests light getting in. He turned and looked at Harry properly for the first time with something other than shock on his face. "How old are you?" 11. "And you got me out of Azkaban." Fairweather filed the paperwork. Harry. Bones filed independently. Harry. The Wizengamot voted, Harry James Potter. Sirius looked at him with an expression that was simultaneously exasperated and overwhelmed and something else that Harry didn't have a word for yet but felt in his chest like a struck bell. "Accept the credit." Harry looked at him. "All right. I got you out of Azkaban. There we go." Sirius exhaled. He looked at the ring on Harry's hand. "Now explain to me how an 11-year-old boy accumulated 18 lordship claims, removed 7 illegal magical instruments from his own person, hired a solicitor, coordinated with the head of the DMLE, petitioned the Wizengamot twice, and found exculpatory evidence in his mother's private journals, all in the space of 5 weeks. "I had help," Harry said. "And I read a lot." Sirius stared at him. "Your mother was exactly like this," he said. "Terrifying in the most wonderful possible way." He ran a hand through his hair. It was long and tangled and would need significant attention, but the gesture was so unconsciously young that Harry glimpsed, for a second, the person who'd existed before Azkaban. "Where are we going? Do you have somewhere? Are you still at the Dursleys?" "No." Harry started walking. Sirius fell into step beside him with the automatic ease of someone who had once been very comfortable moving through the world and was remembering it. "I've been at the Leaky Cauldron since July. Tom's been decent about it. We need a house. Grimmauld Place is a mausoleum that my mother hexed every surface of, and I would rather sleep on this pavement." Sirius said it without heat, simply as fact. "Though I suppose it's mine now, technically." He paused. "Is it mine? Or does it fall under House Black, which falls under you?" "House Black falls under me, which means Grimmauld Place is technically mine," Harry said. "But I'm not interested in your family home. You should have it. We'll have Fairweather sort the title." Sirius looked at him sideways. "You're giving me my house back." "It was your house. It was my prison before it was my prison." He was quiet for half a block. "But yes. Thank you." He said it simply, without making it large. Harry appreciated that. "I'll need to cleanse it. The wards, the portraits, My mother's portrait is still there, presumably still screaming. There's a boggart in the writing desk. The curtains have been breeding dark magic since 1979. He paused. I'll need a month before it's habitable. Where are you staying until Hogwarts? I'm late to Hogwarts. I've deferred until the 10th. Sirius stopped walking. You deferred Hogwarts. The trial was the 3rd. I wasn't going to. McGonagall must have had a stroke. She sent a very measured letter that was clearly written through significant personal restraint. Sirius started walking again, and he was almost laughing, the sound of it still finding its shape, like a muscle remembering its function. She sent James a letter like that in 3rd year when he reorganized the Quidditch scheduling without authorization. He framed it. He paused. I have a lot of stories about your father. I know, Harry said. I want all of them. He glanced sideways. But not today. Today there's something else I need to show you. They went to Gringotts. Ironclaw greeted Sirius with the formal acknowledgement of someone who had been managing the black accounts during Sirius's imprisonment and was relieved to be handing them back to a living owner. Sirius moved through the bank with the slightly dazed quality of a person experiencing sensory normalcy after a long deprivation. He kept touching things, Harry noticed. The counter edge. The back of a chair. The texture of the parchment Ironclaw set in front of him. Not obsessively. Just checking that things were solid. Harry had sent word ahead. The Potter family vault was open and waiting, and when they took the cart down, Sirius gripped the edge of it like someone determined not to show that enclosed underground spaces were currently not his favorite. Harry led him through the tapestries and the weapons cases to the library section at the back. Your parents' vault, Sirius said, looking around at it with the expression of a man standing in a room full of the specific gravity of absence. James would never let anyone in here except Lily. And me, twice, because he lost a bet. What was the bet? I will take that to my grave. He was looking at the tapestries. One of them was a Quidditch match, the figures moving in the embroidered sky. He hung that there when they moved the main collection in. He said it wasn't a vault, it was a home, so it needed something cheerful. He was quiet for a moment. He was like that. James. He couldn't let a space be purely functional. He had to make it his. Harry watched his godfather stand in the middle of his father's room and do the complicated arithmetic of grief that happens when you've been too frozen to feel something for a long time and then suddenly you can feel it again and it arrives all at once. He didn't say anything. He had learned, in 11 years of navigating other people's emotions without anyone navigating his, that sometimes the most useful thing you could do was simply stay in the room. After a minute, Sirius straightened. You said there was something to show me. 2 things. Harry moved to the shelf. My mother's journals, the ones that cleared you. You should read them. Not today, when you're ready. He set them on the reading table. But the other thing is this. The locked box was on the table already, Ironclaw had brought it up separately. It was different from the box that had held Lily's journals. Smaller. Older. The wood was dark and smooth with handling, and the latch was not a lock but a charm. It opened to Harry's blood presence, which he'd established on an earlier visit, and when it did, the scent that came out was cedar and something warm and indefinably them in the way that photographs of strangers sometimes catch a personality so precisely you feel you've met the person. Inside were letters. 2 stacks, bound with the kind of ribbon that Gringotts used for archival materials, clearly stored here professionally, recently, though the letters themselves were old. 1 stack was addressed in James's handwriting. The other was Lily's. They were addressed to Harry. He'd found them 3 days ago on a secondary vault check, in a compartment he hadn't examined on the first pass. He'd held them for 3 days without opening them, which had been one of the harder things he'd done recently. Not because he was afraid, because he'd wanted to do this right, and doing it right meant doing it with Sirius, who had known them, who could tell him when something sounded like them and when it didn't, who could give him context for the words rather than leaving him to read them alone in a room and fill the blanks with his own imagination. Sirius looked at the stacks. At the handwriting on the top letter of each. He put his hand on the table, flat, steadying himself without making it obvious he needed steadying. They wrote to you, he said. They must have known something was coming, Harry said. The same way Mum knew to commission the wand. They prepared. Sirius nodded. He pulled out the chair on the other side of the table and sat. Read them, he said. Both of us. Harry sat. Picked up the first letter from James's stack. Looked at his father's handwriting. It slanted slightly, energetic, with the particular emphasis of someone who pressed hard with a quill because they were always writing fast. He opened it. Harry, if you're reading this, then I'm not there to embarrass you in person, which is both a tragedy and probably a relief. I had a list. Things I wanted to make sure you knew. I'll try to get through it without being maudlin, because if I'm dead I'd rather you remember me as someone who wasn't maudlin about it. First, your mother is the most extraordinary person I have ever met. I want you to know that we met when we were young and stupid, and I was considerably more stupid than she was, and she chose me anyway, and that tells you something about her capacity for generosity that I think might actually be magical in its own right. Second, Sirius is your godfather. If this letter ever reaches you, go find Sirius. Whatever happened, and I don't know what's going to happen, nobody does, Sirius is the best man I know, and I mean that word precisely. He will make you laugh when you need it and argue with you when you need it and stand in front of anything that wants to hurt you, probably while being somewhat dramatic about it. Harry glanced up. Sirius was reading over his shoulder and had gone very still. Third, the Potter family has a legacy larger than you've been told. I don't know yet how to explain this to you. By the time you read this you might already know, or you might be finding out for the first time, depending on when you're reading this and what state the world is in. What I want you to know is that the legacy doesn't define you. The houses, the seats, the titles, they're tools. They're not you. You are who you choose to be with the time you have, and that's the only thing that actually lasts. Fourth, be kind to people who don't expect it. It costs nothing and it matters more than power. Your mother taught me that, and I'm smarter for having listened. Fifth, prongs. If you don't know what that means yet, Sirius will explain. It was my name. The name my friends gave me. The name that meant I could do something extraordinary and choose to use it to run through the grounds at night with the people I loved most. Keep that. Whatever your extraordinary thing turns out to be, and you'll have one, I'm certain of it, keep the part that does it for the people beside you, not for the audience. I love you, Harry. I love you in the specific and absolute way that makes everything else seem like preparation. If I could trade anything, every title, every vault, every seat, to be there when you read this, I would. Take care of yourself. Let people take care of you. Your father, who is prouder of you than he's had the chance to tell you. James Fremont Potter. The vault was quiet for a while. Harry was looking at the letter. He was aware that his hands were very steady and his face was very still, and that somewhere behind both of those things something large was happening that he was going to need to handle later, privately, when there was time for it. He was getting better at knowing when to let himself feel things and when to fold them carefully and put them somewhere safe for later. He put this one somewhere safe. Not because it didn't matter, because it mattered too much to rush. He looked at Sirius. His godfather had his elbows on the table and his face in his hands and was entirely, unambiguously crying, making no attempt to disguise it. His shoulders shook once, twice, and then steadied. Harry reached across the table and put his hand on Sirius's arm. He didn't say anything. Sirius reached up and put his hand briefly over Harry's, just for a second, a returning pressure, the specific language of people who are telling each other, I know. Me too. We're all right. Then Sirius wiped his face with his sleeve, breathed out, and straightened. Right, he said, rough-voiced. Your mother's. Lily's first letter was different from James's in character the way water is different from fire, not opposed, but doing different things with the same material. Harry. My Harry. I have your father's version of this letter to read, and he will have made it warm and funny, and I'm glad, because warmth and funny is what he does best. This is my version, and you should know up front that it is going to be more structured, because I cannot help being more structured, and you should probably accept that about me. There are things you need to know that Dumbledore will not have told you. I am writing this knowing that if something happens to us, you go to Albus. You go into his keeping. And I have reasons to trust him with many things, but I have concerns about how much he trusts himself. Men who know they are very wise often stop checking their reasoning against anyone else's. I want you to know that his love for the greater good is real, and his love for you is real, and that both of those things can coexist with decisions that have not had your best interests at their center. I am your mother. I am telling you this not to turn you against a good man, but because I want you to look clearly at everyone who tells you they know what's best for you. That includes me. But I am dead, so I cannot be checked. He is not. Your blood is older than the ministry. It is older than Hogwarts. I found this out in pieces, over years, starting in my 6th year when I read something in a book that didn't match what I'd been told about Muggle-born witches and the history of magical lineage, and I kept pulling at the thread until I understood what I was. I am not Muggle-born, Harry. My mother was the last of a dying line that had gone silent and invisible for centuries, hiding in plain sight in the Midlands, throwing up witches every few generations who were raised as ordinary girls and had no idea. My grandmother knew. She never told. I am telling you because you deserve to know your own blood. The house of Emrys is yours. I mean that in both the ordinary sense, the inheritance passes through me to you, and in a larger sense that I have spent 3 years trying to understand and have only partially succeeded. Emrys is not simply an old name. It is the oldest name. I will not put the rest in a letter because if this letter falls into the wrong hands I will have done more harm than good. Find the vault. Find the mirror. When you are ready, and you will know when you are ready, because it will feel like recognition rather than revelation, look into it. Be careful with power. Not afraid of it, careful. There is a difference. Fear makes you small. Care makes you responsible. You are not going to be small, my love. I have held you in my arms and I can feel what you are, the way you feel a note of music in your sternum. You are going to be considerable. Be responsible with it. Don't be afraid of being loved. I know the Dursleys. I know what that house will have done. Let people in. Let Sirius in, he is your godfather and he will be absurd and brilliant and absolutely necessary. You are my son. Whatever else you are, lord, heir, boy who lived, or something the prophecy never anticipated, you are my son first, and I am so desperately glad you exist, and I'm sorry I'm not there. All the love in the world. Lily Jade Potter née Evans P.S. The Holly Wand. I told Ollivander exactly what you needed. 11 inches, because you'll be steady when it counts. I want you to know you were steady before you ever picked it up. Harry set the letter down. He sat in the warm vault with his mother's words still in the air around him and his father's letter in his hands and Sirius beside him doing the same quiet arithmetic of loss and gratitude, and he let himself feel it, completely, without folding it away. Just for this moment, in this room that was the closest thing he had to a place that had belonged to his parents, he let it be large and true and entirely his. Then he folded both letters, put them back in the cedar box, and closed it. The mirror, he said. Sirius looked at him. What mirror? In the Emrys vault. My mother said, when I'm ready, look into it. He thought about it. Not today. No, Sirius agreed. Not today. They sat in the vault for another few minutes, not talking, just occupying the space. Outside, Harry knew, the wizarding world was having opinions about his Wizengamot moves and his godfather's acquittal and the story about Dumbledore that Skeeter was apparently preparing for a second, larger piece. There were letters still arriving at the leaky cauldron that Hermione was sorting into categories, supportive, hostile, politically motivated, and what she'd labeled simply confused, which was the largest category. None of that was in here. Tell me about them, Harry said. Not the important things. The ordinary things. Sirius looked at him. The ordinary things. What did he eat for breakfast? What did she do when something annoyed her? How they were when nobody was watching. Sirius leaned back in his chair and looked at the ceiling, and the tension in his face went somewhere else, replaced by something that was grief-shaped like a smile. Your father ate everything. Voraciously. Like he was personally offended by food getting cold. Your mother ate slowly and read at the table, and your father used to steal bits off her plate when she wasn't looking, and she always noticed, and she never said anything because she thought it was funny that he thought he was getting away with it. He paused. When something annoyed her, her left eyebrow. Just the left one, it did this thing, just the smallest lift. Anyone who knew her knew to pay attention when the left eyebrow moved. Dumbledore's left eyebrow moved too, actually. He smiled faintly. She'd have hated that comparison. Harry said, what was he like when nobody was watching? Softer, Sirius said. The performance goes away. The charm and the Quidditch and the prefect voice, all of it went away, and he was just James. He worried. About you, later, about being good enough, about getting it right. He'd sit up at night when you were a baby and just, look at you. Like he couldn't believe you existed and was terrified of doing it wrong. He paused. He wasn't terrified of anything else. Just that. Harry thought about the letter. The name that meant I could do something extraordinary and choose to use it to run through the grounds at night with the people I loved most. He got it right, Harry said. He got 11 months, Sirius said. He got 11 months and he got it exactly right. Harry stood. Sirius stood. They looked at each other across the table in the vault, and the thing that passed between them wasn't a conclusion, it was a beginning, the particular beginning of something that had been delayed for a decade and was now, impatiently, starting. You need a healer, Harry said. Before anything else. Azkaban, the Dementors, the conditions, I'm aware of my own physical state, thanks. I'm not asking, I'm stating. You need a full diagnostic. Fairweather has a medical magical consultant she works with, I'll set up the appointment. Sirius looked at him with an expression that was rapidly becoming familiar, the combination of surprise and amusement he seemed to produce whenever Harry did something that sounded like a parent. Are you parenting me right now? Someone has to, Harry said. Apparently I'm 11 and precocious, so I might as well lean into it. Sirius laughed. A real one, warm and surprised and with some rough edges still, but real. It filled the vault and bounced off the stone and sounded, Harry imagined, exactly like the laugh that had confused the Aurors into thinking it was guilt. All right, Sirius said. Healer. And then, he looked at the vault, at the letters on the table, at the shelves of books and the tapestry with the moving Quidditch figures, and then I want to start on Grimmauld Place. I want a home. I want a place that doesn't smell like Azkaban or the Leaky Cauldron. He paused. And I want you to have a room in it. Harry looked at him. I have Hogwarts. You have Hogwarts during term. You have summers, and holidays, and potentially more Wisengamot hearings that you'll defer school for because apparently you've decided that's just a thing you do now. He held Harry's gaze. I was supposed to be your guardian. I'm 10 years late. I'm not going to be late about this too. Harry thought about the Dursleys' house, which had a cupboard under the stairs. He thought about the smallest bedroom, which had been an upgrade. He thought about what it meant to have a room in a house where someone wanted you in it. Okay, he said. They found Hermione at the Leaky Cauldron, surrounded by sorted letters, with a cup of cold tea at her elbow and the Wisengamot Charter open beside her and 3 pages of notes that she immediately tried to present to Harry. He introduced her to Sirius first. Sirius looked at the sorted letters. The charter. The cold tea. The notes. He looked at Harry. How long have you known each other? 5 weeks, Harry said. She's sorted your correspondence into categories. She had a system within the first day. Sirius looked at Hermione with the expression of a man recalibrating. Hermione Granger, he said. Are you always like this? Hermione considered this seriously. I've been told I'm a great deal, she said. I've decided to consider that a feature rather than a flaw. Outstanding, Sirius said, and sat down at the table. All right. What are the letters saying? Summarize. The supportive ones are mostly from old family lines who've been waiting for a shift in the political balance and see this as an opening, Hermione said, without preamble, falling into the efficiency of someone who has been preparing to present this information. Augusta Longbottom has written twice. Amelia Bones' deputy sent a procedural update. There's a letter from someone who signs themselves only as NF that refers to information about the house without name that they say is, their word, urgent. Harry looked up. NF. No identification beyond initials. The seal is old, I looked it up in the Wizarding Heraldry Guide. It corresponds to a family called Flammel, but the N doesn't match Nicholas, who is the only living Flammel I can find reference to. Harry and Sirius looked at each other. Nicholas Flammel's wife, Sirius said. Perenelle. He was Nicholas. She was, Perenelle would be P, Hermione said. She had a daughter, Sirius said slowly. By a first marriage, before Nicholas. The daughter died young, there was a story, James mentioned it once, something from a history of magic footnote. But if there was a lineage, then NF is the granddaughter or great-granddaughter, Harry said. And she knows about the house without name. He picked up the letter. Read it. It was 12 lines. Dense, careful, written in ink that smelled faintly of something sharp when Harry held it close, not unpleasant, something chemical and old. The writer said that she had been the keeper of certain documents pertaining to the house without name for 40 years, held in trust for the lord of that house whenever they should appear. She said she knew what the mirror in the Emery's vault was. She said she would meet Harry at a time and place of his choosing, but that it should be soon, because other people were beginning to ask questions about the house without name and not all of them had benign intentions. She signed it, N. Flammel Rosier. She's real, Harry said. And she has something. He looked at Hermione. Can you find an address? Already looking, Hermione said, turning pages in a directory he hadn't seen her produce. Sirius watched the two of them with an expression that was half impressed and half the look of a man who has just sat down at a chessboard and realized the game is already several moves in. How hostile are the hostile letters? Harry asked. 2 are from Dumbledore supporters, politely hostile, legally careful. She didn't look up from the directory. 1 is from someone at the Daily Prophet who wants a comment on a story they're apparently running tomorrow. About what? About whether you're too young and too powerful to be allowed to exercise your lordship rights without ministry oversight. She looked up. They're proposing a guardian of the estate. A ministry-appointed guardian. The table went quiet. Sirius's expression shifted. That's elegant, he said, not admiringly. Ugly, but elegant. If they appoint a ministry guardian for the estate, every decision you make goes through ministry approval. Every Wisengamot vote, every legal action, needs a co-signatory, Harry finished. Which would be whoever Dumbledore influences to take the position. He set down N. Flammel Rosier's letter. Fairweather. I'll contact her, Hermione said. She'll know already. She reads the Prophet before it's printed, she told me she has a source. He thought. The response to the Prophet needs to be careful. We don't refuse engagement, that looks like we're afraid. But we don't give them an interview either, not yet. He looked at the letter in his hand. I want to meet N. Flammel Rosier first. If the house without name is as significant as my mother suggested, I need to understand it before this gets louder. And Hogwarts, Sirius said. You're going in 6 days. Harry had not forgotten Hogwarts. It had been in the back of everything, the place he was going, the next phase, the long conversation with Dumbledore conducted through institutional structure rather than directly. Hogwarts, where Dumbledore was headmaster. Where Snape was the potions professor and head of Slytherin. Where the Philosopher's Stone was apparently being kept under elaborate security on the third-floor corridor, which Harry had noticed mentioned in a brief in the Gringotts documents and had been thinking about since. He'd been thinking about a lot of things since. 6 days, he confirmed. Enough time for the healer. He looked at Sirius with the eyebrow raise that apparently served as his version of non-negotiable. And for you to start on Grimmauld Place. I'll need help with the portrait, Sirius said. My mother's portrait. She's been screaming about blood traitors for 40 years. I'll come with you, Harry said. Sirius looked at him. You don't have to, you just got out of Azkaban. You're going to go to your family's house that you hated and deal with a screaming portrait and a boggart in the writing desk and cursed curtains. Harry met his eyes. Of course I'll come. Sirius looked at him for a long moment. 10 years, he said quietly. 11 years, technically, since you were born. I missed 11 years of watching you become this. He shook his head, not sadly. More like wonder, the particular wonder of finding something you'd thought lost. James would have been infuriating about it. He'd have been so smug. Look at our son, Sirius, isn't he impressive? Yes, I know, I made him. For years. Forever. Until the end of everything. And my mum? Your mum would have cried twice and then organized it. He looked at Hermione. Rather like your friend there. Hermione, who was writing an address down from the directory and had been pretending not to listen, looked up with profound dignity. I don't cry, she said. I problem solve through emotional situations. That's crying, Sirius said, not unkindly. It's efficient, she said firmly, and wrote the address for N. Flammel Rosier down and passed it to Harry. Grimmauld Place was on a Wednesday. They went at noon, just Harry and Sirius, and the house announced itself from half a street away, a dark terrace crammed between two Georgian houses that the muggle-repelling charms had trained their neighbors to simply not notice, the kind of building that existed in the peripheral vision of ordinary people and somehow never moved to the center. Inside it was exactly what Sirius had said. A mausoleum. Dark wood and darker portraits and the smell of a house that had been closed up for too long. The curtains were green velvet and they rippled slightly despite no draft, which Harry filed as the thing to deal with last since it was likely the least immediately dangerous. The portrait was behind a set of curtains on the ground floor. Harry could hear it before they touched the curtains, a low, constant muttering, like a fire that hadn't quite gone out. Ready? Sirius said, with the expression of a man approaching something he doesn't want to approach but is going to do anyway because the alternative is leaving it. Open it, Harry said. Sirius pulled the curtain aside. Walburga Black was everything her house was, dark and ornate and absolutely convinced of her own authority, painted in robes that had clearly cost a great deal and sitting in a chair that might as well have been a throne. She was mid-word when the curtain opened, and the word she landed on, looking at Sirius, was the one Harry had expected. Blood traitor, she began, her painted voice cracking through the hallway like a whip. Abomination, shame of the House of Black, I told your father, I told him. Enough, Harry said. He said it quietly. Not loudly, there was no need for volume when the quality of your attention was sufficient. He looked at the portrait with the specific, absolute focus of someone who has the legal authority of 18 houses behind them and is about to use it. Walburga Black stopped mid-word. She looked at him. At the ring. Something moved through her painted face, old magic, the intelligence of a portrait that was better than most at reading the world outside its frame. You, she said, in a different register. I am the Lord of House Black, Harry said. You are a portrait in my house. You will be civil to my godfather, who is a free man and the blood of your blood, or I will have you taken down, stored in a vault, and visited annually by a first-year student who needs a place to practice silencio. The silence was absolute. Walburga looked at him. Looked at Sirius. Looked at the ring again. She was calculating, even a portrait did that, the magic of the person who'd sat for it carrying forward the essential nature. She was a woman who understood power. She was looking at someone who had it. You are a potter, she said finally. I am many things, Harry said. Lord Black is one of them. Do we have an understanding? Another silence. Sirius, beside Harry, had stopped breathing. Sirius, Walburga said, in a voice that was still like a struck stone but contained, buried under the stone, something else, the ghost of the woman who had, at some point, been a mother. You look thin. Sirius's exhale was the quietest possible version of a laugh. I've had a difficult decade, Mother. She looked at him for a long moment. Sit straight, she said, which was not an apology and was the closest she was apparently capable of to one. She didn't scream for the rest of the afternoon. Harry and Sirius worked through the house systematically, Sirius in front and Harry at his shoulder, learning as they went, Sirius explaining which surfaces were hexed and which were just dirty, which portraits could be reasoned with and which needed a firm approach, what the boggart in the writing desk preferred to be and how to manage it. It was work, physical, careful, occasionally disgusting work, and it was also something else. Something Harry didn't have a word for until late in the afternoon, when they were sitting on the floor of the kitchen eating sandwiches they'd conjured with varying degrees of success, and it came to him. Normal. It was almost normal. Not the normal of Privet Drive, the normal of something chosen, something shared, the ordinary intimacy of two people making a difficult place livable because it belonged to them and they wanted it to. This room's all right, Sirius said, looking around the kitchen. The kitchen's always the one that survives. Too much practical magic used in a kitchen, it burns off the dark stuff eventually. How long before the rest of it is sorted? 2 weeks, maybe 3. Less if I get help. He paused. I was thinking of writing to Remus. Harry looked at him. Lupin. He was the third, the wolf. He was a werewolf, yes. He is a werewolf. He was also one of the best men I've ever known and I haven't spoken to him in 11 years because we both thought the other one was, it doesn't matter what we thought. I was wrong. He was wrong. I'd like to fix it. He looked at Harry. Is that all right? I know he was, he's not involved in any of this, he doesn't know any of it, Sirius. Harry looked at his godfather. He was your friend. Write to him. Sirius nodded. Then, after a moment, your father, Remus, and I, we never thought of Hogwarts as a school, exactly. We thought of it as our home. Your father especially. He looked at the ceiling of the kitchen, where someone had once painted a mural of a night sky that was still faintly visible under the grime. He'd want you to love it. Not to see it as Dumbledore's institution. To love it the way he did. Harry thought about September 10th. About the train, which he'd catch from King's Cross, which he'd been reading about, the platform, the engine, the castle described in letters and books and his mother's journals and Hagrid's enormous enthusiasm. He thought about it with something that was different from the dread he'd half expected to feel, now that Hogwarts was also Dumbledore's home ground. He was looking forward to it. Genuinely. The castle and the magic and the classes and the library especially, and Hermione, who would be there, and whatever else came next. I'll love it, Harry said. Separately from Dumbledore. It's possible to do both. Yes, Sirius said, with the warmth of someone hearing a true thing confirmed. Yes, exactly. They sat in the kitchen until the sun went down, and Sirius told stories, not the important ones, the small ones, the ordinary brilliant ones, about James Potter eating breakfast voraciously and running through the grounds at night and becoming a stag because he wanted to, because he could, because his friend needed him to. About Lily arguing with a professor about potion theory and winning, about her laughing, about her reading at the table while James stole bites off her plate and got away with it for years. Harry sat and listened, and the vault cedar box was in his bag, and his mother's letters were folded against his heart alongside his father's, and outside the windows of Grimmauld Place, London moved and breathed and existed in its ordinary, oblivious way. He was going to Hogwarts in 6 days. He was the lord of 18 houses. His godfather was free. His parents, he would never stop missing them. He understood that now. It wasn't something that resolved, it was something you carried and learned to carry well, had written to him. Had known he would need the words. Had sent them ahead like a Patronus through the dark, carrying light. He was going to be all right. He was going to be considerably more than all right. Chapter 5, The Serpent's Tongue. The Hogwarts Express left King's Cross at 11 o'clock on a Thursday morning, 9 days into September, and Harry was on it. Sirius had seen him off. He'd stood on the platform in new robes that fit properly, looking healthier than he had a week ago. The healer had done what she could, which was considerable, and the week at Grimmauld Place had done the rest, the work and the food and the sleeping in a real bed, and he'd gripped Harry's shoulder at the barrier and said, "Write to me. Not when you remember to. Every week." "Every week," Harry confirmed. "And if Snape gives you trouble, I'll handle it." "I was going to say tell me and I'll write him a letter that will make him deeply uncomfortable, but yes, handle it first." Sirius looked at him. The platform was loud around them, families and trunks and owls and first years with the specific expression of people about to do something enormous. "Your father loved this train. He said the compartment was the last place on Earth where everything felt possible before it had to be real." Harry picked up his trunk. "I'll tell you what I think of it." "You'd better." Sirius stepped back. He was trying not to do something obvious with his face and mostly succeeding. "Go on then, Lord of 18. Go to school." Harry went. Hermione was already on the train, halfway down the second carriage, in a compartment she'd clearly staked out early and filled with an assortment of books, and her cat, Crookshanks, who was orange and flat-faced and regarded Harry with the confident assessment of an animal who makes his own decisions about people. The cat looked at Harry, then looked away, which Hermione said was a compliment. "He ignored the Weasley boy completely," she said. "Ronald. We met on the platform. He seems nice, but he kept trying to make Crookshanks move and Crookshanks wasn't interested." "Where is he?" "Further down. He has 5 brothers, all Hogwarts alumni. He told me approximately everything about all of them in 4 minutes, which was impressive in its own way." She had a book open on her lap but wasn't reading it, which meant she was thinking. "How was the last week?" "Grimmauld Place is nearly habitable." "Sirius is." Harry thought about it. "Better. Getting better." He wrote to Lupin. He sat across from her and looked out the window as the train began to move, London pulling back around them and giving way to suburbs and then fields. "What are people saying?" "At the station." "About you?" She turned a page she hadn't been reading. "Everyone knows. All the first years. Their parents told them, or they read it in the Prophet. There was a 7th piece." She paused. "Skeeter's running out of new information, so she started speculating, which is worse. She ran a comparison of your claimed houses against the Wisengamot's current political composition. And if you exercise all 17 votes, you shift the majority by 9 seats. Dumbledore's coalition loses its reliable supermajority for the first time in 20 years. She looked up. Several prominent families are apparently rearranging their positions. Malfoy's name keeps appearing in that context. Harry thought about Malfoy's letter. The elegant, careful trap of it. Malfoy's positioning for whichever side wins. Obviously. She closed the book. "What's the plan for today?" "For school." Harry looked at the fields going past, green and fast. "Hogwarts is Hogwarts," he said. "It's not Dumbledore's. I'm going to learn magic and make the most of it. The politics don't stop, but they don't consume everything either." He paused. "What house do you think you'll be in?" She almost rolled her eyes. "You already said Gryffindor." "I said both." Gryffindor and Ravenclaw are different houses. You can want both things, Harry said. The bravery and the books. They're not actually opposed. She was quiet for a moment, looking at her book. I've been told I'm bossy, she said. Too intense. That I put people off. She said it factually, in the voice of someone who has absorbed enough criticism to be tired of it but not broken by it. At my primary school. Constantly. You're not bossy, Harry said. You're decisive, which some people find uncomfortable because it shows them their own indecision. He looked at her. You organized my correspondence in 6 categories within 24 hours of meeting me. That's not bossy. That's extremely useful. She looked at him for a moment. You're going to be in Gryffindor, she said. Almost certainly. And you're going to be difficult. For the power structures. I'm going to be myself, Harry said. Which will probably feel difficult to the power structures, yes. She smiled. It was a real one, not the suppressed version, quick and bright and gone again almost immediately into dignity. But it had been there. The castle appeared at dusk, rising from the lake as the boats carried the first years across the still water, and Harry looked at it the way his father had stood in the Quidditch pitch, entirely, without reservation. The towers against the darkening sky. The lights in the windows. The reflection breaking and reforming on the water with each stroke of the oars. It was large and old and full of magic, and Harry wanted to know every room of it. Hagrid was at the boats. He spotted Harry and his face broke open into the enormous, uncomplicated joy of a man who is glad to see someone he likes, and Harry felt that warmth land and stayed with it for a moment before they were swept along in the movement of 41st years being herded toward the entrance. Professor McGonagall met them inside. She was exactly what her letters had suggested, sharp and certain, with a quality of absolute professional reliability that Harry respected immediately. She looked at Harry when they filed in, a look that assessed and catalogued and arrived at a conclusion in approximately 2 seconds, and then she moved on to instructing the group, which was its own statement. In the antechamber, waiting to be sorted, the other first years did the thing Harry had expected, looked at his scar, whispered to each other, looked again. He stood among them and waited it out with the patience of someone used to being looked at for the wrong reasons, and when a boy with a round face and an expression of genuine anxiety found himself standing next to Harry and introduced himself as Neville Longbottom, Harry shook his hand and asked what subject he was most looking forward to. Neville blinked. Herbology, he said, sounding surprised to be asked. I'm better with plants than most magic. People keep saying I'm not very talented, but I know plants. He squared his jaw slightly, a small defiant move. I know them really well. That's a serious skill, Harry said, and meant it. Herbology feeds into potions, which feeds into half of practical magic. Anyone who says it's not real magic doesn't know what they're talking about. Neville looked at him. My gran says, your grandmother, Harry said, wrote me a very authoritative letter 3 weeks ago. She strikes me as someone who respects competence over performance. Show her the plants. Neville absorbed that. He stood slightly differently after that, not transformed, just adjusted, the way a person adjusts when someone has confirmed something they suspected about themselves. The sorting was in the great hall, which was full of candles and sky and the 4 house tables and the staff table at the front, and Harry looked at the staff table as he filed in with the others and found what he was looking for. Dumbledore, center, in deep purple, his face arranged in benevolent welcome. And beside him, not directly, several seats down, a man with a hooked nose and curtains of black hair and eyes that moved across the entering first years with the careful attention of someone doing calculations. Snape. Their eyes met, briefly, and what Harry saw there wasn't the cartoon of a villain, it was more complicated than that. Snape looked at Harry with an expression that was half hostility and half something Harry couldn't name yet, a specific, personal intensity that went beyond professional disdain. He filed it. Snape was a problem to be understood before he could be managed, and Harry had learned enough in the last month to know that unexamined problems stayed problems. He sat in the sorting hat and the hat went quiet for a moment before it spoke, internally, a voice that felt like it was coming from inside his own skull. Interesting, it said. Very interesting. I haven't had anything like this since, well, since before my memory of such things. Hello, Harry thought back. 18 houses. I can feel the ring, you know. The magic of it, the old lines. Gryffindor. Slytherin. Peveril. That one especially. Do you know what Peveril means, in the oldest magical sense? Not yet, Harry said honestly. You will. The hat seemed to turn something over. You could go anywhere. Genuinely. Every house has a claim. Gryffindor for the nerve, Ravenclaw for the mind, Hufflepuff for the loyalty, Slytherin for the ambition, and you have all four, clearly and strongly. This is unusual. Where do I belong? Where do you think? Harry thought about his father, who was a stag and ran at night because his friend needed him. About his mother, who had stood in a bookshop and named a wand that would outlast her. About Sirius, who held on to one true thing for 10 years in the dark. About Hermione, who walked into a legal crisis she hadn't caused and said how can I help without hesitating. About Neville, squaring his jaw over his plants. Gryffindor, Harry thought. Yes, the hat agreed, and then aloud, Gryffindor. The table erupted. Harry walked toward it and sat, and the applause had a particular quality, louder than the other sortings, with an undertone of excitement that was different from the ordinary welcome. He noted it and moved past it. He was here for the magic, not the attention. Hermione was sorted Gryffindor 2 names later. She sat beside him with the flushed composure of someone trying not to show how pleased they are and doing it imperfectly in the best possible way. Neville was Gryffindor. He looked relieved and then, immediately after, determined, as if he'd decided to treat it as a statement of intent. The feast that followed was extraordinary, not just the food, which was absurdly good, but the room itself, the magic of it, the feeling of being in a place where the magic was structural, built in, the way gravity is built in. Harry ate and listened and asked questions of the older students nearest him, and by the end of the evening had a reasonable working map of the castle's social landscape. He was also, within 40 minutes, the subject of an incident. It started with Draco Malfoy. Harry had noticed him on the train, a pale, pointed boy with his father's coloring and his father's instinct for entering a room as though he owned it, which in Draco's case was performed rather than inhabited, the difference between wearing a coat and being in one's own skin. He'd passed the compartment twice and looked in both times, the second time with a more deliberate assessment, and Harry had met his eyes and waited. Draco had moved on. He'd been sorted Slytherin, which surprised nobody. What happened at the feast was quieter than a confrontation and more informative. Draco, seated at the Slytherin table, had sent a note across the hall, not by owl, by a folded paper charm that landed beside Harry's plate with the precision of someone who'd practiced it. Harry unfolded it. We should talk. Harry considered this for a moment. Then he wrote on the back, agreed. Find me tomorrow morning before breakfast. He folded it and sent it back, and Draco received it and read it and his expression went through surprise into something more careful, which told Harry that Draco had expected either acceptance or rejection and had not prepared for efficiency. The older Gryffindors noticed the exchange. Percy Weasley, a prefect, cleared his throat diplomatically. One of the twins, Fred or George, Harry hadn't distinguished yet, leaned over from his end of the table and said, conversationally, you just had a diplomatic exchange with a Malfoy. I did, Harry said. In first year, the other twin said. On the first night. Is there a better time to start? They looked at each other with the specific language of twins, and then back at Harry, and something shifted in their expressions, from amusement into something more interested. We're Fred, said one. And George, said the other. We've been looking for someone to make the next few years more interesting. I suspect they'll be interesting regardless, Harry said. But glad to have you along. Hermione leaned in. Did you just recruit the Weasley twins to your cause? I didn't recruit anyone. I was friendly. Those are the same thing when you do it, she said. After the feast, McGonagall caught him in the corridor before he reached the portrait hole. Lord Potter, she said, which was the first time anyone at Hogwarts had used the title, and she used it with the precise calibration of someone who has decided to use it deliberately. She gestured toward a classroom doorway, and Harry followed. She closed the door and looked at him with those sharp eyes, and he looked back with the patience he was developing for these conversations, the ones where an adult needed a moment to adjust their approach. I have taught for 30 years, she said. I taught your parents. I have high expectations of you academically, and from what I understand of the last month, you will meet them. She paused. I also want to be clear that Hogwarts, whatever else it represents to anyone, is an academic institution, and while you are within its walls you are a student first. The Wizengamot matters. Your lordship matters. And school matters. I trust you understand that. Yes, Professor, Harry said. She studied him. How are you finding things? After everything. It was the first time anyone in an official position had asked him that directly. Not what are you planning or how are you managing the politics but just, how are you? Harry considered the question honestly. Busy, he said. A lot to think about. But better than I was in June. He paused. This is better. Being here. Something in her face shifted, not dramatically, but in the way that reveals how tightly a person has been holding something. Your mother was my student, she said quietly. One of the finest I've had. She trusted the right people and the wrong people with the same instinct, which was sometimes a strength and sometimes not. She looked at him. Be careful. Not afraid. Careful. My mother told me the same thing, Harry said. In a letter. McGonagall absorbed that. The quiet around them was the thick stone quiet of a very old castle at night. Good, she said. She was right. She moved toward the door. Breakfast is at 7:30. Your timetable will be on the table in the morning. I've put you in advanced charms as well as the standard track, your application essay suggested you were ready for it. Thank you, Professor. She paused with her hand on the door. And Lord Potter? She didn't quite smile, but her eyes did something adjacent to it. I'm glad you're here. Your lateness was thoroughly inconvenient, but I'm glad. She left. Harry stood in the empty classroom for a moment, in the castle that was Gryffindor's and his, and felt something settle that had been slightly loose all day. Then he went to find the portrait hole and his dormitory. Draco Malfoy was in the entrance hall at 7 the next morning, which was before anyone else in Gryffindor except Harry had appeared to be functional. He was alone, which was interesting. He'd come without his attendants, the two large boys, Crabbe and Goyle, who had been trailing him at the feast. He stood near the foot of the staircase with his hands behind his back and an expression that was the carefully constructed neutral of someone who has been taught since birth how to present themselves and is doing it consciously because the situation calls for it. Harry walked down the stairs and stopped in front of him. They looked at each other for a moment. You're not what I expected, Draco said. Not as an insult. As an observation, spoken with the candor of someone who has decided that a particular conversation requires honesty to be worth having. What did you expect? Someone manageable. He said it without apology. My father's letters suggested, someone grieving, isolated, overwhelmed by their inheritance. Someone who could be guided. He looked at the ring on Harry's hand. You're not that. No, Harry agreed. Draco looked at him with those pale eyes, calculating. My father wants an alliance. He was going to offer it from a position of senior partner, House Malfoy guiding the new Lord Potter through the Wizengamot's politics. He paused. That position doesn't exist anymore. No, Harry said again. It doesn't. So. Draco's chin came up slightly, the move of someone making a decision they're going to commit to. I'm not my father's message. I came because I wanted to understand what you actually are, separate from the politics. He looked at Harry directly. You claimed Slytherin. Among others. The Slytherin students, my house, they're unsettled by it. The Lord of Slytherin is a political position that's been empty or in dispute since, he paused, choosing his word, since the Dark Lord's disappearance. You hold it now. That has implications for the house. Harry looked at him steadily. He'd thought about this. I'm not interested in using Slytherin's position to dominate or diminish its students, he said. I'm not going to dictate how your house runs or who you are. But I won't pretend I don't hold the lordship. I do. And if anyone in Slytherin decides to make that a confrontation, I'll respond accordingly. Draco processed that. Fairly stated, he said, after a moment. Directly stated. Is there anything else? Yes. Draco looked slightly uncomfortable, which was interesting because he was clearly a person who didn't feel comfortable feeling uncomfortable. You hold House Nott and House Selwyn as well. Theodore Nott's father and the Selwyns are, they're deeply invested in the Dark Lord's return. If those families know you hold those house seats, they already know, Harry said. It was published. They'll make moves. I expect that. He paused. Is Theodore not a concern of yours personally? Draco's expression flickered. Theo is, we grew up together. He's not like his father. He's not like any of them, really. He just doesn't have anywhere else to be. He said it with the brevity of someone who has thought about something a long time and condensed it to its essential. I thought you should know. Harry looked at the Slytherin boy standing in the empty entrance hall, delivering information about his own social circle to a Gryffindor at 7 in the morning, motivated by, what? Not politics. Not advantage. Something more sideways than that. Loyalty, maybe. The kind that doesn't know what to do with itself. I appreciate the information, Harry said. And the honesty. Draco nodded. He turned to go, and then stopped. One more thing. He turned back. You were raised by Muggles. You don't know how the old families actually operate. They'll use that, the gaps in your knowledge. They'll try to catch you in protocols you don't know. He paused. I know every protocol. Every nuance of Wizengamot procedure, every social code, every unwritten rule that's been accumulating since the Statute of Secrecy. He held Harry's gaze. I'm not offering allegiance. I'm not offering to be managed. I'm offering to be, occasionally, specifically, useful. In exchange for the same. Harry looked at him for a long moment. He thought about Lucius Malfoy's letter, elegant and careful and entirely self-interested, and he thought about this boy standing in front of him, separate from his father's calculation, offering something much more honest precisely because it was openly transactional. Occasionally and specifically, Harry said. Yes. Draco nodded once, turned, and went toward the great hall for breakfast without looking back. Harry watched him go and thought, complicated, but genuine. Which was more than he'd expected. The classes were extraordinary. Not uniformly, Snape's first potions lesson was a masterclass in controlled hostility, the man clearly having decided that Harry Potter was James Potter's son and that James Potter's son was a problem requiring systematic diminishment. He asked questions designed to catch Harry out, standing over his cauldron with the black gaze of someone who had rehearsed this. Harry answered every question correctly. Not because he'd prepared specifically for this, he prepared because preparation was how he operated, but because he'd read the textbook and 3 supplementary potions texts and Lily's journal, which contained, in its spell notation section, several detailed observations about potion theory that were frankly ahead of the published curriculum. When Snape asked about the properties of asphodel and wormwood, Harry answered and added a note about synergistic reactions at temperature variation that he'd read in his mother's notes. Snape went very still. Where did you read that? He said, and the quality of his voice had changed. Not softened, shifted. Like a lens adjusting. My mother's journals, Harry said. She had a section on advanced potion theory. The observation about wormwood at temperature variation, she'd marked it as unpublished. I don't know if she ever submitted it. The silence in the potions dungeon was the particular silence of 40 students holding their breath. Snape looked at him for a long moment. Something moved behind his eyes, quick and complicated and swiftly suppressed. Continue with your work, he said, and moved away, and his attention for the rest of the lesson distributed itself across the whole class rather than landing specifically on Harry, which was not warmth but was a different kind of thing. Hermione leaned over. That was remarkable, she whispered. Mum's notes, Harry said. She knew what she was doing. She's been helping you from beyond the grave with your homework, Hermione said, with genuine admiration. That's extraordinary maternal foresight. Charms was the opposite of potions. Professor Flitwick taught with the enthusiasm of a person who had never entirely recovered from finding magic wonderful, and he was so delighted when Harry's Wingardium Leviosa lifted the feather smoothly on the first try that he nearly fell off his chair. Harry liked him immediately. There was nothing performed in Flitwick's joy. He simply loved the subject and the teaching of it, and Harry thought that was possibly the best version of a teacher. Transfiguration was McGonagall, who was exact and demanding in fair and equal measure, and who turned a desk into a pig and back again at the start of class and watched the room with the cool assessment of someone separating the students who were awed from the students who were also thinking about the mechanism. Harry was in the second category, and she caught his eye and gave him the smallest nod, which was its own form of communication. Flying class was in the third week, but Harry had already been on a broom. He'd borrowed one from the school supply in an early morning session, with Madame Hooch's slightly surprised permission, and discovered what his father had apparently discovered at 11 years old, that being on a broom was the specific, unrepeatable sensation of being exactly where you were meant to be. The air was different up there. He could think clearly and not think at the same time, and the speed was its own kind of peace. Between classes, he was writing letters. To Sirius, weekly, as promised. To Fairweather, who was managing 3 separate ongoing cases on his behalf. To Ironclaw, who sent weekly financial updates in a cipher they'd developed. To N. Flammel Rosier, who had responded to his letter with a date, the last Saturday of September, at a location I will provide closer to the date. And to Amelia Bones, who had sent a note about Peter Pettigrew. The investigation was open, the Aurors assigned, the evidence Harry had provided from Lily's journals was being treated seriously, and Pettigrew's last known affiliations were being traced. He slept well, which surprised him. He'd expected the castle to be loud in his head at night, all of it too large to rest in. Instead, the thick stone walls and the sound of the lake and the old magic in the structure of the place made the dormitory one of the quietest places he'd slept in years. The Slytherin confrontation came on a Thursday, 2.5 weeks in, and it arrived not as a loud thing but as a quiet one. Harry was in the library after dinner, working on a transfiguration essay, when he became aware that someone had sat down across from him at the table. He looked up. Theodore Nott was thin and dark-eyed and had the specific quality of a person who has spent a long time observing other people and very little time being observed himself. He sat without the performance that Draco wore, without the social machinery, just sat, with a book of his own, and looked at Harry with an openness that was striking because it was clearly rare for this person. Draco said you were worth talking to directly, Nott said. Harry closed his essay. Did he? He said you know about my father. Not a question. I know House Nott is in my lordship holdings, Harry said carefully. I know your father is invested in Voldemort's return. I know those things without prejudging you. He paused. Is there something you want to say? Nott looked at his book. He was quiet for a moment, and the library was full of the soft sounds of pages and distant whispers and the general hum of a room full of knowledge. My father received a letter last week, he said. About you. About your claim of House Nott specifically. He paused. He was, the word I would use is incensed. He considers the claim illegitimate. He's contacted 3 other families. They're planning a formal challenge to the Gringotts registry. He looked up. I'm telling you this because Draco said you handled information straight, and because I'm tired of being my father's incidental fixture in a war I didn't start. Harry looked at him. Why tell me? This could get back to your father. Because I'm in Slytherin, not said, and everyone assumes that means I've chosen a side. I haven't. I was sorted by the hat, not my politics. He paused. The house values self-preservation. Telling you this, that's self-preservation. I'm not going to be on the wrong side of history because my father decided I would be. Harry considered him carefully. The challenge to the registry, do you know which families? Not, Selwyn, Avery, and Rowell. He paused. They'll go through the ministry. Formal submission to the registry disputes office. Harry nodded. He already knew that office was run by someone Dumbledore had influence over, which meant this challenge might have more official backing than it appeared. He filed it for Fairweather. Thank you, he said. Genuinely. Not stood. He picked up his book. I don't want anything from you, he said. I'm not asking for protection or alliance or, noted, Harry said. The same offer stands that I made Malfoy. Occasional and specific. If you ever need it. Nott looked at him for a moment, something shifting behind those dark eyes. Then he left. Harry picked up his quill and added a line to the letter he was writing to Fairweather. Then he went back to his transfiguration essay. The defense against the dark arts classroom smelled of garlic, which Harry had noticed on day 1 and filed away, and Professor Quirrell was a mild, stuttering man who wore a purple turban and seemed perpetually anxious and taught exactly the kind of defense class you'd expect from someone perpetually anxious, shallow, overcautious, more concerned with procedure than with understanding. Harry paid attention anyway. Not to Quirrell specifically, to the turban. To the smell. To the headaches that had started on the first day of class and arrived whenever he was in the room, a specific pressure behind his scar that pulsed in time with Quirrell's nervous movements at the front of the room. He didn't mention the headaches. He thought about them, and read, and kept thinking. By the end of September he had a working theory that he kept in the back of his mind like a problem set aside for later, because he didn't have enough information yet to do more than note it, and acting on insufficient information was something he'd promised himself against after the Pettigrew situation taught him what patience produced. But the turban. The smell. The pain in his scar, which was a magical scar on his body through which something enormous had once passed and presumably left a mark in more than one direction. He kept paying attention. The owl from Sirius arrived on a Thursday morning, tucked inside the usual weekly letter. The usual letter was warm and funny and full of Grimmauld Place updates. Remus Lupin had come, apparently, and the two of them were working through the house together, and Sirius wrote about it with the slightly overwhelmed warmth of a man whose friendships have been returned to him and who is handling it badly in the best possible way. The tucked-in note was different. Fairweather flagged something. The registry challenge from Nott and the others. It's been picked up by a ministry official named Fudge, Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic. He's announced he's forming a commission to review the extraordinary circumstances of the multi-house lordship claim. The commission has 9 members. 7 of them have publicly aligned with Dumbledore on previous votes. Don't panic. Fairweather's already writing. Ironclaw's already writing. I'm writing. But you should know. Also, Remus says hello, and that you have your mother's way of getting things done, which he means as the highest compliment. Weekly Owl. You promised. Padfoot Harry read the note at the breakfast table with his morning tea going cold beside him. Hermione read it over his shoulder. She'd given up on pretending not to do this about a week in. A ministry commission, she said. They're going to slow everything down. They're going to try, Harry said. A 9-person commission with 7 Dumbledore-aligned members can issue a provisional suspension of the lordship exercise rights while the review is pending. She had already been to the library at 6 that morning, apparently, because she produced a folded set of notes. Under the Governance of Extraordinary Holdings Act 1883, which is what they'll cite. It's an old law, almost never used. It was designed to prevent hostile takeovers of family estates, but the language is broad enough to be misapplied. Harry read her notes. They were precise and thorough and confirmed what she'd said. He set them down. Countermeasure. File for a Wisengamot emergency session. If you call a session in your capacity as Lord of multiple chartered houses, the Commission's provisional suspension is stayed pending the session outcome. She paused. You'd need to do it within 48 hours of the Commission announcement. How long ago did they announce it? She checked her watch. 31 hours. Harry picked up a quill. He wrote to Fairweather, to Ironclaw, and to Amelia Bones, each letter 7 lines and precise, and sent all 3 by separate owls from the Ollery before 8 o'clock. Then he came back to the great hall and finished his breakfast. You're very calm, Neville said from 2 seats down, having watched the owl sending with wide eyes. This is what they're going to keep doing, Harry said. Finding mechanisms to slow it down. We block the mechanisms and keep moving. He looked at Neville. How's the herbology going? Neville, who had clearly been braced for something larger, blinked. Good. Really good, actually. Professor Sprout said my mandrake seedlings are the best in the class. I told you, Harry said. Real skill. Neville smiled. It was a small, genuine, somewhat wondering smile, the smile of a person beginning to understand that someone actually means it when they say something encouraging. Your chess is good, Neville offered. Ron said he watched you play in the common room. He said you play like you're 3 moves ahead. Usually 4, Harry said. Hermione made a sound that was technically not a laugh. 5, she said. You told me you think 5 ahead when the board's complicated. 5 then, Harry agreed. From across the table, Fred Weasley looked at his brother. 4 to 5 moves ahead, he said. In chess, George agreed. And also apparently in ministry politics. At 11. We're having the most interesting year, Fred said. Deeply agree, George said. Harry looked at the table full of people eating breakfast, Neville and Hermione and Fred and George and the other Gryffindors moving through their morning, and thought, yes. This too. Not just the politics and the lordship and the commission and the mirror he hadn't looked into yet. This too, the breakfast table and the laughter and the ordinary, irreplaceable business of people who were beginning to be, in their specific and various ways, his people. He ate his toast. He had a charms class at 9 and a letter from N. Flammel Rosier arriving tomorrow with the location for their meeting, and in the defense classroom upstairs something was wearing a purple turban and trying not to be noticed and failing, specifically, to hide from Harry. He was, he thought, beginning to understand the shape of the year. It was going to be a great deal more than anyone had planned for. Chapter 6, The Architect's Hand N. Flammel Rosier lived in a cottage outside Hogsmeade that existed in that particular way of very old magical dwellings, present to those who knew to look, invisible to those who didn't, the garden gate opening onto a path that wound through hedgerows thick with something that hummed against Harry's wan hand as he walked through. Hermione was beside him. He'd told her about the meeting and she'd said nothing for 3 seconds and then produced a dossier on the Flammel family's magical lineage that she'd compiled over the preceding week, which was all the answer he'd needed. Sirius had arranged the permissions with McGonagall, a Saturday visit to Hogsmeade for research purposes, co-signed by Fairweather's office as pertaining to active legal proceedings. McGonagall had looked at the paperwork and then at Harry and said, back by 6, in the tone of someone who knows exactly what they're dealing with and has decided to be professionally pragmatic about it. The cottage door opened before they knocked. The woman standing in it was somewhere between 50 and 500 years old, which was the specific quality certain witches achieved when they'd been alive long enough to stop being interesting about it. Her hair was silver white and gathered loosely, and her eyes were the particular clear amber of old honey, and she looked at Harry with the recognition of someone seeing a thing they'd been expecting for a very long time. Lord Potter, she said. I'm Nicolette. Come in. The cottage was warm and smelled of something herbal and old, and every surface was covered in the organized density of a person who works constantly, books stacked with purpose, notes in 3 languages pinned to boards, a workbench that was clearly not for cooking. She led them to a sitting room where tea appeared in the way of a person who had done this often enough to automate it, and she sat across from them and looked at Harry with those clear amber eyes and didn't waste time. You found the vault, she said. You found the mirror. I found it. I haven't looked into it yet. She nodded slowly, as if this were the correct answer. Your mother wrote to me, she said. In 1981. She found me through the Flamel connection. She'd traced her own bloodline back far enough to find the intersection, which took her 2 years, and she wrote to me 3 months before she died. Harry sat very still. She knew about you. She knew about the house without name. She understood what it meant more clearly than anyone since its founding had understood it, and she'd done it in 2 years of private research while fighting a war and raising an infant. Nicolette looked at him with something that was grief and admiration in equal measure. She was extraordinary, your mother. What is the house without name? Harry asked. Nicolette stood and went to the workbench, moving with the economy of someone who knows exactly where everything is without looking. She returned with a folder of documents, old, thick, bound with the Gringotts archival ribbon that Harry recognized from the vault. I've been keeping these for 40 years, she said. Since my grandmother left them to me. She got them from her mother, who was the last person to speak directly with the house's founder. She laid the documents on the table between them. Hermione leaned forward, reading. Harry waited. The house without name, Nicolette said, is the line of Emery's. Not as a separate thing from it, as its public face. Emery's is the bloodline. The house without name is the institution. The magical framework that holds together the oldest magical compact in Britain. She paused. Every other house you hold, Lord Potter, Merlin, Peveril, the founders 4, they descend from this one. Not from Emery's himself, but from the compact he established. The agreement between magical bloodlines that predates Hogwarts by 3 centuries. The agreement about what? Harry said. About power, Nicolette said simply. About who holds it, how it's used, and who it answers to when it's misused. She looked at him. The lord of the house without name is, in the oldest magical law, the arbiter. The one who stands above the political factions and speaks to the magical structure itself. Not above the law, within it. The deepest layer of it. She paused. The position has been empty since 1499. The bloodline went dark, as your mother traced it, and no one looked for it because no one knew to look. Harry was quiet for a moment. He looked at the documents on the table. He thought about his mother's letter. Emery's is not simply an old name. It is the oldest name. He thought about the mirror in the vault, standing free, reflecting nothing, waiting. The mirror, he said. What is it? It shows you what you're carrying, Nicolette said. Not your desires, your inheritance. The full weight of it. Every lord of the house without name, before assuming the arbiter's position, looked into the mirror and understood. She paused. Your mother's letter to me said she believed the position would fall to you. She asked me to keep the documents safe until you claimed them. She held his gaze. She said, he'll be ready when he doesn't hesitate at the door. Harry thought about standing outside the Emery's vault. He hadn't hesitated. He'd gone in and seen the mirror and felt it waiting and come back, because the time wasn't right, not because he was afraid. The Ministry Commission, Hermione said quietly. She'd been reading the documents while they talked, her eyes moving fast. The Governance of Extraordinary Holdings Act 1883. Nicolette, if the house without names compact predates the ministry, does that mean the ministry doesn't have jurisdiction over it? Nicolette looked at Hermione with those amber eyes. Your friend is quick, she said to Harry. She's the best mind I know, Harry said simply. Hermione looked up from the documents with the flush of someone not accustomed to that kind of directness and managing it imperfectly. She kept reading. The Ministry's jurisdiction over magical estates is derived from the Statute of Secrecy Framework, established in 1692, Nicolette said. The compact predates that framework by approximately 250 years. Whether the Commission can reach it is a question of legal precedent that has never been tested because no one has known the house without name existed in the last 4 centuries. She paused. Until now. Can we use that? Harry asked. Fairweather would need to argue it, Nicolette said. But yes. If the compact is genuine, and these documents are genuine, I staked my professional reputation on them 40 years ago and nothing has changed my view, then the house without name operates outside the Ministry's purview in matters of inheritance and lordship exercise. Harry looked at the documents. At his mother's work, mapped through someone else's records, Lily's fingerprints on everything, the thread of her reasoning visible in the way the pieces fit together. She'd found this 2 years before she died and pointed it at him like an arrow. I need certified copies, he said. For Fairweather. I've already made them, Nicolette said, and produced a second folder that had clearly been sitting ready on the workbench for exactly this moment. Your mother asked me to have them ready. Harry took the folder. What happens to you, he said carefully, when this becomes public? If there are people who don't want the Arbiter's position to be activated, I'm 104 years old, Nicolette said pleasantly. My grandmother was 161 when she died, and she died after winning an argument. I am not particularly concerned about people who don't want inconvenient things to be true. She looked at him steadily. What concerns me is whether the person claiming the position is ready to hold it. The power of the Arbiter isn't political, Lord Potter. It isn't Wisengamot votes or legal filings or financial holdings. It's something older. Something that speaks to the magic itself. When you look in that mirror, and you should, soon, you'll begin to understand what it is. When? Harry said. She looked at him for a long moment. In your own time. But before the solstice. She paused, and for the first time something moved in her expression that was close to worry, there are signs. The Dark Lord's return is not the distant threat it was 5 years ago. Someone in your school is carrying something that should not be there, and the magic of the compact responds to that kind of wrongness. She paused. You felt it. The defense classroom, Harry said. She nodded once. The compact was designed for exactly that. Not to respond to darkness in the abstract, but to be felt by its holder when darkness is in proximity. She looked at him. Your scar is part of that, I think. Not only what was done to you by Voldemort. What the magic of the oldest line recognized in that moment, and how it responded. Harry sat with that. He thought about the night his parents died, which he had no memory of, but which he'd thought about in the way you think about a thing that shaped you before you were conscious of being shaped. A baby. A spell that should have killed him. His mother's sacrifice, which every account described as the mechanism of his survival, and which Harry had always understood incompletely because nobody who wrote about it seemed to understand it completely either. The oldest magic, sacrificing itself. Recognizing something. I'll go to the mirror, he said. After the commission issue is resolved. I want to deal with one thing at a time. That's wise, Nicolette said. Though the commission and what's in your defense classroom may not stay separate for much longer. The emergency Wisengamot session convened the following Wednesday. Harry wasn't at Hogwarts for it. Fairweather had filed for his attendance in his capacity as petitioning lord, and McGonagall had released him with a one-day absence that she recorded as academic research related to hereditary magical law, which was probably the most creative use of that category the school register had ever seen. The session chamber was full again. Third time Harry had been here, it was getting familiar the way a battlefield becomes familiar, not comfortable exactly but legible, the positions and sightlines making sense. He walked in beside Fairweather and something had shifted since the first session. The room felt it. The members who had been uncertain before had made up their minds, some toward him, some against, but the ones against were seated more tightly together now, which meant they'd talked, which meant they'd prepared, which meant this was going to be a harder room than the previous ones. Lucius Malfoy was in the front row again. Their eyes met and Malfoy gave him the smallest possible nod, not allegiance, not even warmth, but acknowledgement. The nod of a man who has chosen a position and is letting the relevant party know. Cornelius Fudge was present. Minister for Magic, a round-faced, florid man in a lime-green bowler hat that he'd clearly chosen to project approachability and had instead made himself look like a topiary. He had the specific anxiety of a politician who has overcommit to a position and is beginning to realize it, which Harry observed from across the chamber and filed as useful. Dumbledore opened the session. He was impeccable, generous, precise, legally thorough, the complete picture of a man conducting proceedings fairly. He acknowledged Harry's request for an emergency session and gave him the floor before the Commission's report was even tabled, which was either genuine fairness or a calculation that letting Harry speak first controlled the narrative. Harry chose to treat it as the former because the latter wasn't something he could know yet. Fairweather presented the Flamel Rosier documents. The chamber's reaction was not what Harry had expected. He had expected noise, argument, outrage, the organized resistance of people whose positions were threatened. Instead there was a different kind of silence, the silence of people suddenly uncertain of their footing, which was in some ways more significant than argument, because argument you could meet, but uncertainty had its own momentum. An elderly witch in the back row, Harry didn't know her name yet, said, in a voice that carried despite its quietness, "The house without name." "I thought that was a legend." "So did everyone," Fairweather said pleasantly. "The documents suggest otherwise." The debate that followed lasted 2 hours. Harry spoke twice, once to address the legal argument about the Ministry's jurisdictional limits directly, and once, near the end, when a Dumbledore-aligned member argued loudly that the documents could be forgeries and that an 11-year-old claiming an ancient arbiter position was an extraordinary claim requiring extraordinary proof. Harry looked at the man, Selwyn Sr., he thought, from the not information, and said, quietly but clearly enough for the chamber, "The documents have been authenticated by Gringotts. The bloodline has been verified by blood inheritance test, also Gringotts. The position of arbiter hasn't been active since 1499. The law it operates under predates the Ministry by 2.5 centuries. If you'd like to argue that it's a forgery, I suggest you take it to the goblins and make that argument to Ironclaw directly." He paused. I'm sure he'd find it interesting. The chamber was very quiet. The vote on the Commission's provisional suspension, 47 in favor of the suspension, 78 opposed. The Commission was dissolved by end of session. Fudge left the chamber looking like a man who had arrived at a party in the wrong outfit and was now trying to remember which door he came in through. Harry watched him go and thought, not an enemy, not yet, but a man who had backed the wrong position publicly and would need somewhere to turn. Worth keeping in mind. Dumbledore stopped him again in the corridor. Harry had half expected it, third consecutive post-session conversation, and Dumbledore was nothing if not persistent. "You're learning the chamber very quickly," Dumbledore said. "I'm a fast learner," Harry said. "Your mother's gift." Dumbledore looked at him with those still, deep eyes. "Harry. I want to speak to you, not as Chief Warlock, not in any official capacity. Simply as, someone who has known you, in his way, since you were born." Harry waited. He'd learned that Dumbledore's openings were always genuine. It was the middles and ends you had to watch. "What I did," Dumbledore said, and the words came out with a precision that suggested they'd been prepared, "was done in what I believed, and still believe, was an attempt to protect you. The suppression charms were designed to keep your core from drawing attention before you were old enough to defend yourself. The loyalty constructs were, you don't have to explain them to me," Harry said. "I know what they were." He paused. "What I don't know, and what I'd actually like to understand, is whether at any point in the last 11 years you considered asking me. Or telling someone who could ask on my behalf. Whether the option of consent occurred to you at all." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. You were a baby when most of those decisions were made. And for the next 10 years? Another silence. The corridor was busy around them, members filing out, conversations happening, the world not noticing their exchange. Dumbledore looked at Harry with those eyes that were so intelligent and so certain, and underneath both of those things, somewhere deep, something that was almost, though Harry wasn't sure it was quite, sorry. I believed I knew what was necessary, Dumbledore said. I know you did, Harry said. That's the part that concerns me most. He walked away. It was the same move as last time, not dramatic, not aggressive, just done. He had a portkey back to Hogsmeade in his pocket that Fairweather had arranged, and classes tomorrow, and a letter from Ironclaw waiting at Gringotts that he needed Fairweather to relay, and Hermione had told him the night before that she'd found something in the library about the Peveril inheritance that she thought was significant. He didn't look back. The letter from Ironclaw was about the vaults. Not the 18 he'd already accessed, a 19th. The phrasing in Ironclaw's careful correspondence was exact. A vault was noted in the secondary audit conducted following your blood test. It does not appear in the standard registry under any house name. It was opened once, in 1981, by a person whose access we cannot fully verify from current records, and has not been opened since. The contents of this vault were flagged for your attention as the primary claimant under the house without name. Fairweather read the letter 3 times. Someone accessed a vault in your name in 1981 and the records don't say who. The instruments applied to me were also from 1981, Harry said. She looked at him. Harry. I know. This could be, the level of premeditation this implies, I know, he said again. He kept his voice level. Not because he wasn't feeling anything, he was feeling a great deal, the cold clear thing again, sharper now, but because feeling it loudly in Fairweather's office didn't help. Can we access the vault? As primary claimant under the house without name, yes. I need to file a secondary access request, but with the commission dissolved and your status confirmed, file it. She filed it. They went the following Saturday. Hermione came to the vault. She'd found something in the library and she'd asked, simply and directly, if she could come, because she thought what she'd found would be relevant. Harry had looked at her and said yes without needing to know more than that, and when they were in the cart going down to the deep section, she held the book open in the moving dark and read her notes by the light of a small Lumos charm. The Peveril inheritance, she said, over the noise of the cart. I found a reference in Wizarding Blood Law, Advanced Studies, 3rd edition. The 3 Peveril brothers, the legend says they each received a deathly hallow. Cloak, stone, wand. The inheritance of each object is supposed to follow the bloodline. She looked at him. The Elder Wand's lineage is traceable through conquest. The cloak, you know the cloak is in your vault, you catalogued it in the first week. I didn't know what it was, Harry said. It's the hallow, Hermione said. The actual one. The magic on it is, I tested it with a detection charm, the kind Ollivander showed us how to do. It's not just disillusionment. It's older than that. Nothing can penetrate it. Harry thought about the cloak, folded in the Potter vault. His father's cloak, which James had apparently used for night runs with the Marauders, which Sirius had mentioned in a story. He thought about it differently now. And the stone, he said. That's what's interesting. She closed the book. The stone was believed lost. But there's a reference in a 1934 magical history to a resurrection artifact of suspected Peveril origin being transferred to the custody of a Nicholas Flamel for safekeeping. She looked at him. Flamel. Who has a connection to the house without name, Harry said. The stone might be in this vault, Hermione said. The cart stopped. The vault at the bottom of the deep track had no name on it, which was itself a kind of name. The door was the oldest Harry had seen, the stone around it smooth with actual age rather than magical preservation, and it opened at his presence with the specific, unhurried certainty of something that had been waiting a specific amount of time and was satisfied the wait was over. Inside the vault, the air was different. Cooler. Still. Not the still of a sealed room but the still of a room where the air itself has been waiting. There were 3 things on the stone shelf at the back of the vault. A journal. Leather cover, no title. Placed centrally, deliberately. A small, smooth stone, unremarkable except for the way the torchlight moved on its surface, slightly wrong, slightly more than it should be. And a letter. The letter was addressed in handwriting Harry didn't recognize, not his mother's, not his father's, something older and more angular and written with a force that had pressed deep into the parchment. The name on the outside was, "To the Arbiter, when he comes." Harry picked it up. Opened it. Hermione stood at his shoulder and read alongside him, and neither of them spoke for a long time after. The letter was from Albus Dumbledore. Not the 1981 Dumbledore, earlier. The handwriting was younger, less controlled, the handwriting of a man in his 60s rather than his 90s, and the date at the top was 1945. To whoever holds this, I came here because I needed to understand what I was doing. I had just won a war, or participated in winning it, and I had choices before me that I did not trust myself to make without first coming here and writing this down so that I had to be honest about it. I know what this vault is. I know what the house without name means. I was searching for it, for the Arbiter's line, for years, and I found the trail just as the trail went cold, and I understood that the last heir had died without a successor. I understood what that meant. I have spent the last year telling myself it meant nothing, that I could operate without the compact's framework, that my own judgment was sufficient. I am writing this to confess that I am not sure that is true. The choices I have are these: I can seek out the last surviving members of the bloodline and help the line continue, which will eventually produce the Arbiter and which means accepting that my authority is not the final authority. Or I can continue as I am, as Chief Warlock, as the most powerful magical practitioner in the world, as the man everyone looks to, and trust that I know best. I know which choice is right. I know it clearly. I also know which choice I am going to make. I am sorry for that. I am sorry in advance for every consequence of it, and I am writing this letter and placing it here so that whoever reads it knows that I was not blind. I knew. I chose comfort and certainty and the particular arrogance of a man who has been right about enough things to stop checking. If you are reading this, you are the Arbiter, and you have come despite everything I did to prevent this moment arriving before I was ready to accept it. I hope you are better at this than I am. I hope the decisions you have to make about the darkness coming, because there is always darkness coming, I hope you make them with more humility than I have managed. I hope you forgive me. I think you should not, yet. But eventually. Albus Dumbledore, 1945. The vault was very quiet. Harry looked at the letter in his hands. He looked at the date. He thought about 46 years of decisions made in the knowledge that they were wrong but with the conviction that the maker of those decisions was best placed to make them anyway. He thought about his mother's 2 years of private research. About Sirius in Azkaban. About Peter Pettigrew in a rat's body somewhere. About the instrument list, 7 items applied to a baby who had no voice. He thought about this letter, written by a man who knew the Arbiter's line existed and chose not to help it continue because it would limit his own authority, and then spent the next 4 decades managing the consequences of that choice, and the consequences of his consequences, until finally the bloodline found its own way back, through Lily Evans, who read things nobody told her to read and followed every thread, and her son, who apparently did the same. He's known, Hermione said, quietly. Not angry. Precise. Not just that he made mistakes. He's known since 1945 that the compact should have been active. He's known that there should have been an arbiter checking his decisions. He knew there wasn't one, and he kept going. Yes, Harry said. She stopped. He could hear her finding and discarding words. That's not the same as the suppression charms. Those could be rationalized as protection. This is, He deliberately chose not to restore a system of accountability. For 46 years. Yes, Harry said again. She was quiet. He looked at her and saw something happening in her face that he'd seen building for weeks, the particular fracture of a person who has believed deeply in the system, in the institutions, in the idea that the people who run good things are fundamentally good people, and is now looking at the evidence that goodness and accountability are separate qualities that don't automatically come together. Hermione was a person who loved knowledge and trusted expertise and had taken Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of the age, as a kind of proof that the world sorted itself correctly, that the most knowledgeable and most powerful and most trustworthy were the same person. They weren't. They hadn't been. For 46 years. Are you all right? Harry asked. She looked at him. Her eyes were bright, the kind of bright that has nothing to do with happiness. I believed in him, she said. Not blindly, I know I'm not blind, I read everything, I check things. But I believed in him the way you believe in a system. The way you trust that the structure is good even when individual pieces aren't. She looked at the letter. He wrote this. He wrote that he knew and he chose not to, and he put the letter here. Why did he put it here? To, what? Confess? Explain. To be honest with himself in a way he couldn't be publicly, Harry said. He's a man who values honesty. He just values his own authority more. He folded the letter carefully. He put it here where only the arbiter could find it because he knew, eventually, there'd be an arbiter. And he needed someone to know he'd understood. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then she said, with the controlled precision of someone building something out of broken pieces, "What are we going to do with it?" Harry put the letter in his robes alongside his father's. Alongside his mother's. The collection of things that were his, blood letters and inheritance parchments and the weight of what came before and what it meant. Nothing yet, he said. This isn't a weapon. This is context. He looked at her. Hermione. She looked at him. You're not naive for having trusted the structure, he said. Structures should work. It's not your fault this one had a hole in it for 46 years. Being angry about that isn't the same as being wrong to have trusted it. He paused. The answer isn't to stop trusting systems. It's to build better ones. She looked at him for a long moment. Is that what you're doing? Building a better system? I'm trying, Harry said. That's what the arbiter is, apparently. Not above the system, inside it. The deepest layer of it. He looked around the vault, the journal, the stone, the empty shelf where the letter had been. I think that's what this is for. He picked up the stone carefully. It was warmer than the vault should have allowed. He put it in his pocket. He picked up the journal and opened the first page. It was written in a language he didn't know. Letters he didn't recognize, older than Latin, older than the runic systems he'd started studying. He looked at it for a moment, feeling the familiar hum of the Emery's inheritance against his palm, the same vibration as the mirror in the other vault. Can you read this? He asked Hermione. She looked at it. No. But I know who might be able to help. She took it, photographed it mentally in the way she had of looking at things. This looks like it might be Proto-Celtic. Possibly earlier. There's a professor, not at Hogwarts, at the British Museum of Magical History, a specialist in pre-Roman magical writing. Find them, Harry said. She nodded. She was straightening, not physically only, internally, the way a person writes themselves after something knocks them sideways. She was, Harry thought, going to be extraordinary when she grew up. She was already extraordinary. She just hadn't fully recognized that extraordinary people break and rebuild themselves, and that was part of it, not a flaw in it. They left the vault and went back up through the dark tunnels, and when they emerged into the marble lobby of Gringotts, Ironclaw was waiting. There's been a development, he said. His face was its usual geological stillness, but something in his posture communicated urgency in the particular way goblins communicated urgency, which was by abandoning, very slightly, their professional neutrality. The not petition, the families challenging your registry claim, have filed with the ministry. Standard procedure. But accompanying the filing is a second document. He handed Harry a parchment. A formal accusation, submitted to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, signed by Lucius Malfoy. Harry read it. The accusation alleged that Harry Potter, minor, had been subjected to undue influence by parties with financial interest in his estate, specifically, the Goblin institution of Gringotts, and that the lordship claims were the result of manipulation rather than legitimate inheritance, and that an investigation should be opened into whether Gringotts had acted improperly in conducting the blood test that initiated the chain of events. Harry read it twice. He handed it to Hermione. She read it. Her expression moved through several things and settled on the sharpest version of itself. He's attacking Gringotts. He's not just challenging you, he's challenging the validity of the inheritance test itself. If the test is invalidated, everything falls, Harry said. The claims, the vaults, the serious acquittal, potentially. He looked at the document. He thought about Lucius Malfoy's letter, elegant and careful. He thought about the nod in the Wisingamot chamber. He thought about Draco standing in the entrance hall at 7 in the morning offering to be occasionally and specifically useful. He thought about the man who'd filed this document, who was Draco's father, and what the filing meant for the information Draco had given him. Ironclaw, Harry said, can Gringotts defend its own procedures independently of my involvement? We can and will, Ironclaw said, with the absolute certainty of an institution that has been insulted. An accusation against Gringotts' core processes is an accusation against the bank. We have 6 centuries of legal precedent and we will use all of it. Good. Harry folded the document. I need to speak to Draco Malfoy tonight. Hermione looked at him. He might not know his father filed this. I know, Harry said. That's why I need to speak to him. He sent an owl from the bank before they left for Hogsmeade. Brief, direct, your father's filed something. We need to talk. Tonight, library, 8 o'clock. HP. The response came before their portkey activated. One line in Draco's precise handwriting, I know. I found out an hour ago. I'll be there. The library at 8 o'clock was quiet, the after-dinner crowd had gone, the prefects hadn't started their rounds. Harry arrived first. Draco arrived 2 minutes later, alone, and he sat down with the specific controlled blankness of someone managing a complicated internal situation. Tell me what you know, Harry said. Draco looked at the table between them. He filed it without telling me. He told me this morning, after. He paused. He said it was necessary. That you'd accumulated too much too fast and someone had to check it. He looked up. He used you, didn't he? He was positioning for whichever side won, and when it looked like your side was winning he adjusted, and then something changed his calculation and he filed this. What changed? Draco was quiet for a moment. Someone contacted him. I don't know who. 2 weeks ago, he went to London and came back different. The week after, he filed. Harry looked at him steadily. Draco. I know, Draco said quietly. I know what it means. Whoever contacted him, they're invested in the Dark Lord's return. They don't want you operating freely. They used my father to file this. He looked at Harry with something that was not quite apology and not quite desperation but somewhere between them. I told you information about the families challenging your registry claim. About Theo's father. About the families aligned with the Dark Lord. I told you that in good faith. I know you did. This changes your position on that. Does it? Harry looked at him. Your father made a decision. You made a different one. I'm not in the habit of punishing people for their parents' choices. He paused. Though I'll admit the timing is inconvenient. Draco's expression flickered. What are you going to do about the filing? Ironclaws defending Gringotts independently. Fairweathers filing a counter-accusation for malicious interference in inheritance proceedings. He looked at Draco. And you're going to tell me everything you know about the person who contacted your father? Draco blinked. I don't, you said he came back different. You live in the same house. You pay attention, I know you do, it's how you operate. What did you notice? Draco was quiet. Then, with the careful reluctance of someone handing over something they know is a point of no return, he smelled of the sea. And something else, something I recognized from being in the drawing room when the old associates were there, years ago. Before the Dark Lord fell. Something cold and, he stopped. Wrong. The smell of something wrong. Harry sat very still. The sea. Cold. Wrong. Azkaban. Someone who had recently been near Azkaban, or who carried something of it on them, had met with Lucius Malfoy and changed his position. Someone whose presence carried that specific quality. Thank you, Harry said quietly. Draco looked at him. What does it mean? I don't know yet, Harry said honestly. But I will. He sat in the library after Draco left and thought about Quirrell's turban and the pain in his scar and the Philosopher's Stone in the vault on the third-floor corridor, and about Azkaban, and about what Nicolette Flamel Rosier had said, the compact responds to that kind of wrongness, and about how many of the threads in the last months led to the same source. He reached into his pocket and held the resurrection stone for a moment. Warm in his hand. Patient. The magic in his blood hummed, old and certain, recognizing something. He put it away and picked up his quill. He had letters to write. Chapter 7, When the Dark Rises. The mirror in the Emery's vault was exactly as Harry remembered it. He went on a Sunday in late November, alone. Not because he didn't trust Hermione or Sirius with it, he trusted both of them completely, but because his mother's letter had said recognition rather than revelation, and recognition was something you had to do by yourself. The witnessing of it was private. Ironclaw had arranged access without being asked. When Harry arrived at Gringotts that morning, the cart was waiting. The vault opened. The air was still and cool and tasted of something ancient. The mirror stood at the center, no frame that he could identify as a frame, the edges blurring into the air as if it had been there long enough to become part of it. The surface was dark, not reflective, the way deep water is dark before the light reaches it. Harry stood in front of it for a moment. Then he stepped forward and looked in. It wasn't his reflection. He'd expected something dramatic, light, vision, a revelation presented in useful narrative form. Instead it was simply knowing, the information arriving the way your own heartbeat arrives when you put your hand to your chest and pay attention. He didn't see things so much as understand them, all at once and completely, the way a key doesn't explain a lock but simply opens it. He understood the compact. The 18 houses, not as separate things but as one structure, a web of magical lineage that had been designed to hold each other in balance, to check the kinds of power that went unchecked when concentrated in one place. He understood the arbiter not as a judge or a ruler but as something more like a witness, the one who could see the full picture because they carried all the threads, the one who could speak to the magic directly when the magic was being used against itself. He understood why Dumbledore had spent 46 years avoiding this moment. The mirror showed him something else too, not a vision, more like a direction, the specific pointing quality of something indicating where to look. He felt the Emery's inheritance in his blood move, the way a compass needle moves, orienting to something. Not north. Up. Specifically and insistently up. He looked at the mirror for another minute. Then he walked out of the vault, thanked Ironclaw, and went back to Hogwarts. He had a turban to deal with. He'd been building the picture for 2 months. The headaches in the defense classroom, pulse and pressure behind his scar, responding to proximity. The smell Draco had described on Lucius Malfoy, sea cold, wrong. The Philosopher's Stone, confirmed by cross-referencing Ironclaw's notes on the Gringotts vault transfer request that Nicholas Flamel had initiated in July, moving it from Gringotts to a secure institutional location at Dumbledore's personal request. The stone was in the school. The wrongness was in the school. The wrongness responded specifically to the stone, and to Harry, and the Emery's inheritance responded to the wrongness. He'd also been paying attention to Quirrell's schedule. The professor moved through the castle with the anxious, peripheral quality of a man who didn't want to be noticed, which should have been effective and wasn't, specifically because Harry noticed everything. Quirrell avoided certain corridors at certain times. He went to the third floor more often than any other staff member. He ate dinner quickly and left early. He held his head at a specific angle that kept the back of the turban away from the light. Harry had read everything available about Horcruxes in November. The reference was obscure and the books that mentioned them were restricted, but the restricted section was not actually a barrier for a person who held the Hogwarts founder's heritage and could make a reasonable argument that the library's restricted material was technically his family's library. Madame Pants had looked at the ring and then at the relevant charter provision Harry had brought in writing and had let him through with the expression of a woman who had not signed up for this year specifically. Horcruxes. Pieces of a soul, fractured and anchored to objects. The theory was ghastly and the magic behind it was among the most illegal and least understood in the wizarding world. Voldemort had made them. The question Harry had been working on for 6 weeks, was how many, and what, and whether the one in Quirrell's turban was the primary soul fragment or a contingency. He'd shared everything with Hermione, obviously. She'd taken it in with the focused horror of someone who reads everything and occasionally discovers that some things should not exist, and then she'd methodically built a research document that cross-referenced every reference to Horcruxes in the available literature and drawn conclusions that aligned with Harry's. He'd old Sirius. Sirius had written back 6 paragraphs and then one line at the bottom, "I'm coming up to Hogsmeade this weekend. Don't do anything before we talk." Harry had replied, "I'll try. No promises." Sirius had replied to that with 3 words, "Merlin help me." He'd also written to Amelia Bones. Carefully, factually, with enough detail to be credible and enough restraint not to trigger an immediate ministry response that would alert Quirrell before Harry understood the full picture. Bones had replied with the brevity of a person who trusted her sources, working on independent verification. "Be careful. Do not engage alone." Harry had been careful. He'd been gathering, and thinking, and building the picture, and the picture was nearly complete. The problem was that events had their own calendar. It was a Tuesday night in early December when Neville came to find him in the common room, his round face pale and tight with the particular anxiety of someone delivering bad news they've already tried to decide whether to deliver. "I went to water the mandrakes," Neville said, sitting down across from Harry without preamble, which was new. 3 months ago Neville would have apologized for interrupting. "In the greenhouses. Late, I know, but I forgot. Professor Sprout said I could go after dinner if I needed to." He paused. Someone was in the corridor near the 3rd floor. Coming from it. Not toward it, from it. Going quickly. He looked at Harry. It was Professor Quirrell. Harry set his book down. "He had something in his hands," Neville said. "Wrapped in cloth. He didn't see me, I was in the shadow near the greenhouse door." He looked, Neville paused, finding the word, wrong. The way a person looks when they're doing something they shouldn't. He met Harry's eyes. "I thought about going to McGonagall. But I thought about you first." Harry was already standing. "You should go to McGonagall," he said. "Right now. Tell her exactly what you told me." Neville blinked. "And you?" "I'm going to the 3rd floor." "Harry, get McGonagall, Neville. Go now." Neville went. He went without further argument, which told Harry everything about how far Neville Longbottom had come since September. Harry pulled on his invisibility cloak, the Hallow, real and impenetrable, the one he'd moved from the vault to his dormitory a month ago for exactly this kind of contingency, and left the common room. The 3rd floor corridor was quiet. The door to the restricted section, the one with the trap door, the one Dumbledore had announced off-limits with the specific emphasis of someone who knew that telling 11-year-olds a corridor was forbidden was an imperfect security measure but had chosen to rely on it anyway, was ajar. Something warm was coming from it. Not fire warm. Magic warm. Harry went through. The passage under the trap door was a sequence of obstacles that somebody had constructed with considerable effort and varying degrees of sophistication. The three-headed dog had been dealt with already, something had played music to it, and it was asleep, its three heads breathing in different rhythms. Harry moved past it quietly, thinking about the mind that had been here minutes ahead of him, and dropped through the trapdoor. Devil's Snare. He moved through it with the controlled calm of someone who'd spent 6 weeks reading every relevant herbology text and had specifically read about Devil's Snare in 3 of them, relaxing his body and letting it think he was dead until he was through it. Winged keys. He found the right one, the injured one, flying crookedly, without a broom, because the Emery's magic in his blood had a quality of knowing that he was still learning to use deliberately but that worked regardless when the need was direct. He touched the door and felt the keys lock and understood it the way you understand a word in a language you've always known but never spoken. The chess game. He crossed it on foot, stepping between pieces with a route that he worked out in 3 minutes from the position of each piece on the board, not brilliance, just attention, the ability to see a system and find its logic. He had the route before the first piece moved. The troll was unconscious, already dealt with by whoever had come through before him. He moved past without stopping. The potion puzzle, a logic problem, bottles in a row, a verse on a table explaining that only one would let him forward. He read the verse twice. The answer was the smallest bottle, which he took and held but didn't drink, because the magic in his blood was doing something specific now, orienting, pulling, the compass direction that the mirror had given him working in real time. He could feel the wrongness beyond the last door. He could feel it the way you feel a sound that exists at the edge of hearing, present and specific and deeply, viscerally wrong. He put the potion in his pocket. He went through the last door. The room was large and dark and the only light came from a mirror at the far end, not the Emery's mirror, not his mother's mirror, something else. Something that showed people their hearts. The mirror of Eriste, he thought, he'd read about it somewhere, a footnote in a magical objects catalog. Quirrell was standing in front of it. And Quirrell was standing differently. The anxious jitter was gone, the peripheral quality, the way he usually moved like a man apologizing for the space he occupied. He stood straight. He stood with the absolute, still confidence of something that had never been uncertain of its own power and was no longer bothering to pretend otherwise. He turned before Harry could speak. The invisibility cloak should have hidden him. Would have hidden him from anything human. "I know you're there," Quirrell said, and his voice had changed too, the stutter gone, the nervousness gone, something else underneath it now, thin and cold and terribly patient. "The Dark Lord knows when his blood enemy is near. Come out, Potter." Harry pulled off the cloak. He stepped into the room and stood 10 feet from Quirrell and looked at the man, the vessel, the host, the human being who had gone somewhere dark enough to come back carrying a passenger. "Where's the stone?" Harry said. Quirrell smiled. It was a wrong smile, the architecture of it not quite fitting the face doing it. "Clever boy. Always too clever." He tilted his head, and there was something awful about the tilt, not Quirrell's movement, something else directing it. "The stone is safe. It will be safe for its new master, who has waited and planned and who will be, very shortly, whole again." "Not tonight," Harry said. Quirrell looked at him, and then something in him shifted, and it wasn't Quirrell's eyes anymore. The color was still the same but the quality behind them was different, older, colder, with the specific depth of something that has spent a very long time thinking about power and has lost track of what power was originally for. "You are 11 years old," the voice said, and now it was clearly not Quirrell speaking, the voice was coming from behind Quirrell, from beneath the turban, thin as paper and sharp as a blade. "You have accumulated titles and allies and your mother's stubborn cleverness. But you are 11 years old and I am Lord Voldemort. "You're what's left of him," Harry said. "There's a difference." The temperature in the room dropped. Quirrell's hand moved toward the mirror. Harry moved at the same moment, not forward, sideways, putting himself between Quirrell and the mirror the way you step into the line of sight of something that's tracking a target. "Step aside," the voice said. "No," Harry said. He didn't say it loudly. He said it the same way he'd told Walburga Black's portrait to be civil, with the flat, absolute certainty of someone who has decided and is not reopening the decision. He said it and he held Quirrell's gaze and let everything he was stand behind the word. He had 18 houses. He had the Emery's inheritance moving in his blood like a tide. He had his mother's magic in his wand and his father's steadiness and Sirius's survival and Hermione's precision and Neville's quiet courage, and all of it was behind him, all of it was his, and none of it was going to step aside. Quirrell lunged. Harry didn't think about what happened next, thinking would have been too slow. The Emery's inheritance moved and his wand moved with it, and the spell that came out was not from the first-year curriculum. He hadn't planned it. He hadn't named it. It came from somewhere below language, from the oldest part of the compact, and it hit Quirrell's outstretched hand with a sound like a bell struck underwater. Quirrell screamed. Not Quirrell. The passenger. The sound was Voldemort's, thin, furious, the sound of something old and powerful encountering something older and more powerful, the way two incompatible magics feel when they touch. Quirrell's hand where it had reached for Harry was blistering, the skin cracking, the magic of the Lily Potter sacrifice meeting the magic of Lily's blood and her son meeting the oldest compact in Britain, and the combination was something Voldemort's soul fragment was not equipped for. Harry pressed forward. He didn't give ground. He took ground. "You can't do this," the voice from behind the turban said. Not frightened, incredulous. The voice of a thing that has not been resisted this way in a very long time. A child. "A child cannot." "I'm not your child," Harry said. "I'm not your prophecy's child. I'm not Dumbledore's instrument." He moved closer to Quirrell, whose whole body was shaking now, the passenger inside fighting the host for control of limbs that were burning under Harry's proximity. "I am the Lord of 18 houses and the arbiter of the oldest compact in Britain, and you are a piece of a dead man's soul that made itself a passenger. You are not winning tonight." He reached out and took Quirrell's wrist. Contact. Complete contact. The sound this time was not a bell but something without a name, the sound of old magic recognizing old dark magic and refusing to accommodate it. Harry felt it move through him like a current, like every inheritance he'd ever received arriving at once, like his mother's sacrifice and his father's courage and the Emery's line and the Peverell inheritance and all 18 houses channeling through the specific, ordinary, 11-year-old body of Harry James Potter, who had been told his whole life that he was less than he was and had discovered in the last 5 months that the opposite was spectacularly true. Quirrell buckled. The stone floor cracked under them. The air in the chamber pressed outward like a pulse, and the mirror behind them rang with sympathetic vibration, and the stone, Harry could feel the stone in his pocket getting warm, responding, pulled toward the light of all this old magic recognizing itself. The passenger in Quirrell's turban screamed once more, a sound of frustration and rage and something that was almost surprise, and then the scream thinned and stretched and dissolved into the dark, and Quirrell collapsed. Harry released his wrist. He stood in the room with his chest heaving and his wand still raised and the echoes of everything that had just happened settling around him like disturbed water going still. He looked at Quirrell, at the man, the actual man, who had made choices that had brought him here, who was unconscious now on the cracked stone floor and breathing in shallow, fragile gulps. The soul fragment was gone. He could feel its absence the way you feel a sound stop. He also felt his scar, which was quiet. For the first time in 5 months, perhaps longer, the pressure behind it was still. He pressed his hand against it. Quiet. He exhaled. Footsteps in the passageway behind him. He turned, wand up, and then dropped it to his side because the figure coming through the last door was McGonagall, white-faced and precise and radiating the specific controlled fury of a person who has just run through a gauntlet of magical obstacles and is determined to be professional about it. Behind her, Neville, who had apparently refused to stay in the corridor. McGonagall took in the room, the cracked floor, the unconscious Quirrell, Harry standing in the middle of it. Her expression went through several things very quickly and settled on the version she was going to maintain in public, which was authoritative composure. "Lord Potter," she said, and her voice was entirely steady. "Are you injured?" "No," Harry said. "Professor Quirrell?" "Alive. Unconscious. The Voldemort's soul fragment is gone." He watched her face. It was attached to him. To the back of his head, under the turban. "It's been there all term." McGonagall looked at Quirrell for a moment. "I see." She was reprocessing, rapidly, the whole year, everything she'd watched and noted and been professionally careful about. Her jaw tightened. "The stone. In my pocket. It's safe." He paused. "It needs to go back to Gringotts or to Flamel. Not back on the 3rd floor." She looked at him for a long beat. "Agreed." Then, which surprised him, "I owe you an apology." Harry blinked. "Professor? I knew something was wrong with Quirrell before September. I noticed it and I deferred to the headmaster's assessment and I should not have." She held his gaze with the unflinching directness of a woman taking responsibility for something. "I was watching you so carefully for disruption that I didn't watch the right things carefully enough." Harry looked at her. "There's a lot of that going around," he said, not unkindly. She nearly smiled. "It was extremely controlled." "Indeed. Can you walk?" "Yes." "Then walk. Longbottom, with us. We're going to the hospital wing and then to the headmaster's office, and I suspect the next several hours are going to be very long." She turned toward the passage, and then turned back. "And Lord Potter?" "Yes." 10 points to Gryffindor seems inadequate," she said. "I'll determine an appropriate number in the morning when I'm thinking more clearly." She led them out. The hospital wing was Madame Pomfrey and concern and several diagnostic spells and a firm instruction to lie down, which Harry declined and then accepted when Pomfrey deployed the specific look of a woman who considers her instructions advisory for everyone and mandatory for people in her care, without distinction. He lay on the cot and stared at the ceiling and let her run diagnostics. His magic was large. That was the only word. The ceiling felt closer than usual, the room more present, as if the space he occupied had expanded slightly. Not uncomfortable. Just different from anything he'd felt before. As if everything that had been released in the last 5 months had found, in that underground room, a moment of complete expression, and the body was adjusting to understanding its own full capacity. Pomfrey looked at her diagnostic display with the expression of someone looking at a reading they're not sure their instruments are calibrated for. She tapped the spell twice. "Read it again." Made a note and said nothing, which told him the reading was extraordinary and she was deciding whether to say so. "Physically sound," she said finally. "Eat something. Sleep." She looked at him with professional concern over her clipboard. "Whatever you did tonight, it was considerable. Your core has been working at significant output. It needs rest to recalibrate. Is that why the ceiling looks closer?" She blinked. "Yes, actually. The expanded ambient field will settle. Give it a few days." She paused. "You're 11 years old. People keep noting that," Harry said. "I'm aware." "It's notable," she said firmly, and moved to check on Neville, who was physically fine but emotionally processing, which Pomfrey handled with a kindness that Harry noticed and appreciated on Neville's behalf. Sirius arrived at midnight. Harry didn't ask how he'd gotten in. Sirius Black's ability to appear in places he technically wasn't authorized to be was apparently an innate characteristic that Azkaban hadn't touched. He came through the hospital wing door at midnight with the expression of a man who had received a Patronus message and run most of the way and was maintaining his composure by personal will alone. He sat in the chair beside Harry's cot. He looked at Harry, the complete, comprehensive look of someone checking that a person is whole. Harry met it and didn't look away. The Patronus message said underground room, "It's done, I'm fine," Sirius said. All accurate. You faced Voldemort. What was left of him? He was a soul fragment. He's gone now. Gone. Sirius sat with that. Gone as in not destroyed completely, I don't think. He's made other Horcruxes, I need to figure out how many and what they are. But the fragment that was in Quirrell is gone. Dissipated. Harry paused. He's significantly weaker than he was. He'll try to come back through other means. Sirius looked at him for a long moment. You went down there alone. I sent Neville for McGonagall. Harry. I know. I told you not to do anything before we talked. You told me to try, Harry said. I tried. Quirrell moved the stone, I couldn't wait. Sirius's exhale was the kind that contains a great deal of emotion being released in compressed form. Your father, he said, did the exact same thing. Every single time. The precise same equation, the situation has changed, therefore my previous agreement is no longer binding. Every time, without fail. He looked at Harry. It was both his best quality and the most infuriating thing about him. Did it work for him usually? Frequently. Sirius's mouth curved. Not always. But frequently. He reached over and gripped Harry's arm for a moment, brief, solid, the same returning pressure as in the corridor after the trial. You're all right. I'm all right. The stone? In my pocket. It's going to Flamel tomorrow. Nicolette is making arrangements. He paused. Sirius. Voldemort made multiple Horcruxes. The fragment tonight was one. There are others. I need to find out how many. I know. Sirius sat back. We'll work on it. Together, this time. Where I can see you. He gave Harry a look that was part exasperated and part something else entirely. Is that a reasonable request? Yes, Harry said. Good. Sirius looked at the hospital wing, the rows of neat beds, the moonlight from the high windows, the smell of potions and clean linen. How are you? Actually. Harry thought about it honestly. About the mirror in the Emery's vault and what it had shown him, not a vision, a knowing. About Dumbledore's letter, 46 years in a dark vault. About his mother's letter, folded against his heart. About the underground room and the bell sound of old magic refusing to accommodate old darkness. About the quiet behind his scar. I'm good, he said, and meant it in a larger sense than the physical. He was good. He was, more himself than he had ever been, the accumulated weight of the last 5 months having built something rather than diminished him, the way a river builds banks as it grows. Better than I've been. Sirius looked at him. His face was doing the thing where it was open in a way that was clearly unfamiliar to the muscles involved, a person unpracticed in being moved. Yeah, he said quietly. I can see that. They sat in the hospital wing until the sky outside the windows went from black to the particular dark blue that precedes dawn. Sirius told stories. Harry listened. At some point Neville, from across the room, fell asleep mid-sentence in the chair Pomfrey had told him to sit in and started snoring quietly, and neither of them mentioned it. Just before 4 o'clock, Dumbledore came. Harry had been expecting him, the night's events would have reached him quickly. He came without ceremony, just a knock on the hospital wing door and then his presence in the doorway, in deep blue robes without the usual grandeur, looking like a man who had been woken from sleep and had come because the situation required it regardless. He looked at Harry. Then at Sirius. Then at Harry again. May I come in? He asked. It was the first time, Harry realized, that Dumbledore had asked his permission for anything. Yes, Harry said. Dumbledore came in and stood at the foot of the cot and looked at Harry with those deep, still eyes that were not performing anything right now, no warmth, no careful calculation, just looking. Tired, Harry thought. He looked genuinely tired in a way that was not physical. The stone, Dumbledore said. Safe. Going to Flamel tomorrow. And Quirrell? Alive. The soul fragment is gone. He'll need care, what Voldemort did to him will have left. Harry paused. Damage. Significant damage. He'll need a specialist. Dumbledore nodded. He was quiet for a moment. I should have known, he said. About Quirrell. I watched him all year, or I thought I watched him. I was watching the wrong thing. He paused. I was watching you. Harry looked at him. I know. I thought the danger was the speed of what you were doing. The political exposure. I thought making sure you were at school, contained, was the right approach. He sat down in a chair that had not been there a moment ago, which was so instinctively cast that Harry almost missed it. I was wrong about almost every strategic decision I made this year. I want to be honest about that. You were honest in 1945, Harry said. In the vault. The silence was absolute. Sirius, who had not read the letter, looked between them without interrupting. Dumbledore's expression did something that Harry had never seen it do, cracked, briefly, cleanly, the controlled warmth giving way to something much more human underneath. You read it, he said. Yes. I wrote it for you, Dumbledore said. Eventually. I told myself I wrote it for myself, honesty in private, the only kind I could manage. But I wrote it for the Arbiter. I knew one would come eventually, because the magic always corrects itself, given long enough. He looked at his hands. I hoped to have been better by the time it arrived. Evidently not. Evidently not, Harry agreed. Another silence. Outside the hospital wing windows, the dark blue was lightening, barely, the first withdrawal of night. I cannot undo what I did, Dumbledore said. I can tell you that every decision was made from love, for you, for the wizarding world, and I understand that love without accountability is indistinguishable from control. He looked at Harry directly. What do you want from me, Harry? Not legally. Not politically. From me. Harry thought about it. About what he actually wanted from Albus Dumbledore, who was brilliant and complicated and wrong and genuinely sorry and still the most powerful wizard alive and still the headmaster of his school and still, underneath all of it, a man who had written a confession to himself in 1945 because he needed to be honest with someone. Tell me things, Harry said. Not what you think I should know. What you actually know. About Voldemort's Horcruxes, how many, where they are. About the prophecy. About what's coming. He paused. Not to manage me. Not to keep me on a path you've designed. Just, tell me the truth, and let me make my own decisions with it. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. Something in his expression shifted, the last piece of the calculation dissolving into something simpler. I can do that, he said quietly. I can try. That's enough, Harry said. For now. Dumbledore nodded. He stood, the chair disappeared. He looked at Sirius for the first time, and that look was its own complicated conversation, years of it compressed into 10 seconds, and Sirius held it with the directness of a free man who had no obligation to make it easy. Sirius, Dumbledore said. Albus, Sirius said. Flat. Not hostile, but not warm. I am glad you're free, Dumbledore said, and he sounded it, genuinely, specifically glad, which was itself a complication because you couldn't dismiss genuine gladness even when it came from someone who had been the mechanism of the wrong. I should have fought harder for your trial in 1981. I told myself the emergency powers were sufficient. I told myself many things that year. I know, Sirius said. Harry told me about 1945. He paused. I'll let you know where I get to with it. Dumbledore accepted that. He turned back to Harry. Rest, he said. The next weeks will be difficult. What happened tonight will not be contained quietly. The ministry will want reports. The press will find out. There are Horcruxes to locate, which we will discuss in detail when you're recovered. He paused at the door. You're remarkable, Harry. I need you to know that I see that clearly, and that I am done mistaking remarkable for manageable. He left. The hospital wing was quiet. The windows had gone from dark blue to the very first pale gray of pre-dawn. 1945, Sirius said, eventually. I'll tell you about it, Harry said. Later. How much did you know going down to the third floor? Most of it. Not all. Harry looked at the ceiling, which was back to its normal distance, the ambient field settling, as Pomfrey had said it would. I knew Quirrell was hosting something. I knew the stone was at risk. I didn't know exactly what would happen when I touched him. But you went anyway. I had a reasonable theory. Sirius made a sound that was half laugh and half the noise of a man physically experiencing someone else's recklessness. Your father had reasonable theories. Most of them worked. He paused. All of them worked, eventually. Just sometimes with more damage than anticipated. I'm fine, Harry said. You're fine, Sirius agreed. This time. You're also going to start telling me things before you go into underground rooms with soul fragments, or I will have Fairweather draft something binding. Sirius. I mean it. I know you mean it. Harry looked at him. I'll tell you next time. Next time, Sirius repeated. There's a next time. There are at least 5 more Horcruxes. Probably. Harry met his eyes. There's going to be a next time. Sirius looked at him for a long moment, the look of a man making peace with the specific, particular terror of loving someone who runs toward things. He'd loved James Potter. He knew how this went. He'd survived it before and he was going to have to make peace with surviving it again. All right, he said. Next time, you tell me first. Deal, Harry said. Neville snored across the room. Outside, the sky completed its transition from night and the first birds started, distant and certain, and somewhere below them the castle began its morning, fires lighting, portraits waking, the enormous, old, living magic of Hogwarts breathing itself into another day. Harry closed his eyes. Not to sleep, just to be still for a moment, in this room, with his godfather in the chair beside him and the scar behind his eyes finally, blessedly quiet. He had Horcruxes to find. He had a ministry to navigate, and a commission just dissolved that would be replaced by something else eventually, and Fairweather's ongoing cases, and a Proto-Celtic journal waiting for translation, and the Arbiter's compact to understand, and Voldemort diminished but not gone, and Pettigrew somewhere in a rat's body waiting to be caught. He had all of it. He was ready for all of it. But for now, just for this particular hour, he let himself be 11 years old in the hospital wing at dawn, and it was enough. Chapter 8, What Was Always Mine. The Prophet ran 6 stories in 3 days. Harry read them in the hospital wing on Wednesday morning while eating toast that Sirius had conjured from somewhere, and Hermione sat at the foot of his cot with her annotated copy of the coverage and a red quill she was using to mark inaccuracies, of which there were many. The headlines ranged from the breathless, boy who lived defeats WHO again, aged 11, to the politically loaded, stone removed from Hogwarts, who authorized ITS placement. To the one that made Harry set his toast down and read it twice, Dumbledore's secret decade, how much did the chief warlock know? Skeeter had finally gotten her real story. The detail in the piece suggested a source, not Fairweather, who wouldn't, and not Ironclaw, who operated under Goblin confidentiality, but someone who had been present at enough of the right moments and had decided that the public interest outweighed their discretion. Harry didn't spend long thinking about who. It had happened, the information was largely accurate, and the question was what came next rather than the mechanics of how they'd gotten there. The ministry response is going to be immediate, Hermione said, red quill moving. Fudge will distance himself from the commission and try to look proactive. He'll call for a formal investigation. Into what? Sirius asked, from the chair he'd occupied for 12 hours and showed no signs of vacating. Into everything, Hermione said. The stone's placement, Quirrell's appointment, the suppression instruments, the financial redirection. He'll want to control the narrative of the investigation so he can control its conclusions. She looked at Harry. Unless someone petitions for an independent inquiry. Something that sits outside the ministry's direct management. Harry picked up his toast again. Can the Arbiters' Compact convene an independent inquiry? Historically. Hermione reached into her bag and produced a folder that she'd clearly been preparing for exactly this question. The Compact has historical precedent for calling inquiries in 14 separate instances between 1200 and 1490. The last one was 90 years before the ministry existed, so there's no direct legal conflict on record, but the precedent establishes the mechanism. She paused. Fairweather would need to argue that the Compact's authority was restored along with your lordship claim and that the inquiry mechanism came with it. Send her the precedents today, Harry said. Hermione was already writing. Madame Pomfrey appeared and checked Harry's diagnostic display and declared that his ambient field had settled to something she was prepared to describe as within normal parameters, if the upper end of normal that she had ever recorded, which was professionally stated and clearly significant. She cleared him for classes Thursday. Harry thanked her and went to find McGonagall. McGonagall's office was on the first floor, and when Harry knocked and entered she was behind her desk with 3 separate parchment stacks and a teapot that had been refilled enough times the leaves were probably exhausted. She looked at him over her glasses with the expression of a woman who had been having a very demanding week and was managing it through the application of pure professionalism. Sit down, Lord Potter, she said. He sat. She looked at him for a moment. Then she picked up a parchment from the left stack and set it in front of him. Ministry request for documentation on last Tuesday's events. They want Quirrell's staff records, the stone's placement authorization chain, and a full account of what happened underground. She paused. They'll receive the documented facts and nothing editorially useful. I've spoken to the other heads of house and we're aligned. She paused again. The headmaster has also submitted his own account. What did it say? He described the events accurately and took personal responsibility for the stone's placement and Quirrell's appointment. She said it without editorial comment. Whether that satisfies the ministry is another matter. Harry nodded. The independent inquiry, he said. Fairweather is filing the petition today. It'll cite the Compact's historical mechanism. It bypasses ministry management of the investigation. McGonagall looked at him. Dumbledore won't challenge it, she said. It wasn't a question. She'd read Dumbledore's account, Harry guessed, and understood something about its tone. No, Harry said. I don't think he will. She picked up her tea. Set it down without drinking it. I've taught for 30 years, she said, which was the same opening as before, and Harry recognized it as the way she prepared herself to say something she'd considered carefully. In that time I have had perhaps 6 students who I watched and thought, this one will change things. Not in the vague aspirational way, actually change them. Leave the world different from how they found it. She looked at him steadily. I want you to know that I see it clearly. And that I intend to give you the best education I am capable of providing, which will be difficult, because your current level suggests we'll be working above the standard curriculum within a year. I'm looking forward to it, Harry said, and meant it. She picked up her tea again. This time she drank. 212 points to Gryffindor, she said. I decided overnight. For the events of Tuesday. You, Longbottom, and a portion to Miss Granger for the legal preparation that created the conditions for everything. She gave him a look over her teacup. Don't make me regret the scale of it. I'll try, Harry said. Yes, she said, with the tone of someone who knows exactly how much trying is worth. Off you go. The Wisengamot session convened on Friday. Not an emergency session, a scheduled sitting, originally intended for routine business, which had been rapidly and comprehensively overtaken by the week's events. Half the ministry was there in observer capacity. Every prophet journalist who could get access was in the gallery. The chamber was full to the last seat and had the specific atmosphere of a room full of people who have made up their minds about something and are waiting to perform the conclusion in public. Harry walked in with Fairweather and Ironclaw and, behind them, Sirius, who had been formally reinstated on the Wisingamot under House Black, which was one of the things Fairweather had been quietly processing in the background for 2 months, and who sat in the black seat with the particular satisfaction of a man claiming something that had been stolen from him. Amelia Bones was in the DMLE section. She gave Harry the nod, the same nod as always, single and certain. Augusta Longbottom was in the back row with her vulture hat and an expression that suggested she was prepared to argue with anyone who disagreed with her about anything, regardless of topic. She caught Harry's eye and gave him a nod that was somehow more emphatic than Bones's while involving less physical movement. Lucius Malfoy was in the front row. He looked at Harry and didn't look away, which was different from the calculated neutral of the previous sessions. It was something more direct, more uncomfortable, the look of a man who has considered his position and made a decision about it. Harry sat and waited. Fudge opened the session. He was in his best robes, deep burgundy, much better than the lime green bowler, which told Harry he'd had his advisors dress him for the occasion and was performing statesmanship. His opening remarks were careful and moderately impressive, acknowledging the events of the week without directly addressing his own commission's dissolution or his public alignment with the challenge to Harry's inheritance. He had pivoted to a position of concern and measured oversight, which was well executed if several months too late. Dumbledore spoke. He stood in the Chief Warlock's chair and he spoke without the usual grandeur, straightforwardly, in complete sentences, without the warmth or the grandeur or the carefully constructed benevolence. He described what he had done. The stone's placement. Quirrell's appointment. He had not known about the soul fragment, which Harry believed, and said so when asked. The suppression instruments. The financial redirection. The missing trial for Sirius Black. He described each decision and he described the reasoning behind it, and he did not defend the reasoning, which was the most honest thing he'd done in this chamber. The chamber's silence during Dumbledore's account had texture to it, the silence of people sitting with something that was simultaneously obvious and impossible to have been prepared for. Because there it was. The most powerful, most trusted, most beloved figure in the wizarding world, explaining, item by item, how he had made himself judge of everything and checked himself against nothing for 46 years. When he sat, nobody spoke for a long moment. Then Fairweather stood and presented the petition for the independent inquiry. She was precise and quick about it, the compact's precedent, the mechanism, the scope. 3 existing cases, all within the ministry's purview, that would be transferred to the independent panel, the suppression instruments, the financial redirection, and the Sirius Black sentencing procedure. The vote was 91 to 16 in favor. 16. Harry had expected more resistance. He looked at the 16 who had voted against and found, in their faces, the answer, not conviction, but the particular paralysis of people who had built their professional identities around a structure and could not vote to examine it without examining themselves. 16 was not nothing. But it was smaller than anyone had anticipated, and it was shrinking in real time as the people who'd voted against began to understand how it looked. Fudge, Harry noted, had voted in favor. The man was many things, but he was a politician first, and a politician with competent advisors eventually knew which way the room was going. After the session, in the corridor, with the usual post-Wisingamot dispersal moving around them like a tide, Lucius Malfoy found Harry. He was alone. No entourage, no performance of casual encounter. He walked directly to Harry and stopped in front of him and looked at him with the pale eyes that were Draco's eyes without the youth in them. "I owe you a straightforward conversation," Malfoy said. The elegant calculation of his letters was absent. He was being direct, which Harry guessed cost him something. "All right," Harry said. "The accusation against Gringotts was a mistake. I made it under external pressure from a source I should have evaluated more carefully. He paused. I am withdrawing the accusation formally today. The paperwork is already with Fairweather. Harry studied him. Who pressured you? Someone who represented themselves as an ally with significant resources and a shared interest in the old order. Malfoy's expression went through something. I met them in an establishment near Knockturn Alley. They carried something with them. In a diary. An old diary, black, with initials TMR on the cover. He paused. The meeting ended when I decided the alliance was inadvisable. I should have made that decision at the beginning. Harry was very still. TMR Tom Marvolo Riddle. A diary. Black, carried by someone in Knockturn Alley, someone who had visited Lucius Malfoy and changed his position and smelled of something cold and wrong. Another Horcrux. In someone's possession. Possibly many someone's possession by now, if Malfoy had refused it. Where is the diary now? Harry asked. Malfoy's expression shifted. I don't know. They kept it. Who were they? A witch. I didn't know her by name. She wore a mask, the old style, Death Eater style. He paused. She knew the Dark Lord's specific plans. She spoke about him as though he were still present. As though he were, directing her. Harry filed every detail. He held Malfoy's gaze. Thank you, he said. For telling me this. Malfoy looked at him with something that was not quite respect and not quite relief and was probably the combination of both those things in a man who was not accustomed to feeling either towards someone 50 years younger than himself. My son speaks of you, he said. With regard. That is unusual for Draco, who is not easily impressed. Draco's sharp, Harry said. He's going to be formidable when he decides to be. Malfoy absorbed this. Something in his face adjusted, the specific adjustment of a parent hearing their child described well by someone whose judgment they've just decided to trust. He wants to be a solicitor, Malfoy said. I've been telling him the political path is more significant. He disagrees. A pause. He may be right. Harry thought about Draco, standing in the entrance hall at 7 in the morning with his hands behind his back and his father's coloring and his own decisions. He's usually right, Harry said. From what I've seen. Malfoy nodded. He straightened his robes. House Malfoy's position going forward, he said, with the formality of someone returning to a role they're comfortable in, will be neutral with a preference toward stability. I will not be opposing your lordship claims or your political actions. He paused. I will be watching with interest. That's all I ask, Harry said. Malfoy left. Harry turned and found Sirius at his shoulder with an expression that combined amusement and disbelief in fairly equal measure. Did you just diplomatically neutralize Lucius Malfoy? Sirius said. He came to me, Harry said. While also getting information about a Horcrux. Two things at once. Economy of effort. Sirius looked at him. Your father would have punched Malfoy on principle, he said. Your mother would have gotten the same information in half the time and then made him feel it was his idea. He shook his head. You're somehow both of them simultaneously, which is either very impressive or terrifying. Probably both, Harry said. We should go. I need to write to Bones about the diary. December moved quickly after that. The independent inquiry panel was constituted within a week, 3 retired senior wizarding judges who had no ministry affiliation and no Dumbledore connection and who Fairweather had identified through a process she described as exhaustive and Harry believed was approximately 40 hours of solid research. They convened in a room in the ministry that Bones had made available, and the first formal session was on December 15. Harry wasn't present for the inquiry's proceedings, it was independent, which meant neither he nor his representatives participated directly. That had been Fairweather's argument, and it was the right one. The inquiry needed to be clean, untouchable, free of any suggestion that it had been shaped by the person it was partly intended to vindicate. He submitted a written account on December 12 and let it stand. He was, instead, at Hogwarts, finishing his first term. The last 2 weeks before Christmas were normal. Which was itself extraordinary, given the preceding 6 months, but there they were, classes and homework and the common room and meals in the Great Hall and charms practice and Hermione arguing with him about methodology and Neville discovering that Professor Sprout would give him essentially unlimited greenhouse access if he asked nicely. Fred and George Weasley had apparently decided that the most interesting place to be at any given moment was wherever Harry and Hermione were, which meant that their study sessions in the library had acquired a comedic auxiliary presence that occasionally drove Madame Pants to the edge of her professional tolerance. Ron Weasley came into the orbit more gradually. They'd been friendly since October, but it solidified in December over a chess match in the common room that Ron won in 22 moves against Harry's best effort and that Harry watched with genuine admiration for the strategic clarity of it. Ron played chess the way other people breathed, naturally, without showing the work. Harry told him so and Ron looked at him with the expression of someone who has been told they're good at something and isn't sure yet whether to believe it, which Harry recognized and treated accordingly. He also wrote the Horcrux research document. It was 40 pages by Christmas, cross-referencing Hermione's library research with Dumbledore's first disclosure session. They'd met 3 times, Dumbledore giving Harry the information he promised, answering questions directly and completely in the new way that was clearly effortful for him and clearly important to keep doing regardless. Harry had gone into the first session with Hermione's notes and a list of specific questions and Dumbledore had answered all of them, and the answers had been, as promised, the truth. 6 Horcruxes. Possibly 7, though Dumbledore's uncertainty on the last was genuine. He'd found the theory of 7 but not confirmation. The diary, which was at large. A ring, probably the Peverell ring, and Harry had noted here, without comment, the specific parallel of an object belonging to his inherited line being used as a Horcrux, which was an insult of a very particular kind that he filed for later consideration. A locket. A cup. A diadem. And possibly something else, something Dumbledore didn't know yet. After the 3rd session, Dumbledore had said, "I have spent 2 years investigating this independently. You have produced, in 6 weeks of research, a more comprehensive document than anything I had assembled." He paused. "With Miss Granger's assistance, I take it." "She did the primary literature review," Harry said. "And the cross-referencing methodology." "You should tell her," Dumbledore said, "that she is going to be one of the great magical scholars of her generation. If she wants to be. She might choose something else." Harry had told her. She'd looked at the window for a moment with the careful face of someone receiving something they very much wanted and were deciding whether to let themselves have. Then she'd turned back to her notes and said, "The cup is probably a Hufflepuff artifact given Voldemort's documented fascination with the Founders," and kept working, which was its own kind of answer. Christmas at Grimmauld Place was Sirius's idea, executed with the energy of a man making up for a decade of missed holidays. The house was livable now. 3 months of systematic work had cleared the dark magic, restrained the portrait, evicted the boggart, and introduced the concept of color to rooms that had apparently been brown and black since the 19th century. Sirius had painted the kitchen a deep warm red that his mother's portrait had looked at once and refused to comment on, which he counted as a significant victory. Remus Lupin had arrived on December 23rd, thin and tired-looking and carrying the particular quality of a person who had learned to exist on the margins and wasn't quite sure how to come back in from them. He'd looked at Harry in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place with the specific, searching look of a man checking something he'd been thinking about for months, checking the angle of the jaw, the set of the eyes, the gestures, and then he'd said, very quietly, "Hello, Harry," and Harry had said, "Hello," back, and it had been simple in the way that only things that have been complicated for a long time can finally become. Remus was a teacher by inclination and a werewolf by circumstance, and the combination had made him someone who understood that things could be both what they were and more than what they were at the same time. Harry liked him within an hour, in the specific way he liked people who didn't perform their intelligence. Hermione came on Christmas Eve. Her parents had been informed about the Wizarding World months ago. She'd had the conversation in October and described it as intensive but ultimately successful. her parents being dentists and therefore empirically minded and persuadable by evidence, and they'd agreed to let her spend Christmas at Grimmauld Place with what Hermione described as cautious parental enthusiasm. She arrived with 3 bags of books and a tin of biscuits her mother had made and the expression of someone very pleased about where they were going. Nicolette Flamel-Rosier came for Christmas dinner and sat at the long kitchen table that Sirius had found in the basement and restored and brought up 3 flights of stairs through a combination of magic and stubbornness, and she drank wine and talked to Remus about pre-Roman magical linguistics in a way that made Remus's whole posture change. He'd been a scholar too, Harry remembered, before the war and the margins took up the space for it. Neville had been invited. He'd said he was spending Christmas with his grandmother, but the note back said, "She says thank you for the invitation and she'll bring him to Grimmauld Place for New Year's." Below it, in Augusta Longbottom's stone-cutting hand, was a line addressed to Harry, "Your political instincts are good. Work on your patience. You're too young to believe that right is always faster than steady." Harry had pinned it to the kitchen noticeboard beside a thank you note from Nicholas Flamel, who had received the stone and written 3 lines of impeccable courtesy and 1 sentence at the bottom that read simply, "Your mother found the thread my granddaughter thought nobody else would find. I am glad it led somewhere worthy." Christmas morning, Harry came downstairs at 7 to find the kitchen already warm, Sirius making tea badly and improving through iteration, Remus reading at the table, Hermione already up and apparently having been up for some time if the stack of books beside her was any indication. Outside the kitchen window, London was quiet under a thin layer of frost and the sky was the particular pale clear blue of a cold December day. The gifts were on the table, small, specific things, chosen with attention. Sirius had found James's Quidditch letters from his Hogwarts years in a box in the attic, had them framed. Remus had written out 3 pages of advanced defense theory that he said the current curriculum didn't cover but should. Hermione had given him a research journal bound in the Gringotts archival leather she'd somehow obtained, with tabs already installed for the Horcrux document. Nicolette had sent, from her cottage, a small translation of the first 5 pages of the Proto-Celtic journal from the House Without Name vault, done overnight, apparently, because the handwriting was less controlled than usual and there were tea stains on the margin, and her note said, "More to come. The first 5 pages are a message to the Arbiter. I thought you should read it before New Year's." Harry read it at the kitchen table while Sirius made eggs with more confidence than his tea had suggested was warranted. The translation was dense and difficult and had notes in Nicolette's hand where the language resisted direct English equivalent, and the message it contained was something Harry read twice and then held quietly inside him for the rest of the morning. The founder of the House Without Name, whose name the journal never gave, because the name didn't translate across time in any form that retained its meaning, had written to the Arbiter who would come after the long absence. Had written it knowing the absence would be long. Had written it knowing that whoever held the position after centuries of dormancy would come to it carrying a weight of accumulated wrongness that the compact had been designed to prevent and hadn't been able to because the compact's holder was gone. The message was, "You are not responsible for what went wrong in your absence. You are responsible for what you do now that you are here. Do not let the weight of what others failed to do become the shape of your identity. You are not the corrective for other people's errors. You are the beginning of a new thing. Build from here." Harry looked at those words for a long time. He thought about the narrative, the one the wizarding world was building around him, that Rita Skeeter was constructing in daily installments, that the Wisengamot had voted on and the Ministry was trying to manage. The boy who lived. The boy who claimed 18 houses. The boy who defeated Dumbledore's plans and Voldemort's fragment and the Ministry's commission and everything else that had tried to contain him. The corrective. The consequence. He thought about what his father's letter had said. The name that meant I could do something extraordinary and choose to use it to run through the grounds at night with the people I loved most. He thought about the kitchen table and Sirius's eggs and Remus reading and Hermione annotating and the frost on the London windows and Neville coming for New Year's and Fred and George Weasley somewhere with their family, probably already planning something that would make the second term interesting. He thought, this was the beginning of the new thing. Not the political victories or the legal filings or the Horcrux document or even the soul fragment dissolved in the underground room. Those were necessary. They were real. But they weren't the point. The point was this: the kitchen, the people in it, the specific ordinary extraordinary reality of being somewhere you were wanted and choosing, every day, to be worthy of it. "You've gone quiet," Sirius said, setting a plate in front of him. The eggs were actually good, which was a development. "I'm reading," Harry said. "You've stopped reading. You're staring at the window." "Thinking, then." "About what?" Harry looked at him. Sirius, who had survived 10 years on one true thing and come out of it still himself. Who was making eggs on Christmas morning and making them well, and who had given Harry a framed set of his father's handwriting because he knew that was the right thing to give and hadn't needed to think about it. "Good things," Harry said. Sirius looked at him for a moment. He sat down across from him and picked up his own tea. "That's a change," he said, not accusingly. "Just noting it." "Things have changed," Harry said. "They have." Sirius looked at the table, at Remus's book and Hermione's notes and the flannel letter on the notice board and the warm kitchen of a house that had been a prison and was now, steadily, becoming something else. "They really have." The inquiry's preliminary findings were released on December 30th. Harry read them at the kitchen table on New Year's Eve morning with Neville across from him eating toast and Augusta Longbottom in the sitting room arguing about something with Nicolette. The argument had an intellectual energy to it that suggested both parties were enjoying it enormously. The findings were thorough and unambiguous. The suppression instruments were confirmed as illegal under 4 separate statutes. The financial redirection was confirmed as misappropriation. The black sentencing procedure was confirmed as a violation of the Charter of Rights. The stone's placement at Hogwarts was confirmed as an inadequate security measure that had put students at risk. The inquiry's recommendations were specific. Financial restitution to Harry for the redirected funds plus 10 years compound interest. Formal censure of Albus Dumbledore in his capacity as Chief Warlock, not removal, not criminal charges, but formal censure with a monitoring mechanism. A ministry audit of all decisions made under emergency war powers in 1981 that had not subsequently received proper review. And a new provision: any future suppression of an individual's magical core required the informed consent of the individual or, in the case of a minor, a legally recognized independent guardian with no conflict of interest. None of it was everything. Some of it was incomplete, some of it wouldn't hold, some of it would be disputed and relitigated. Harry knew that. He'd read enough to understand that institutional change was not a single event but a direction, the difference between a door opening and a room becoming habitable. The door was open. "Is this enough?" Neville asked, having read over Harry's shoulder in the way everyone in his life had apparently decided was acceptable. "For now," Harry said. "It's a beginning." Neville was quiet for a moment. He'd grown 3 inches since September, which was possibly literal and possibly metaphorical and was probably both. "My Gran says the Wizengamot will never be the same," he said. "She says this is the first time in 20 years it's felt like it was actually doing its job." Harry thought about Augusta Longbottom's note. "Work on your patience." "She's right," he said. "But it'll still fight itself every step of the way. That's what institutions do." "Are you going to keep fighting it?" Harry looked at him. "What do you think?" Neville considered this seriously. He considered most things seriously. It was one of the things Harry valued about him. "Yes," he said. "But I think you're going to do it differently than everyone expects. They think it's going to be about the politics. The Wizengamot and the legal cases and the houses." He paused. "But I think the actual work is something else." "What do you think the actual work is?" Harry asked. Neville looked at his toast. "Making things more fair," he said, simply. "Not theoretically. Actually. For actual people." He paused. "Like, Quirrell. He made terrible decisions. But someone used him. He was used and then discarded and now he's in St. Mungo's and nobody's talking about what happened to him as a person, just as a vehicle." He looked up. That seems wrong. Harry looked at Neville Longbottom and thought about the hat, which had seen all 4 houses in Harry and put him in the one that ran at night for the people it loved. Neville, who had been told all his life he wasn't talented enough, who knew plants and loved them and had turned out to be quietly, steadily, entirely himself this entire year. You should be on the independent inquiry panel, Harry said. When you're older. Neville blinked. I'm 12 in 2 months. I know. When you're older. Harry held his gaze. Don't let anyone tell you your instincts aren't useful. They're exactly the right instincts. Neville looked at him with the wondering smile that Harry had decided was one of the better things about the last year. Your mum would have been like this, he said. Gran knew her a little, at school. She says she was the kind of person who always knew what the actual point was. Harry thought about that. About Lily finding a thread and following it. About he'll be steady when it counts. About a girl in Cokeworth who read things nobody told her to read and found, at the end of a very long thread, the oldest magic in Britain, and pointed it at her son like a gift. I hope so, he said. New Year's Eve. The kitchen of Grimmauld Place at 11 o'clock, the table crowded with everyone, Sirius and Remus, Hermione and Neville, Nicolette and Augusta Longbottom, who had declared the sitting-room argument a productive draw and come in for the countdown. Fred and George had arrived at 8 with fireworks they'd made themselves that were not entirely legal and entirely excellent. Ron was there, brought by Fred and George, slightly overwhelmed and navigating it with the specific practicality of a youngest son of many who has learned to read rooms quickly. Harry sat at the table and looked at the room. He thought about July 31st, the letter on the doormat, the wax seal, the coat of arms. The boy on the stairs of Privet Drive in oversized pajamas, watching for things. He thought about Ironclaw, whose amber eyes had held his and said, I have been asking myself why. He thought about the inheritance parchment in his robes that morning, the list of 7 instruments and the name repeated 7 times, the cold clear thing that was not anger. He thought about everything that had been taken. 11 years of suppression. His parents. Sirius's freedom. The money, which was the least of it. The memories, the snake saying thank you, the feeling of old magic moving through him and then being pushed back down. All the things he'd been told he wasn't, that turned out to be precisely what he was. He thought about everything that had been returned. Or not returned, built. Because the parchment and the vaults and the ring and the compact were not his parents' things returned to him. They were his. They had always been his. The returning of them was not a restoration of something lost but the removal of something that had no right to be there. He thought about his father's letter, take care of yourself. Let people take care of you. He looked at the room. Sirius was laughing at something Remus had said, the laugh still finding its full shape, still occasionally surprising itself. Hermione was arguing with Augusta Longbottom about Wisengamot procedural history and losing, which was teaching her something more valuable than winning would have. Neville was showing Nicolette something about the plants on the windowsill. Sirius had let him bring a cutting from the Hogwarts greenhouse, and Nicolette was listening with genuine interest. Ron was beating Fred at chess, which Fred was handling with admirable dignity. George had already sent a firework up the chimney as a test and Sirius had immediately identified it and made it 3 times larger, which had delighted everyone and made Remus cover his eyes. 11:55. The wireless in the corner played something Harry didn't recognize, warm and bright, the kind of music that doesn't require you to know it to move correctly to it. Augusta Longbottom conjured wine for the adults and something non-alcoholic for everyone else that tasted of summer fruits and sparkled gold. Harry held his glass. He thought about the Horcrux document, 40 pages, sitting in his room upstairs, a map of everything still to be done. The diary at large. The ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem, and the uncertain 7th. Voldemort diminished but not finished. Pettigrew not yet caught. The inquiry findings not yet fully implemented. Fudge still negotiating his position. Snape watching Harry from across the potions dungeon with that complicated, unresolved expression that Harry still hadn't fully decoded. The Proto-Celtic Journal, 9/10 untranslated. The mirror in the Emery's vault, fully understood now, its purpose clear, its implications larger than he'd had time to fully map. All of it was real. All of it was coming. He wasn't afraid of any of it. 11:59. Sirius caught his eye across the table and raised his glass. Harry raised his back. No words. Not everything needed words, some things were simply held between people, complete in themselves. Midnight. George's fireworks went up in the kitchen, which was not structurally ideal but was entirely right, filling the room with silver and gold and the specific bright joy of things made for no reason except to be beautiful. Fred was shouting. Ron was laughing in the way people laugh when they've stopped managing it. Hermione made a sound that was not technically a squeal but occupied the same emotional territory. Augusta Longbottom toasted with the dignity of someone who is very pleased and is not going to make it obvious. Nicolette smiled in the amber-eyed way of someone seeing a thing they have been waiting for. Remus said something to Sirius. Sirius said something back. They looked at each other the way old friends look at each other in moments they didn't expect to get to share, and the something that passed between them was private enough that Harry looked away. He looked at the ceiling instead, at the silver and gold light dissolving in the warm kitchen air. He thought about the mirror. What it had shown him, not a vision, a knowing. The weight of 18 houses and the oldest compact in Britain and everything that came with it. And underneath all of it, underneath the Arbiter and the Lord and the politics and the magic, Harry James Potter, who had grown up in a cupboard under the stairs and had been told since before he could speak that he was less than he was, and who had spent the last 6 months discovering that the opposite was spectacularly, irreversibly true. He was 11 years old. He had his whole life in front of him. He was exactly where he was supposed to be. Sirius appeared at his shoulder with a second glass of the sparkling summer fruit drink and said, "New Year," and Harry said, "New Year," and they stood together in the warm kitchen of a house being made into a home, surrounded by the specific, ordinary, irreplaceable people who had become his, and outside the London windows the fireworks of the Muggle world went up in colors that nobody inside needed to explain. The beginning of the new thing. It was already well underway. The diary would be found. The ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem, all of them, in time. Peter Pettigrew would run out of hiding places. Voldemort would come back, because he always came back, until he couldn't. The Wizengamot would keep fighting itself and the Inquiry would keep pushing and Dumbledore would keep trying, with variable success, to check himself against something other than his own certainty. Snape's complicated expression would eventually resolve into something that had a name. The Proto-Celtic Journal would be fully translated and what it contained would be larger than anything Harry had yet imagined. All of it was coming. But tonight, the kitchen. The fireworks. The people. That was enough. That was, in fact, everything.